Good afternoon, actually good morning. You know, it feels like afternoon at this point with the sun, the heat out here. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Titus, Ellis, Smith, and we've got our shades because, man, it's 80-something degrees.
Scorching.
And the sun is bright. So here we go. We're going to throw those on and have a good time.
Men in black out here.
Yeah, I know, exactly. So what's it like, man, being here? You just said you've never been to Atlanta before.
Never been to Atlanta. The only time I've ever been was like a connecting flight somewhere else. So it's really hot here, which I like.
Yeah.
From Michigan, where we have freezing cold winters. And I'm super excited about this rally. It's so cool seeing all these people out here. I was at the rally in Michigan, and it was just the same thing. Packed, people waiting overnight to see Trump. It's going to be super awesome.
Yeah, I mean, in Grand Rapids, I was up there as well, dude. It was awesome. It was right after the terrible situation from Butler, Pennsylvania.
Yes.
But, man, the people there, oh, man, on fire for our country in the sense of passion and excitement.
Yes, you should have seen how many times, because I'm from Michigan, and we went to the rally. I got there early, and as soon as everyone started getting in, everyone's like, fight, 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 just trying to get that chant, trying to get that going, just so excited to come inside and be a part of what was happening, and it's been amazing. First time JD Vance was actually at a rally as well, because he was announced at the RNC the week before. It was just super exciting.
Talk about exciting. Today is Rally Day in Georgia. Once again, my name's Matthew Alvarez alongside Titus, Ellis, Smith, Christian influencer. Also, you have a show. We'll get into talking about that in a minute.
Absolutely. We can get into that.
Yeah, and so we want to tell you about Birch Gold Group before we get into interviewing all the people and just having a great time out here in Atlanta. So Birch Gold Group, of course, you'll see on your screen, all you have to do is text Trump to 989898. This is all about Birch Gold Group. Having gold, silver, and precious metals as a backup to the dollar, especially as these BRICS nations try and devalue the dollar. Always good to have a backup plan, isn't that true?
Oh, very true.
I mean,
My
you hope
dad
for the
is a freaking gold connoisseur. He's like, let's get gold, get silver. You guys need to get it over and over again. He's always telling me and my family. I have like 7 siblings, so we're all a big family. Get gold all the time.
Well, then continue on. Tell them Birch Gold Group. I mean, that's awesome.
Yeah, you need to get it.
Right?
100%. That's God's money. That's what they say, right?
Yeah.
God's money.
Exactly. So text Trump to 989898. So we're going to show you a little bit around here. We're going to step off camera, give you a little bit of a vantage point of exactly where we are. And if we can actually go all the way to the left, my right, and look at the Capitol building all the way downtown, Atlanta, Georgia, home to 11 million people. About 1 million live in Fulton County. And, you know, a lot of people out here, obviously, in support of Donald Trump. I mean, we see them everywhere from Detroit, Atlanta, Philly. It doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't. There's Trump supporters everywhere in this country, and more so than anyone believes or anyone wants to believe, anyone wants to acknowledge. They're there. Trump does not need to bring Meg Thee Stallion here to get an audience, unlike some other people we know. It's just super exciting to see that people have seen that patriotic act that happened, the unfortunate assassination attempt that was almost took Donald Trump away from America, garnered so much patriotism in so many people. Yeah. So many people are just like, I don't care anymore. I'm not hiding my support for Trump. I'm coming to this rally. I'm wearing this shirt. I mean, look at Amber Rose. She's out here, staunch Democrat, staunch woman, like liberal advocate, switching over, saying, hey, this is the way to go.
Exactly. So we're going to get to some of these fun people here in a minute. I want to show you the rest of some of what we see here. All the way to the right, over this way, we can see the security right outside of this. This is the Georgia State Convocation Center, so it's basically a Georgia State arena, so you can see security there and all around this building. And then if we look all the way to the left from here, one more vantage point, it's the Atlanta Olympic torch. We're literally right at the base of it, as you can see it right there. And of course, I know a lot of us are not too happy with the Olympic Committee with a lot of the garbage, let's be straight up what's going on there. But it's tough, Titus, because you've got these great athletes, right? Yeah. And then it gets overshadowed by this very woke agenda.
Yes.
I feel so bad for that Italian female boxer.
That was heartbreaking. Heartbreaking to see that she said after a couple blows, she realized that she was in a dangerous situation for her health, and she was fighting for her deceased father. She was so excited to be a part of the Olympics, and then she gets beaten by a person that has XY chromosomes, an individual who should not be allowed, who failed previously to actually even be able to be entered into this. So it's actually just terrible what's happening. And obviously what they did with that whole complete disgusting display of the Last Supper. Like the Olympics are taking so many L's, and like you were saying before, it sucks because so many people train their whole lives to be able to be part of this amazing event that literally unites the world through sports.
Yep.
And it's just like, well, we're going to ruin that for you.
Exactly.
2 billion Christians in the world. We don't care.
Yep.
It's super sad and unfortunate.
It is very sad. It's unfortunate, and I haven't even watched any of the Olympics at all. Have you?
Neither have I. No.
You know,
I'm like kind of boycotting it low key.
Did you play any sports in high school, college?
I did wrestling. I did basketball. I did all that stuff. And my family's very athletic. We love playing sports together, even outside of organized sports in school. We would always, with the family, play basketball, play football, whatever, any sport.
Yeah. What position in football?
Frisbee. I liked wide receiver. I didn't play in high school.
Okay.
I actually never played football. I played basketball.
Okay, nice.
And yeah, I love playing football though, like flag football.
Well,
and tackle.
if we find a football out here, I played quarterback, whatever.
Of course,
we got to throw it to you, man.
We got captain of the football team.
Yeah, whatever.
We got prom king.
No, I wasn't prom king though.
Yeah, might as well. Man.
I wasn't prom
player,
king.
dude.
That's funny stuff, man. So yeah, if we find a football, we'll throw it. But anyway, the point is, what's awesome about this, Titus, is, obviously a very serious time in our country right now. We know that, right?
Yeah.
But when we hear President Trump speak at events like this, obviously he talks about the GOP platform. He talks about Agenda 47, all of the serious issues we're dealing with, from the immigration to defending our Constitution. Yeah. But then he's also comedic. He also makes people laugh.
Funniest guy. He's one of the funniest people. It's so I genuinely don't understand. The media they deserve a award for the characterization of Trump, because that dude is hilarious. He's so funny. Does he say some things that are a little maybe sometimes, but it's like, come on. You said this stuff in your locker room with your guys. I see the stuff you guys post on social media. You sit in the things you repost, the things you share, the things these celebrities say. Right. It's totally fine because they're not president. They're not running for office. Like, no, come on.
Exactly.
That man is literally, if he wasn't the president, he should be a comedian, and he would be sold out just like this rally.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he would be the headliner in a comedic act. He already did great things as a real estate mogul. Already did great things.
He doesn't need to prove himself.
Exactly, as the president of the United States, and then round 2's coming up. So it's like, hey, this is what the country wants.
Yes. Honestly, people want authenticity.
Yes.
They want someone who comes on what you see is what you get. And he's probably the only politician ever that has ever come off that way, at least in my lifetime, because so many people say things to your face and completely ignore it when they get into the position that you voted them into. Time and time again, man. And the flip-flop on issues, drastic flip-flops. You're allowed to change your mind on things,
right? But
the drastic flip-flops a lot of the Democrats, specifically Biden, has made over and over again just makes him not trustworthy. Kamala is literally part of that administration. We're acting like she's not.
Yep.
And all these things, it's like, no, what you see is what you get. He may shift on a couple things here and then that are not necessarily prevalent to changing the whole dynamic of his administration and everyone's love for him.
Yeah.
They're just completely different. And we, like I said, authenticity is what we want the most. We want people that are going to speak truth, they're going to speak real, that aren't going to sound fake, and that we feel like we can rely on. And he has a track record of being a successful president. He's already done it. So the fear-mongering and this vilification and trying to act like he's going to be a dictator and the world's going to end if he gets in office just doesn't even make sense, because he already was there.
Yep.
He could have done it then.
Yep.
He didn't. So, yeah.
Titus Ellis Smith, if you don't know who he is, because it's his first time on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thank you so much for joining us, guys.
Thank you.
So at 3 o'clock, the pre-program starts. At 4 o'clock, the vice presidential nominee, JD Vance, will take the stage.
Yes.
And then at 5 o'clock, President Donald Trump will be taking the stage at 5 o'clock here in Atlanta. Is this your first time seeing him, second, third? Or?
Oh, for Trump?
Yeah.
Second time seeing JD, because I went to the rally in Grand Rapids, but I've seen Trump so many. I saw him the night before he won in Michigan. I was right behind him in the stands. It was so exciting. It was so patriotic. But no, I've seen the man like 6 times.
That's awesome.
More.
That's awesome. Well, why don't we take a live look again here at the crowd? We're live here in Atlanta, Georgia. We're waiting on the doors to open so everybody can get inside and enjoy some air conditioning. It's about 88, I feel like, at this point.
Yeah,
right?
man. I'm starting to get a little sweaty.
Well, I already have the big quarterback towel.
I wasn't thinking like that. There he is. See? Prom king, I'm telling you.
Yeah, so. All right, so let's talk to some people here. What's going on, man? How you doing? Where are you from?
I'm from Atlanta.
Awesome. First time seeing President Trump, yeah?
I saw him a few years ago in South Carolina.
Yeah.
So
What's one of the top issues right now that is affecting you as a citizen of this country?
Well, I think it's still immigration. Immigration, right? Legal and illegal immigration both. I think that was part of his main platform in 2016, and I like to see him focus on that a bit more and the issues affecting Americans.
Exactly. So there are about 10 million people, illegal immigrants that have crossed over the southern border, a lot of fentanyl. I heard the other day that 200 people a day die from fentanyl. That's ridiculous.
That is ridiculous. It's a big problem affecting this country. You know, but it's not just fentanyl. It's a lot of problems. People are coming over the border. They're taking American jobs. You know, they're changing the fabric of our society. It's changing America. When you bring in non-American people, America itself will be transformed.
Exactly. Titus, you want to ask a few questions?
Yeah, I was wondering. So you're obviously very young, and a lot of people, you look young at least. Maybe you're drinking from the fountain of youth and you're 50, I don't know. But there is a lot of people that are young, and I'm also a young man as myself. We kind of get looked at, how could you support, this way that Trump believes, this way that Trump has been, this rhetoric he's been spewing is all old. It's all going to die out, and Gen Z and millennials, young millennials, we're going to take over and, teach all this woke nonsense that shouldn't really be, in our society. What do you have to say to that when it comes to the attack on young people and saying that we aren't like the old, we don't like Trump?
There is sort of this sentiment, especially among the left, that this movement, this MAGA movement, is among the older generation. But I think there really is a large contingent of young people that support Trump and support his ideas, and I think a tide is beginning to turn. And I think as long as young people do their part and volunteer and spread the message and stand strong in your beliefs, stand firm in your beliefs, that eventually our message and our goals will get out there and spread among all the Americans.
And you're under the impression that I think being confident in what you believe, not budging. Recently, Bryce Hall, a TikToker, I don't know if you know who that is, had endorsed Trump, said Kamala is a terrible thing. I'm not voting for her. She's done so much bad for this country. Do you think there's more people, young people like that, like us, just continuously speak out and are unapologetic, that we'll see a shift in this country?
Yeah, I think that's important. I think there's a lot of people that are silent about their support for these sorts of ideas in this movement. And I think that we can't be afraid, There's even Zuckerberg came out a few weeks ago saying that Trump standing up and saying fight, fight, fight was badass. So I think it's important to be strong and firm in your beliefs, and we'll probably see more people showing their support.
I agree, and I'm so excited. Thank you so much, man. It was great to meet you.
Thanks, Titus. Tax Network USA, obviously if there's any missed taxes or any filing issues with that, work with Tax Network USA. You see that number there on your screen. Give them a shot, because at the end of the day, having that financial peace of mind, of course, is always good to have. So Tax Network USA here in Atlanta, Georgia, as we say hello to the people once again, all waiting in line here at the Georgia State Convocation Center. So let's take a little bit of a walk this way and see maybe the back. I'm not sure if that's the back of the line or if this is, but we're going to go walk a little bit and say hi to everybody as we go, as we await President Donald Trump here in Atlanta, Georgia. So Titus Ellis Smith, Christian influencer, has his show as well. My name's Matthew Alvarez here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. A shout out to Nikki Stanzione. I know she was on her way to this event as well, but had some flight issues out there in New York, New Jersey, which was so tough.
Yeah, I feel like, New York is not place. She got to get out of there, you know what I'm saying? She got to get out of there. or change it, maybe stay and change it. But New York, I wouldn't rock with that. My best friend's from New York, and the way that they treat their people, the way that these people can't afford to flip and live, it's very unfortunate. But do you see Mickey Mouse ears over there?
I got an opportunity for you guys. You want to talk to a very informed individual?
We're right here, right now.
Not me, my wife.
Well, where is she? Okay.
She's coming with her.
All right.
I'm just saying.
Well, you sound like somebody that would be very informed as well.
We are.
So what are your thoughts about what's going on in the country right now?
Well, I'll tell you what. Until we put God first, nothing else matters. Until we put family first, that also is going to matter. And until we put an individual into the White House who's going to respect the first two, that's all that matters.
Amen to that. And also the first two of the Constitution as well, the whole Constitution, but the freedom.
Constitution, the amendments, when you look at the Supreme Court and some of the decisions that have come out in the past, we look at slavery and those, and the Supreme Court decision that worked against that individual, I think his name was Dred, the Dred Scott decision. You look at those type of decisions that came out of an activist Marxist Supreme Court, and that's what we get. We get the death of children. Those are the kind of decisions that come out of a Marxist activist Supreme Court. The way I look at it is God put that child in the womb, and at that point, that became a human being. No matter where you put it in the stage of development, that is a human being. If you're going to say that person does not have constitution, is not a person, then let's not look at all the people in nursing homes, those under life supports that require care each and every day, because you've already set a standard. If you require care, you are no longer a person.
Titus, his shirt, how awesome is that? Faith, family, freedom.
I love it. And it's literally, like you said, we need to be focusing on that. That's something that needs to be happening in this country. Prioritizing family, prioritizing faith. Obviously, we have that freedom, the freedom of choice to live however it is you would like to, within the law, of course. But the true reality of the fact is that when we really focus on God in this country, when he was prioritized first, the country was thriving. Because that's how it works. You know, you worship God, you glorify God, you elevate him, you humble yourself, you help your brother, and look at the turn, and look how that works out within the society's fabric. Everybody's loving. You're not afraid of the dangers that are going on in the world. There's not these immense dangers going on in the world. And obviously things happen. Satan is here. But it's like the way that Satan has been glorified in society over this last 10, 20 years, you've really seen the shift, the tide turn, and it's been very, very sad to see.
Very, very sad to see. And also, you think of the fruits of the Holy Spirit are all positive and good,
yes,
and strong and love and power and all that. So you could see the sides there. But I think we have to also focus on the fact that we've got a huge country here. And I think a lot of people, both Republican, Independent, well, three of them, Republican, Independent, and Democrat, there's some real good-hearted people on all three of those.
Agreed.
And maybe some of the mind stuff's a little bit got people on the woke agenda, but the point is, if they want freedom, President Trump is somebody that would be the president of all America.
Exactly. And I think there's a you pointed out something really beautiful there, is that Donald Trump is the president for all Americans. And that is not the same for Joe Biden. Like, yes, Donald Trump will come at politicians. He'll come at leaders.
Yes.
Talk about how they're swamped, how they aren't doing their job correctly, they're corrupt, deep state, all this stuff. I have yet to see him come at the American people. Right. He says they're lost. He says they don't know. They've been brainwashed by media. Biden comes at MAGA supporters. He calls them, threats to democracy. He vilifies and characterizes us as evil. And because we follow him, we're wrong and we're bad. And that's not how Trump has treated liberals at all. He doesn't treat American citizens that way. He's very respectful. He wants to see them succeed. Even if you hate me, I want to see you succeed. I'm going to do the best for our economy. I'm going to do the best to bring jobs back. I'm going to do the best to protect the borders. All these things help every American. Meanwhile, Biden is out here bringing Dylan Mulvaney to talk about how we can mutilate children. It's like there's a difference in who cares about who. And there's no question about who's better. And Kamala, and I know I'm bringing up Biden, but Kamala is just an extension of that. She's going to do the exact same thing, and she might be even more extreme with it. And we don't want that. We don't need that.
Exactly, 100%. And to your point, you're right. President Trump talks about Harris and Biden and the leaders and more extremists.
Yes.
He's not going after
everyday citizens.
Everyday citizens.
No.
I think mic drop. I think we're done for today.
Yeah, I think
no, seriously. I mean, that was great.
No, and I've said that time and time again. People will always say he's so mean, he's a bully, he's all these things. Meanwhile, he's never coming at the citizens. He's never coming at you guys. He's always coming at the politicians, coming at the corrupt people that we know are corrupt, the ones that say they're going to do something and do the opposite, or don't do it all what they said they were going to do and do things that benefit themselves. Trump has not done that. He didn't take a salary. He was the president. Like, I don't understand the confusion there. I literally baffles me, which is why I started making content to begin with.
Right.
I was like, what are we living in?
Exactly.
What kind of matrix is going on here?
Yeah.
Like, it's wild what's happening here.
So Trump's got, 90-something felonies. And why did Comey protect Hillary? Is Comey's wife not putting out or something? I mean, what's going on there?
Yeah, we're all trying to figure that out.
I will say this about Trump. He's got the biggest balls with this whole country put together to be going and doing what he's doing. Because if it was somebody like us, right, all we got to do is call Obama and say, hey, I quit, I'm dropping out. You can drop the charges now.
Oh, yeah, he's very brave and very strong. What do you got on that, Matt?
No, what's your name?
Kathy.
Kathy, nice to meet you. With a K or a C?
Okay.
All right, so my mom, if she's watching, she likes Kathy with a C.
Well, I can be Kathy with a C today.
There you go.
We can do whatever we want.
Yes, yeah, sure. All right, so your thoughts about today here in Atlanta?
My biggest fear is, living in Atlanta, we've seen how we've had widespread election fraud. We just had primaries in May, and we saw the opponent of the judge, Scott McAfee. We saw he lose vote totals. 75% of his vote totals were taken away that night. We can see the State Board of Election on May 7th, look at their hearings and how they are admitting we may have run votes through more than once. We don't know. We don't know what happened to 17,000, so-called votes that have no documentation. And we have nobody that answers anywhere here in Georgia. Our state representatives, our state senators, nobody will answer the questions.
For so long, Georgia voted red in presidential elections, including in 2016, and somehow, by a very small margin, it didn't go that way in 2020.
If you look at the person on the election board in Fulton County, he talks about how there were 145,000 ballots that had no signature verification. That was in the disbarment trial of, it was either Jeffrey Clark or John Eastman. The information's there. Nobody wants to talk about it. I live here. I listen to Atlanta news. Nobody will talk anything at all about it. And it's been very frustrating. I don't trust the tallies at all. Like I say, if you look at Scott McAfee's race and how his opponent lost 45,000 votes, disappeared.
Well, there's a lot of election integrity and election security people meeting now, right, and have been meeting since the 2020 election. It's been a
look at the May 7th State Board of Election meeting and just tell you think they're being able to do anything.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I'm saying we're all hoping for a free and fair election this November, right?
Absolutely.
So what would you say to people that are saying, hey, I agree with that. What am I supposed to do? Do you know what they...
Well, we have to make it, as Trump said the other day, too big to rig. We got to try. And I think that's all we can do, and keep trying to push our representatives to do something, but I haven't seen it yet.
Kathy with a K, thank you. Nice to meet you. As we take a live look right now at the guy here waving the Trump flags. He's been running up and down here. There he goes. And the crowd usually cheers along the way. So let's just, if you guys are just joining us, let's take another look at the Atlanta Olympic torch that's up above here. We're right at the base of that here at this Georgia Convocation Center. So it's basically a Georgia State arena. And, obviously with the Olympics going on right now, Titus, we were talking about the Olympics earlier, and it's like, we haven't even watched any of the Olympics because of what's been going on there.
No, we haven't. It's just like, I don't really like to support things that are basically disregarding, my faith. They say time and time again on the other side, love and acceptance, but it's not love and acceptance. It's conformity. Right. You conform to us, or else you will be outcasted. Yeah. As opposed to our message, which is like, we will love you. We disagree with your lifestyle. We disagree with what you're doing, because that's what Christ calls us to do. He calls us to be righteous. He calls us to follow Him. And so we're going to tell you about that because we love you. And the other side says, well, screw that. We don't care about you at all. And if you don't conform to our ways of thinking and our ways of being, then guess what? We're going to make a mockery of you. And so guess what? For us, we're not going to support that. We're not going to support the Olympics.
Exactly. So peace through strength is one of the major cornerstones to President Trump, not only domestically, but around the world. Yeah. What are your thoughts about some of that? The fact that he's able to go and talk to somebody like Kim Jong-un, That's pretty awesome.
Well, my thing is, it baffles me. Another thing that Trump always talks about is like, I should have a good relationship with the people. I should be able to come up to them and let them know, hey, you're not going to do this to us, because if you do, this is what we're going to do to you. I have a bigger red button, as he would say. It's like, why would you want to come off as weak and frail to a world leader who has the ability to potentially do something dangerous to your nation. That's called being a leader. Peace through strength. Yes, don't come for me or I'll come for you 10 times harder. Boom, there we go. Like, it's literally not rocket science, so I don't understand.
And that's exactly what it's common sense.
Yes, it's common sense.
And that's what we're all about, right? So
100%.
That's why all the people are out here. That's where we're out here.
Yeah, and
At the
people
end
are
of the day,
changing.
Common sense and the truth.
Yes, exactly, and that's what it is. It's literally common sense. So it's so simple, and he always speaks in a way that is so simple for everyone to understand. America's good. I want to fight for America. I want to make America as great as it was before. I want the economy to thrive. I want American people to not be struggling. I want to make things affordable. I want to bring jobs back. Things that are just actually applicable to every person, instead of picking a quote-unquote marginalized group to focus all your attention on, to try and make everyone conform to that group's ideology, belief, lifestyle. You should care about everyone. You should care about helping everyone, and helping the economy helps everyone. And he's not sitting there prodding and poking at specific types of people that he wants to benefit. It's everyone. So, yeah, 100%.
Exactly. So 3 o'clock is the pre-program. 4 o'clock, the vice presidential nominee, JD Vance, will speak. And then at 5 o'clock, President Trump will speak. We're going to step out of the way. Let's walk over a little bit and see the crowd here in Atlanta, Georgia. Not too far from downtown, as you can take a look in the backdrop there. You can see the Capitol building right there with that golden dome. And then you're talking thousands of people here, Titus.
So many people out here.
Several hours before President Trump takes the stage.
And that's an every rally occurrence. That's the thing. People don't want to acknowledge it, and he always states how, no one shows the crowds, don't show the crowds. I know we show the crowds here, but no one ever shows the crowds, and they're always talking about that time and time again. You know why they don't show the crowds? Because there's so many people out here, so many people out here at every rally.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter where it is. It could be in New York or the Bronx.
Right.
It could be in California. Doesn't matter where it is. It doesn't matter what's going on.
Yeah.
There is always people waiting, lining up, willing to sit here for hours to support Donald Trump, to be watching the rallies. And it's a beautiful sight to see, because it just shows that we're not alone. It shows that this country is actually coming together. It shows that he's not all the things that they continuously try and claim him to be. He's a racist. And why does half the country, if not more, support the man? Why does half the country want to see this guy be in office again if he's so bad? It's just a lie. And look at all these fans screaming.
Yep.
It's so awesome to see.
Where are you guys from?
Augusta, Georgia.
Augusta. First time seeing President Trump?
Yes.
All right, so what do you think about the country right now and your thoughts moving forward?
We need help, definitely, and we're so excited for how President Trump is going to help us move forward, and we're grateful that he's doing this for our country. We're so grateful.
Can you talk to us a little bit about Augusta and friends and family there? What do they talk about? Are they talking about the same thing? Are they all on the Trump train?
Oh yeah, definitely. We're a very conservative county. We're from Columbia County, very conservative and worried about family values. And yeah, we're excited to be here and excited to vote for Trump in November.
Awesome. And then your thoughts, ma'am?
I'm the same.
Yeah, excited.
Yes, sir.
Have fun, guys. Thank you, guys. So let's just take a walk over here a little bit and talk to some more people. Obviously, Right Side Broadcasting Network. I like your shirt. Let's take a look at this lovely shirt. Biden, pay more, live worse. That's the truth.
Yes, sir. It is. It's everything.
Where did you get that?
I got it from Shield Republic.
Shield Republic. Very nice. Okay, cool. Where are you from?
Barrow County.
All right. And then first time seeing the president?
Live, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
What would you like to say to the American people that are watching right now?
We got to get out and vote. Do the right thing. Let's turn this country back around and get it in the right direction.
What kind of industry do you work in?
Law enforcement now, retired out of the Army after 23 years.
Back the blue?
Yeah.
So in the industry, it seems like, President Trump is always shaking the hands of law enforcement. They're always wanting a photo with him, even though he's technically not even in the White House. Isn't that something?
He's definitely got our backs. And when I was in the military, you could see a big difference with him compared to other presidents, even Bush. Way more supportive of the troops in our combat missions and things like that. He's definitely got our country's best interest at heart, for sure.
Having a military and law enforcement background, you look at a place like Ukraine and Russia, it's awful what's going on there. People are dying, but we shouldn't be sending money to Ukraine, correct?
No. We need to take care of our people here. We got vets on the streets. We got other citizens on the streets. Like, clean up your own house before you try to clean up your neighbor's house kind of thing is how I see it.
What's your first name? David. Nice to meet you.
Likewise, bro.
Can I have one of those shirts?
Go for it. Yeah, they'll sell them to you all day long.
All right, cool. Thanks, guys. See ya. Nice hat, man.
Funny thing
All right,
about that shirt.
Titus, this guy's hat.
That will be really interesting.
Wow, that's awesome, man.
Yeah, I think so.
So I think you need to wear that Biden shirt and then have that hat.
I know. Do I get the same questions like he got?
Yes, of course. Where are you from?
From Germany.
Germany. Awesome. International support for Donald Trump.
That's the plan. That's the plan, right?
You recording?
I try to.
Hello.
Is that going?
Does anybody know German? You know German?
Oh no! Don't ask
on,
me.
Titus,
Don't,
you gotta know German.
I promise you, I don't know a word. Not one.
Yeah, I love that. I promise you, I don't know German.
I don't know one.
So, can you say in German to any? I mean, right side broad.
English, Spanish, Chinese, German, whatever you want.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, so we know it right side. All kidding aside, I mean, we've got a lot of domestic viewers in this country, but we have people that watch from France and England. We've seen on these chats, probably some people from Germany. So no cursing, I hope. Say something to the German people watching.
Macht einfach die Augen auf und macht genau das, was euch das Herz sagt. I basically said, open your eyes and do whatever the heart tells you to do.
And then also, are you a supporter of Donald J. Trump?
I cannot really support him because I'm not allowed to vote here, but I understand people supporting him. I understand it.
What's it like in living in Germany compared to living in the United States?
Here it's more free. I think currently the situation here is easier because you're far away from an upcoming war probably. And I enjoy my time here in the South States.
Awesome. Nice to meet you. What's your name? Chris, nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you.
Take care. Oh, there you go. Good times.
I wonder if those shirts actually stem from the Walmart one. I don't know if you saw. There's this viral video that came out with this guy. He said he was on TikTok and he was like, "Yeah, so I was on the Walmart app and I was ordering some groceries and something popped up from a few years ago of an order that I had. It was like 45 items. It was like $129. He said I just went to click the button reorder just for with inflation and everything. It was $400+.
Sheesh.
So I'm wondering if that's what that shirt is, inspired by.
I mean, wow.
Because that's crazy.
That is.
Just a few years ago, 45 items cost $129 at Walmart, and now it's $400. That's insane.
The people of Georgia under Biden and Harris have lost about $1,000 a month to all of the costs. So there's just so much going on. Georgia's a border state, just like any state in the union. Yeah. You think about the southern border and the northern border, but every state is a border state.
Yeah, it's so completely ridiculous. And I think the way that they act is if we don't see it.
Yeah.
Like everything that's happening, the way it's affecting us, the way money is just completely just like leaking out of our bank accounts.
Right.
And they're like, nah. But like, hey, at least we brought Meg Thee Stallion on stage. Hey. We'll hire a black artist to come perform for us, and you guys all vote.
Yeah.
You'll support us because they got millions of followers, and it's like we're not dumb. I don't care what a celebrity thinks. I genuinely don't. Now, they have a right to think however they want to think, but I know they're getting paid to promote you anyway, and so it's just we don't rock with it anymore. We're kind of over it.
Yeah.
Ready for things.
So at this arena, is this what you're referring to right now? Because when Harris was here, a number of celebrity rappers were here as well.
Yeah. Was that actually here with Meg Thee Stallion and Quavo?
No
way.
Yeah, so here comes President Trump and okay, I don't need to have any of that.
Yeah.
And look at all the people.
Yo, I'm going to be here at 5. What time is it? Hold on, what time is it right now?
I don't know.
It's so many people. So many people.
Yes.
And I promise you, there's people that don't realize it's going to be this long that are coming later. They're going to be here and not realizing that it's so busy and so packed, and the only person that is packing this place is Donald J. Trump. It has nothing to do with anybody else. There's no free concert for a celebrity that all these people like. It's just him. And it's probably bringing even more people than even that concert did.
Exactly. So 3 o'clock, the pre-program starts, and then 4 o'clock, JD Vance takes the stage, President Trump at 5, and as you just mentioned, we see thousands of people.
Oh, so many
in Hotlanta.
And it's hot.
It is.
Man, I'm dripping. I'm like, oh, don't look. I don't want to pull my arms up.
Same here.
Don't you see the pit stains?
That is what it is. But this really, this is about the people, and that's what this is awesome. And we are the people.
We are the people.
We're right in with everybody.
Oh, we're just excited as everyone else.
Exactly.
We're out here in this line, and we're just wanting to talk to people and see their journey.
Exactly.
What brought you over? Because some people, like me, I first heard Trump for the first time in 2015. I was a fan off the bat.
Yeah.
I actually got a picture of him that day.
Yeah.
First time posted online, 200 plus comments of people saying what? He's a racist. He's a xenophobe. He's a homophobe. Words I'd never even heard before.
Right.
He's misogynist, and I'm like, huh? I didn't get it. And ever since that, I've been just a huge fan. And some people came from the other side.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, absolutely not. He's racist. All these things. They did the research. They wanted to prove that he was racist by bringing all this evidence, and they couldn't find it, and they were like, oh, maybe I was wrong. And now they're like more harder Trump supporter than like anyone else in the world.
Exactly. Being in the Bronx, I saw the same thing. All people were there.
Yeah.
All people supporting President Trump. And because he stands for common sense and the truth.
Yes,
it's
exactly.
pretty simple stuff, isn't it?
Oh, it's the most simple. It's 1 + 1 = 2, man.
Yeah.
It's awesome though. It's great to see. Some people are very like, even with Mark Zuckerberg lately, and obviously hold people accountable, and obviously we need to make sure that people actually are changing and shifting. But even Elon Musk, like, these people were very anti-Trump, or very more like on the liberal side of things, endorsing individuals who are currently destroying our country, and they've like turned, their opinions. They've changed their thoughts. Like Mark Zuckerberg out here saying, like, I'm not going to be involved. I'm not endorsing anyone. Dwayne The Rock Johnson said, I'm not endorsing anyone. Ashamed of his support for Biden. It's Elon Musk endorsing Trump and like buying Twitter/X to create a free speech platform where no one will get censored for having an opinion that opposes someone else or the mainstream opinion that's being propagated by media. It's so cool to see people changing, and I love to see that even more, especially influential people that have the ability to allow people to, give their thoughts freely, like Elon Musk. It's amazing, and Mark Zuckerberg. So let's hope he actually does that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The Wellness Company is one of our great sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. You can save 15% using the RSBN promo code. Always good to have a promo code, right?
So good to have a promo code. Why not use that? Get that discount. It's amazing.
15% off for it. So that emergency kit you see there on the screen, ivermectin, amoxicillin, Z-Pak, and more. Did you ever get COVID or anything? I got it once with my wife.
I never got COVID, not once. And I was at the point where I was like, it's not even real. I know it is. Right. But I was just like, I've never got it. My brother got it. My roommate had gotten it. Everyone got it. His girlfriend got it. We're all hanging around all the time, going out to dinner. Yeah. I never once got it. I got tested like 3 different times.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Well, at the end of the day, bacteria, viruses, and possibly if someone gets COVID. I know my wife and I had COVID over Christmas. I believe it was 2022.
Yeah.
And I would have loved to have some emergency kit like this, ivermectin and that kind of thing. So this is a kit that you can have, whether it's in your car, at work, at your house, or on a vacation. You don't want to go on a vacation and then it gets sick.
No. And I know some people that got like very sick. They were not feeling good at all. And I was like, I am so sorry that happened. But yet I know there's a doctor named Dr. Stella Emanuel who like said that she went to Capitol Hill and said like ivermectin and all these things can help. And so like he's being honest here. Like this stuff, if you have COVID and you're going through something, immediately the results are like almost immediate from what I've heard. It's just an immediate reaction of you get the ivermectin and you just feel better. And it's like, that's what the doctor ordered.
So MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Use the promo code RSBN for 15% off. Let's take a live look over here as we have a number of vehicles driving by. People honking and chanting.
From a communist country. Hey, thank you for showing us a better view of the audiences. Because it's fucked up what they do. It really is.
All right, so thank you. You too.
We got an individual here who
come on over.
He says he represents the Romanian community. Let's talk. Let's hear what you have.
My name is Daniel, and I represent the Romanian community in Atlanta. And I want to say something. If you have the guts to stand up for what's right, you better stand up, because God is in control, but we have to do our part. Look what happened in Venezuela. Look what happened around the world. My parents left Romania because they were persecuted and we could not go to school. And if you were, it doesn't matter how much money you had, how rich you were no good. So I'm telling you now, from the bottom of my heart, don't just stay around and let people take advantage of you. Stand for what's right. God bless America. God bless Mr. Trump, the future president, and God bless everybody that's standing here with us.
Thank you, sir. Well said.
You, Matt.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, great to meet you.
Titus, why don't you go ahead in there? Let's talk to some people.
Hey, how are you?
How are you?
So why are you here at this Trump rally today?
Because I support Donald Trump.
Why do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, because he's the best. He's conservative, and I believe in his views.
You don't believe all this racist, sexist, mumbo-jumbo that's being spewed all the time?
I don't believe in any of that.
And why is that?
Because I want the United States to be back to normal.
I mean, that's Make America Great Again, right?
Let's make America great again.
Yeah, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. What brings you to the Trump rally?
To support Donald Trump.
Why do you support Donald Trump? You seem very young. You're supposed to hate him.
No. That's the biggest controversy with especially my age, saying that he's a racist and against us voting. But us youngins need to get out and vote for the right people and get this country back the way it is, the way it used to be when he was here. I mean, getting back, and especially me starting out on my own. I mean, when he was president before, I really didn't pay attention, but now that I'm out on my own, I see everything just being crazy. Taxes are high, groceries, I mean, for just two people, it's $400 for groceries. I mean, that's ridiculous. But we need to have someone in office that's going to make America great again. So I'm here for Donald Trump.
Why is it that you didn't fall for all the racist, buzzwords they threw at him? Because a lot of people just hear it on the news and they immediately fall for it and they clipped something and it's like, oh, well, that's got to be true. Yeah, there's no such thing as context and there's no such thing. Why do you think you didn't fall for it like everyone else?
I do my research before I before I believe stuff. I never sit here and hear one thing and believe it immediately. I definitely research into things and say, okay, well, no. And then I come to things like this and see the way he talks, see it in person and not just clips put together that people edit. So, I mean, that's what you have to do. You have to put your research into things before you sit here and believe everything that you see.
That's very true. Well, thank you so much. It was so great to meet you.
Thank you.
Well, let's keep walking down. Say hello, sir. You have an amazing beard right there. Why are you here at the Trump rally today?
Because we support Trump 100%. Been with him since 2016. We went to his first rally here in Georgia. Went to one in Macon. This is our third.
Third rally. That's awesome. So you're a veteran. That's amazing. So what are you looking forward to most about Trump winning this next presidency?
The border and taxes, because the tax thing runs out, And, I call him the EBT president.
Who's that?
EBT president. Yeah. Economy, border, and taxes.
Hey, we're right on board with you. Back to Matt.
What's going on, man?
So we're interviewing some people. A lot of people are super excited. They're explaining the reasons why they're supporting Trump. We got Santa over here. He's out here being awesome.
Awesome.
So it's great. I love watching
Santa right there. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we walk way down this way, a little bit closer to the Atlanta Olympic torch. We're right at the base of that right now, here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. About 88 degrees. I'm going to check the weather real quick. Well, it says 80 on the app.
It feels like a billion.
But it's probably the whole real feel temp is probably with the humidity.
Yes.
Pushing 90 at this point.
Oh, for sure. Without a doubt. Man.
So you can see all of the memorabilia on the other side of the street here. This is Fulton Street in downtown Atlanta.
This is Georgia and San Angeles, Texas.
Watch all the time, bro.
All right, let's take a look over here to the left. So we'll see this pickup truck here in Georgia drive down. Why not, right? So your thoughts, seeing President Trump this time on camera, kind of working.
I know. It's a little different. But I'm excited. It's cool. I mean, I love to talk about it. I mean, that's how I started doing this to begin with. I've always been a yapper. I like to talk. I like to express my opinions, and I like to I like people to hear them at least. But my thing is, it's not like I'm trying to enforce you to believe what I believe. It's more of I'm trying to come to an understanding on how you believe what you believe.
Right.
And this is why I believe what I believe. It stems from my faith in Christ, and it stems from all that the moral issue that I believe is like going in our country. And so I just like to communicate with people on these things. So I'm excited to do it from this perspective.
Yeah,
it's new.
It's awesome to bridge the gap and meet people where they're at too. Here we go.
Absolutely. That's
There
pretty
you
cool
go.
truck.
45 to 47
with the gun. I'm Mary MAGA.
All right, so that guy has Tennessee tags on. The state of Tennessee, obviously a great state as well.
Oh, for sure.
Let's turn it around and show the crowd here. at this point.
I love all the Trump merch they have out here. So much
Yeah.
merch. I remember when I was in Grand Rapids for the rally, how all the fight shirts were already made. I was like, it's been a week. People are on top of this.
Yeah.
Super exciting.
Yeah,
Super
it is
cool.
definitely rally day here in Georgia. So it's about 12 minutes to the top of the hour, 11 o'clock Eastern here in Atlanta, Georgia. 3 o'clock is the pre-program. 4 o'clock, the vice presidential nominee, JD Vance, will take the stage. And then at 5 o'clock Eastern, President Trump will take the stage here in Atlanta. So let's see if we can get another vantage point here, because we've been in this spot here. I think the only way to the other side over there is actually going on the street on that sidewalk. So let's go ahead around that way. And I think the only way is back this way. All right, so we're just gonna go live here on right side and just kind of walk around, and we're gonna get to some more people. There's huge crowds on the other side, so we're gonna go to that. So Titus, tell us a little bit more about yourself. Again, you're from Grand Rapids, Michigan, right?
From Grand Rapids, Michigan. Well, technically I was born in Oklahoma. My parents had me and my older sister in Oklahoma, but every other one of my siblings were born in Michigan. That's where they're from. And yeah, we grew up, they're both pastors, so I grew up in a Christian household.
That's cool.
Yeah, I've just been super, I remember watching the John Kerry versus George W. Bush debate with my dad growing up. I was never really into politics until 2015.
Right.
I was always a Christian, always was against abortion. And then it wasn't until in 2015.
Hello. Okay, hold on. You got a red light. Just stop there. You have a red light?
40 Chinese Americans here to support Trump.
All right. We love that.
Okay, we're just getting a...
We'll see you in there.
I saw you. I knew you. Every time I watch ISBN, I have friends in Michigan, in California, here in Georgia. I say I'm looking for ISBN. I'm going to speak to the press today.
Yes.
I'm going to tell Trump should ask, who is Kamala? Okay, let the voters decide. Let the voters decide who is Kamala Harris. Okay, if they do some search, they will know what a phony she is. What a phony she is. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Do you love that? Do you love what he said?
Yes.
What are you guys' thoughts about President Trump?
Oh, we just love him. He is the best president ever in the 1,000 years.
Well, why is he the best president ever to you?
Because he actually, want to make America great again. He exposed the deep states, and then we never see the president like this in the 1,000 years. All the other president is all controlled by deep states.
You are preaching some good stuff right
Yes,
there.
100%.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you guys. Take care, everybody. Take care. Hello. Let's stop here for a sec. I just want to stop here for a second. This is obviously ad lib. We're just rolling with it out here. But isn't it interesting? I'm like, let's go walk around, and then we run into that guy who does the epic soundbite of soundbites.
Opens the door
He opens the door in the middle of
movie.
downtown Atlanta, but it was a red light. If it was green, I wouldn't have done that. It was red.
Yeah, it was red.
Let's keep walking.
We were being safe.
Where were we on that conversation, Titus? We were talking about how you're from Michigan.
Yeah, from Michigan, raised in a Christian household.
I love this. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I know. It's
Look at a
awesome.
beautiful American.
I love how many people are so patriotic.
Yeah.
It's so cool to see.
So, are you in college now, or?
No. I'm 29, out of college. I currently am working on a Patriot TV. I have a show. Me and my brother have a podcast.
Cool.
We film Monday. We have a daily show.
Yeah.
And we just talk about kind of all the issues that are going on in the country. Socially is probably our biggest thing. We really hate the attack on kids and the propagandized message that is completely ruining the fabric of our society. So we really come at people trying to indoctrinate children, come against the brainwashing of black culture, trying to make us feel as if we're oppressed. There's a systemic racism coming against us, keeping us down. When in reality, if we just, pursue life, liberty, and happiness, like the Constitution teaches, it says pursue life, liberty, and the pursuits of happiness.
Right, and a government of the people, by the people, and for the people.
Yes, exactly.
So I just wanted to stop here for a quick second just to show you guys at home the left right here. This is Atlanta 1996. Near this area is the Atlanta Olympic Torch. It says the Olympic Games bring us joy, hope, and instruction. The planners, players, and coaches teach us the rewards for choosing worthy goals, respecting others, obeying rules, self-discipline, training, and giving one's best. Interesting. We can keep walking then at that point, but the Olympics right now are a little bit far from that statement, aren't they?
Yeah, just a little bit, just a tad. Almost completely opposing those statements.
We could look at all the people on the left here.
Big fans. Trump, Trump. I don't want to be that guy, but I don't think I've ever heard that being said about Kamala.
So I know exactly, and so this little sidewalk here, they're not letting us access this. So we're gonna keep walking to try and interview people. So let's keep walking around this way.
Yeah.
So were you at the People's Convention in Detroit for TPUSA?
It was West Palm.
Oh,
Believers.
West Palm. Oh, the Believers Summit.
I was at the people. Yes, I was at both of them.
That's
the Detroit
cool.
one, and then there was the West Palm one was last week.
TPUSA does an awesome job out there. Isn't it great to see TPUSA?
Oh, I love TPUSA, yeah.
AmFest is fun. CPAC's fun. So I don't think we're going to be able to access these guys over here, but I don't know if they'll be able to come over. I want to see if these guys would come over to us. I mean, this is really tough for us to get to a lot of people. How you doing, sir? So, all right, what do we do now? That's the question.
That is the question.
Well, let's see if
I'm sure the people will be willing if we just went.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see if the guy in the blue hat and the lady in the red there and that guy, you want to see if they'll just come over for a quick interview. They can step back in, hopefully. Well, I mean, we're trying here to get some interviews. Okay, we do see a spot that we might be able to cut through. Well, we have the people coming over right now, so. How you doing? Hi, I'm Matt. Nice to meet you. What's your name? Andrew, nice to meet you. Where are you guys from?
Andrew Corey, nice to meet you.
Yeah. You guys from Georgia?
Yes, Canton, Georgia. Yes.
First time being on Trump?
No, second. We went to the one in Macon. We tried to go to the one in Rome, but we got there late and we missed the shuttle buses.
Yeah.
So this is technically our third.
What do you guys think of Marjorie Taylor Greene?
We like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yeah.
She's going to be speaking. Yeah.
Yes.
She'll be talking today. A number of other people will be talking in the pre-program. Of course, we'll have JD Vance and President Trump. How awesome is that?
Yes, awesome. And we like JD Vance, and they're not weird.
Yeah. What do you think about the left trying to call?
I mean, they
call us normal weird. And,
yes.
Yeah. They're projecting what they are.
Right,
and
exactly.
it's always, they get their talking points, and the same liberal media just repeats it nonstop, and it's just so ridiculous.
Okay, so obviously you're passionate about this, as are the nation, right? We're seeing a lot of bad things going on, but I have a question for you. We see the leadership on the left. Is that Kamala Harris and Biden? That's who Donald Trump talks about, right? So-called leadership, exactly. But Democrats across the country, though, there's some good-hearted people out there. Their mind might think of something else about the country, but President Trump doesn't go after those people. It's about we the people. He wants to be a president of all of America. So what are your thoughts about that?
Well, if you want a good economy, if you want secure borders, and you just want our country to make America great again, he's who you need to vote for. It's just common sense.
Right.
Common sense. I mean, it's not. Yes. It's common sense. That's it's not hard. Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right. So our camera guy said that we might be able to access the other area there to try and get to more people here.
Okay.
Obviously, more when you're in the city environment, then you don't have as much access. Like the other day, you saw Paul Ingrassia and Nikki Stanzione. They were live outside of the Farm Show complex in Harrisburg, right?
Yeah.
And they were able to just talk to a number of people just out there. So we're going to try and access this on live TV here, but it's all good.
Yeah.
So you're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're going to try and access this spot here. We got you. Yeah, you guys. All right. So after this commercial break, we're going to talk to these awesome people in Atlanta, Georgia. We'll be right back.
I'm excited to announce my all-new mattress topper. In the times we're in, I wanted to bring you the best affordable mattress topper ever. So I took my two best technologies and combined them to make the ultimate mattress topper. And now you can get it for as low as $69.98. Queen size only $99.98. It all starts with my famous MyPillow foam that provides you that overall full body support. Second is the individual comfort supports that give you an amazing custom sleep experience. It's like it's made specifically for you. The queen size alone has over 14,000 comfort supports. This is the perfect mattress topper to improve any bed. New bed, old bed, your guest beds. Get them for every bedroom in your house. Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the all-new My Mattress Topper for as low as $69.98. Queen size only $99.98. Don't delay, order today.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live Show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
You ask and we listen. We're finally bringing the most requested offer ever. Get the queen size premium MyPillow, now only $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. It helps keep your neck aligned and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep of your life. But that's not all. Get our 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets, only $25. Our brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. Get our famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25 and so much more. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products, including the premium queen size MyPillow, only $19.98. That's the lowest price ever. Don't delay, order today. From all of us here at MyPillow, thanks America!
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk. Don't forget to catch the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live Show right here on RSBN. That's right, RSBN. Now that's Right Side Broadcasting Network, okay? See y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Hey friends, pro-life leader Frank Pavone here. Happy to be part of the Right Side Broadcasting family and happy to be joining you again for one of our President Trump rallies. God intervened to save his life. And the point I want to make with you today is God does everything with a purpose in mind. God knows the future. He sees the future. He gives each person a mission in life. Why would he spare someone's life? It's for the purpose of allowing them to accomplish their mission. I've called this God's endorsement of President Trump. He knows exactly what President Trump is trying to achieve, so do we all. God has allowed this movement to continue. He has allowed the mission of this man to continue. I have never been more proud than now, and I'm sure you can say the same, of wearing this hat to show the dominance, to show the greatness of this MAGA movement, the greatest movement in American political history. Would you join with me each weeknight on Praying for America here on Right Side Broadcasting Network? Because we pray for President Trump, we pray for America, and we look at the developments in politics from a biblical world view. Praying for America each night, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Let's pray now. Lord, bless President Donald J. Trump, his team, his advisors, his beautiful family, his America, his Republican Party. Bless all of us, and may we proudly wear and spread and proclaim the banner of MAGA for the good of ourselves, our fellow citizens, our families and churches, our businesses, and our great nation, and indeed, Lord, for the peace of the world. Bless President Trump. Thank you for saving his life. Thank you for continuing to give him strength in his mission, which is also our mission, to make America great again. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. We'll see you, friends, on Praying for America. God bless you.
USA! All right, live back here in Atlanta, Georgia at the Georgia State Convocation Center. So this is the Georgia State Arena. The people don't care if it's 80, 90, 95 degrees humid. They don't care. They're here for President Trump. They're here for the country. They're here to hear Marjorie Taylor Greene. They're here to listen to JD Vance. And they're having a great time. So let's interview some people here. How you doing? Nice to meet you. What's your name?
Freddie.
Nice hat, by the way.
Thank you, sir.
Obviously, you're out here with all the friends and family, basically, right?
Yes.
Can you talk about that being what it's about, isn't it? It's about friends and family.
That America should be like that. We're conservatives for a reason because we follow God's law. We don't follow the evil left's law. So yes, it should be about family. It should be about morals. It should be about scripture. It should be all about God. And that's what this party is about.
Your thoughts about the southern border?
The southern border? My thoughts about the southern border is I think that states should have jumped in and did that. I think the state should have jumped in and did something about that as well. Texas, Arizona, like we do need to fight. Okay. Trump's last words after he got shot, yeah, fight, fight, fight. We as Americans need to fight too.
All right, guys, take care. We got to go. All right, so security told us from this little access point, as you saw the security guard there, he said that part's closed, so obviously we obey that order. So we're going to walk back to the other side. And our camera guy doing the best he can right there. It's all good, man. We could show everybody here. Always good, Titus, to see people that are loving our country and loving President Trump.
Oh, it's amazing. The patriotism is strong here.
Yeah. It's reminded me of some of Star Wars. The Force is strong with
this
one.
Literally, it's great, though.
No, it is awesome. It's great to see. And, you know, every event that we go to, that Grand Rapids event that week after Butler, Pennsylvania, man,
yeah.
It was awesome. So your hometown, right?
Yes.
Grand Rapids.
It's amazing to see people that are just like unapologetic, especially when they've been vilified throughout the media by this current administration over and over again, and just saying, "Yeah, I don't care. I'm still supporting."
So back home at the studio, if we've got our Linda McMahon interview ready to go, I know we'll be able to play that again for people a little bit later as well. But please let me know if you guys have that. I interviewed Linda McMahon. She's the chair of the America First Policy Institute.
Okay.
Of course, spoke at the RNC as well. And we know that this institute is all about election integrity. How you doing, sir?
Doing good.
You were the one in the car before.
He was the one in the car.
Yes, you know. Okay.
We're going to stand over here.
I told my friends I want to speak to the press today. I am one of the 40-something Chinese Americans here to support Trump, and I'm not here just for myself. I have friends in Michigan. Her name is Rebecca Dohan, and I have neighbors. And I'm gonna greet them. Okay, I'm gonna greet them. Okay, first of all, Bobby Woods, your daughter, Corey, and your neighbor, Paul Madison, and your next door neighbor is Pete. I'm here for you, and also my friends in PGD City. Her name, she is a Chinese, Ming Porter, and her husband, Bill Porter. I'm here for you. I know you guys cannot make it, but here I represent you, and we all know we are Chinese Americans. You know, we've been through the communism, and we don't want to see this country going down in the tube. You know, if that happens, there's no place for us to go. You know, we need to fight. We need to have the spirit. You know, Trump has already set up an example. Even in the face of death, he asked us to fight, to fight, to fight. If we fight, we're gonna win. We're gonna turn this country around. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And then this lady right here, she was shaking her head in agreement with what you were saying.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you.
What's your name, by the way?
Oh, you know.
We like you better than Brian.
ISBN.
Don't tell anybody.
ISBN.
We love Brian.
I already.
Brian too.
I told my friends to watch CSBN. I watch my friends, you know, like Rebecca this morning, and the other lady, her name is Bobby Wood. She and I talk about for 3 days.
Sir, our family, our siblings were taken away from us by family court. This is my brother. He was taken away with my 2 younger sisters because we love Donald Trump. That was literally what they argued in court. We're not allowed to talk to them. In fact, I'm going to read a text to you just now given to us by the court that said, just a note from Wendy, who is the guardian ad litem. There's such trash. Guardian ad litems will kill your family.
Before you get into all of this, I want to know some more context.
Yes, right.
What are you talking about?
Yes,
is this a story that is refresh the audience?
So this is from a Trump inspirational video, and we spotted it. We're like, there he is. That's our brother. And so we screenshotted it, and we're hoping to get it signed. Yes.
So can you talk to us about what everybody's talking about?
Okay, so basically, the children had a hard time with their father because he was breaking boundaries, pushing boundaries, and disrespectful at times. So they started turning away from him. So he went to court and charged us with parental alienation, me with parental alienation, which is not a thing. They don't accept it in medical areas and psychological areas. They don't accept it. But he's charging us with it. So the 3 younger ones, because of parental alienation, they took them away from us to see if they could make up their own minds about which parent they like. Why don't they like their dad? Well, he's pushing boundaries.
So I think what we're doing here. I've worked in the news industry for about 20 some odd years, right? So when I hear all of this, I have to write it down, make calls, verify. And since we're on live TV right now, we're doing that on the fly. So first of all, I love your hats. You don't have a hat on. And I love that hat right there too. So what we'll do is one of our other people here at Right Side, let's get your information. I want to talk to you on the phone. If we verify everything and this is a legit story, I have to confirm it, right? I obviously want to do it, especially if it's a true story, right? So we're here for you. So thank you. So again, number to them, okay? And then from here, if you want to talk about your brother, talk about President Trump, or whatever you'd like to, it is freedom of speech. But when there's what you're saying about, you know what I mean? So we all have to cover our bases. All right, so let's get back to the beginning. Your thoughts about just President Trump and your brother supporting him too.
Yes, they would love to be here today. In fact, we were on the phone with them. My mom, we're not allowed to talk, but our mom was on the phone with them the other day, and they started crying, and the guardian was with them, and she said, oh, they're not crying, they're just playing with toys. And one of the kids stepped in and said, no, I was just thinking about Trump. I wish I could be there at the rally. And we don't know if we're not going to get a call again because they're cutting us off more and more. It's just...
They said we were fanatics because we brought them to Trump rallies. But we love Trump, and he's our hope. And we know that when he comes back, there won't be communism in the family court anymore.
He really was a father figure to us. He still is, obviously. Very, very strong father figure. Very huge for us.
We read his books, and his books are great.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll get that information with you guys, but I agree with you on a number of things, including we don't want communism in our country. We want freedom. Titus, you have anything to say as well? I mean, people love freedom here.
Yeah, I also don't want communism in the country.
Yeah, exactly.
So I align with them on that one.
Can I interview you about
I
that?
love that. Yeah, go ahead. Ask me all the
What do you
questions.
think about communism?
Yeah, I think it sucks. You know, I think it's not really beneficial to our country. It completely goes against our Constitution. It goes against the American dream. So, yeah, that's something we want to rock with. No, we don't.
I saw a meme once that was like, communism is such a great idea, it has to be forced.
Exactly. What do you think, sir?
I think it's scary. Communism is destructive. Every country that our communism has touched, Nicaragua, Venezuela, Cuba, these people are fleeing their country. And if the communism is seated in America, where do we go? Everybody in the Democratic Party are aligned with communism. I, as a Nicaraguan, have suffered communism. We know the scariness of communism. And you don't need to be an intellectual to be fearful of communism. I am off the street. I'm not a politician. I'm not an attorney. I'm not a lawyer. But I know living in a country that is communism, the individual is in control. The individual makes his choice freely. Communism, the government determines who you are. How can we not see the difference between having candidates that expel communism compared to the others that is saying, let me speak the way we want to speak. So I totally support not only Trump, but the opportunity to create a new environment for my son. For my son.
One last thing before
Go
we
ahead.
go. 4 things that we were attacked for in court. Number 1 is that we are Catholic. That was attacked in court. Number 2 is that we are Irish. Shout out to Conor McGregor, the Donald Trump of Ireland. And then another thing was that we love Trump, and another was that we have studied the Confederacy, and they said that we're racist. And those were 4 things. I want to shout out to some people for family court. That is Tyler Vargas Andrews, who was blown up in Kabul, Afghanistan. He got his arm and leg blown up in Afghanistan. He spoke out about his experience in court and family court, and it's so brave of him to say that. And Parker Leverett and Caleb Leverett in Texas with their 50 million view YouTube video. Caleb stands up for his rights. You can look it up. And then finally, Richard Ducote of Ducote Law in Louisiana, who's spoken up, fought against the family court system for over, I don't know, 30 years, I don't know, many years. I just want to say thank you very much, and yeah.
That's awesome. So we have got a lot of people here. I want to see this shirt here. Let's look at this shirt. Asian Pacific Americans for Trump.
We love it.
If you love freedom, I want you to chant USA on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
USA! 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 USA!
Wow. That's awesome. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
These events is not for Trump. Trump has it all. Not for Trump kids, but for us. Trump has sacrificed everything for this country. For me. For me. For me. For the others that is not in the position of Trump. This guy had risked his life. And the only thing we have to do is show up and support him.
This is what I love about this. We are all from different places. Come on over. Come on over. Everybody come on. Let's huddle around here real quick. This, okay. So we are all Americans. We're all in this together. And who do we want in the White House?
Trump! Trump!
I have a few words to say. I talk you too much time. I have a few words to say, and this is Trump country. Georgia is Trump country. Trump kill or end Biden's political career just by one debate. Okay, this is the country You know, you remember 2000 in March 2021, 2 months into Biden's presidency, he came to Georgia. He tripped and fall. That was the first time. He tripped and fall publicly. This is a Trump country. We live in the Southeast. We drink sweet tea. We don't drink socialist Kool-Aid.
Yes, sir. Okay, real quick.
Okay.
I want to ask where everybody's from, okay? Okay, so, sir, where are you from?
I originally from China, so I know everything about communism, socialism, so that's why I'm an immigrant here. So I don't, right now I see all this vaccine mandate, all this stuff. It's typical. So that's why I support Trump.
Can you believe that in this country we're even having a problem with possibly losing freedom?
I can imagine it. So we have to defend our freedom. That's why.
Where are you from again?
I am from Nicaragua.
Nicaragua.
That's correct.
I've been there.
Okay.
Managua.
Beautiful. Bluefields.
Yes, Bluefields.
Yes, I am from Bluefields. And I see how threatening, how evil communism is. When I say communism, I have to say it with a lot of passion, because it's not an individual issue. It's a generational issue that we are attacking and we're trying to prevent. In Nicaragua, not one guy govern. It's a multitude of individuals that come from all over the communist country that is united to challenge capitalism here in the West. So we have a fight that we have to fight, and fight. Guys, if we don't fight, we're not going to be able to conquer this communism.
Amen. Where are you from?
I'm from India.
Awesome. Tell us your thoughts about the country right now.
It's sad. I came here 40 years ago as a legal alien, and through the proper processes, I got my citizenship in '98. And I just absolutely love this country. I've had a fabulous career. It's allowed me to do what I wanted to. I'm a retired professional now and enjoying, but it's sad to see how much this country has gone down, especially these last 3 years. We have to get Trump back in. Have to. There's no choice.
Amen to that as well. What's your name?
Callie.
Nice to meet you, Callie. It's a beautiful name. What's your name, sir?
Stephen Albandian.
Where are you from?
Loganville, Georgia now. I'm first generation American. My family of Armenian descent.
I love seeing you here, and I love seeing everyone here right now. What do you think when you see people from all around the world and they're here for support of freedom and Donald Trump?
Well, it's what America's about. Big melting pot, assimilating, becoming Americans. We all come from different cultures. The faster we assimilate to the American culture, the American way of life, this is the only country that allows people to come here as refugees with nothing, okay? My dad came here in 1939, sponsored by an American family. No welfare, nothing given to him, everything had to be earned. And this is the country that allowed our family to go from being refugees with nothing to being prosperous.
Sir, thank you. Sir, your thoughts as well, seeing people from all different countries. Where are you from, actually?
Well, thank you. My name is Hai Cao. I'm a Vietnamese refugee. Came here in 1975 for 50 years. And I'm now become a U.S. citizen. And the reason I'm running, I am a Republican nominee for the State Representative 107. And the reason I'm running, because I have been successful in this country. And I want to pay it forward, and to keep this country from becoming a communist country like Vietnam. And just one thing I want to share with people who think that Kamala Harris is up in the poll right now. Just think about this. She has never done anything, and she was bottom of the poll, and all of a sudden in 2 weeks, she climbed up. You don't think that the media and all those people create the fake poll to mislead American voter? That's my message.
Amen. We agree. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Wow.
Trump's going to win. People say, the media states that there won't be a big crowd out here. What I read, there's thousands of people out here for Trump's rally. We need Trump in office to get our economy back in store. We need everything done. We need our oil back. We need our freedom back. We need everything back.
Thank you. Thank you. I agree. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, so Titus, what the heck just happened?
We just met a lot of amazing patriots that have experienced or seen or know what's happened from the country that they came from to get here, and they're saying they don't want to go back to that. You see a man over here was talking about how there's so many tendencies and like elements that happen in my country that I see happening here, and it's a scary thought because I came here to get away from that.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of scary, and like that's why they're all here so passionate, unapologetically to vote for Trump and support him, because they know that he wants to bring back American values
for the United States.
Exactly, and this thing's hitting us in the face with the truth. You know?
It's all good.
Just like
we're okay with it. Like,
yeah.
We love the flag.
Yeah, thank you.
So. We have a lot to get to, of course, and we're going to interview more people.
Yes.
I just want to recap a couple things, and we want to thank some of our sponsors as well.
Yes.
First of all, Titus, can you tell people about what your full name is and where they can find you online?
My name is Titus Ellis Smith. You can find me on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, on Patriot TV. The Smith Bros, me and my brother have a show, daily show. But that's where you can find me, where we talk about everything that these people are talking about here, everything that Trump's trying to do. We support that message. We support that American dream that, that's been given to us. That's the reason why we're able to be here right now. I'm able to be here right now. This country's so racist that I'm on RSBN right now talking with this awesome guy about the amazing president that Donald Trump was and that he's going to be again with these amazing patriots.
So, Titus, right now, she says, no, we're not fake news. Definitely not fake news.
If you are real.
We're real. I wouldn't
trust the broadcaster anymore.
I understand you don't trust it. I don't trust the broadcast either in the sense of the mainstream media.
Did you see the whole mainstream media is just glorify the camera and the demonize Trump?
I know.
Actually, that's totally wrong.
We are fearing that you don't edit it. The people who
This is
are
live. Actually, watch this. You can go on Rumble right now. Download the app and go to RSBN and watch us right now. And talk to you know. Let them know.
We don't trust this news anymore. Nobody believes that.
But no, I agree with
We
you.
want a strong president.
Yes.
And my son is a military, now deployed in the Middle East.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I just wonder, we need a strong president.
Yes.
When the President Trump is in the White House, we don't have no war, and the people living lots of better lives.
Yes, amen.
And now look at what the Biden brought us into.
I know.
If you are with Trump and you give him the wrong guidance, you're out of here.
Yeah.
He don't tolerate no bullshit. So that's the president that we want, that he leads, not the people around him leads him.
Yes.
So that's why you find with Biden, all the chaos, because he don't know who is guiding him in the best interest of their organization and not in the best interest of the country. Trump can see it from a distance. If I pick you to employ you with me and you're not doing your job, you're fired.
That's right. That's right.
You are fired.
Amen.
He don't fear firing you.
No.
If you cannot prove competency, you're gone.
Peace through strength under Donald Trump.
Trump have no compromises. He don't not compromise with individual. His compromises is with the country. So he don't fear substituting individuals. His heart and his mind is for the country.
Yes.
If the individual do not produce, I don't want you around me.
Freedom of speech, yes, sir. We agree. We agree.
The mainstream media and they trying to demonize the vice president too. Trying to divide us.
I know.
You notice that? Because the JD Vance is the Trump choose vice president, but the mainstream media says even some of the Republicans think it's no good choice and stuff. They're trying to just put all those fake narratives there, trying to divide us.
Yes. Thank you.
Ms. Harris doesn't even know the difference between a woman and a man.
No, very true.
Ms. Harris doesn't even know if she's black or she's Indian. How can she govern the country? She don't know if she's Indian or black. If she at a black agencies, she is black. If she go to Indian agencies, she is Indian. So she leave me confused. Until then, I don't want to get close to them.
I have to see your eyes. I agree with you 100%. No, I agree. You guys are awesome. We're going to talk to you guys in just a second. We got to thank some sponsors real quick. So this is great, right?
Oh, it's amazing.
This is awesome. My name's Matthew Alvarez, if you'd like to follow on Truth Social. Obviously, RSBN, at RSBN.
Yes.
So let's thank some of our sponsors. We want to dive right back into all of this. This is what we do at Right Side. It's from the people to the president. From the people to the president. And freedom of speech is a beautiful thing. So the Free Trump book, if you go to freetrumpbook.com, Mike Huckabee in Tennessee, not too far from where we're at here in Georgia, he has this great book that will actually, what's the word for, well, I guess the point is there's a lot of doctrination going on with the schools, right?
Re-educate you on the truth.
Re-educate you on the truth. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. No
so that's exactly what this book's all about. It's about President Trump. It's called freetrumpbook.com.
Oh, yeah. We need to get that book right now because you've been told so many lies about this man. And if you actually see the truth, maybe you'll be objective in seeing how he's actually helped this country and that a lot of things have been edited. And yeah, he's like, I mean, everybody's not for everybody when it comes to personality.
Right.
But when it comes to what you can actually do and what you've actually done, you have a proven track record of success.
Right.
And you have a proven track record of putting the country and the people in the country first.
Right.
And who cares if they say, makes a joke you don't like?
Yeah.
Who cares if they do say something that you don't like, as long as what they're doing is beneficial to you, your family, and the future generations, your legacy.
He's running to be a president for all of America.
Yes.
So if there are any Democrats watching right now, he's there to be running for you as well.
Exactly. That's the thing they don't realize. It's not. He doesn't make tweets talk about how, hey, Democrats, we need to do this. Hey, Democrats. He talks about the people. He talks about the American people. How can we help you? I want to help you. You don't like me? I still want to help you because I care about you. You're a priority for me.
Yeah.
Your priority. If you're an American, coming through, born here or coming here legally, you're an American and you are a priority.
100%. The left wants to, at the leadership levels and the mainstream media, that small group up, the so-called up there, has a loud megaphone and makes us all think that all Democrats are this extreme way.
And
that is not the case.
Not the case. I have Democrat friends who are very understanding, who are willing to hear the other side, who are honestly, they wouldn't even be considered Democrat. They may call themselves that, but they're more moderate. They're more, because they're realistic. They understand that, hey, we are all people. I'm not going to sit there and take my ideology and slap you in the face with it and hate you if you oppose it.
Yeah.
It's very much so, hey, America, we're both Americans. I don't like what's happening at the border. I don't like this. The reasonable individuals that are permeating throughout our country. There's so many of you out there. There's so many of you. And it's crazy how they've tried to divide us through media and through television, through film. And that's the thing. It's through all these things. They're trying to divide us and separate us. Oh, you like this person? Then you are the villain. You are the opposition, and I don't like you anymore. And it's not the case. There's so many people that are willing to listen to the other side. There's so many people that have been brainwashed. And once they learn the truth, it will set them free.
100%.
So,
The truth will set you free.
Yeah.
And it's about winning the hearts and minds.
Yes.
There are very good-hearted people that I've met on both sides of the aisle, but then sometimes the woke mind virus is working on somebody.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, we want freedom. We want the same things.
We sure do.
All right, let's take a little bit of a walk. How you doing, sir?
You want to talk to me?
Yes, let's talk to you. What's your name?
Mark.
Mark, I got
Yes, I come here from China 35 years ago. From day one, I'm Republican.
Nice.
Yeah, because Republican pay attention to the equity competition. But Harris, her pay attention to share equity is totally nonsense. That will totally crash America.
Yeah, I got it.
And I think now the top priority is how to stop the stealing.
Yes.
How to stop the fraud, the cheating. If we cannot stop the cheating, 9 to 10, it will see Harris curve again. And all this leftists, they rooted from Marxism. You know Marxism?
Yes, Marxism, yes.
Marxism, Marx found his theory. It's rely on so-called working class. But America so developed, all the working class, once you working hard, you will get dream.
Yes, individual responsibility, right?
So then back to 1930, last century 30s, the communists, they hold the worldwide party. They study, say, why Marxism is failed. Because working class is no longer reliable. So they have to figure out, rely whom. They rely, so they try to find the new crack of the society. We Chinese say the egg, no crack, the fly, no way to lay down egg. So the crack is, what the crack is sex, is immigration and race. So they do their best in the almost 100 years. They expand this crack, make the conflict originally is not a big problem, but they work on, make the crack bigger. So put the America in the current situation. It's called new N-E-O, new Marxism. It's not a traditional Marxism. It's not a dictatorial Marxism.
And so what we're looking for is freedom in this United States of America and around the world, yes?
Yeah, so yes. So we should teaching people, let people know what is a new Marxism.
Yes.
So once you get this theory, you will see everything clear.
Yeah.
It is totally a new Marxism.
Yes, new Marxism. I understand. You know, we've got socialism, communism, Marxism, the woke mob. There's just so much going on, but we need to have freedom. We need to have our Constitution, right?
Yes, the political correctness is just a suppress freedom.
Thank you, sir, for talking with us. Thank you. Asian Pacific Americans for Trump. How you doing, sir? We're going to go right around this way real quick.
Yes, thank you.
We'll come back around. Well, why don't you come with us? We'll talk with you and walk with you. We're going to walk around this way. Let's be safe, guys, around the street here. Come on, sir. What's your name?
Yeah, Bob.
Bob. Where are you from?
Atlanta here, but I'm also from Tennessee.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a truck driver of 20 years, been a farmer and rancher for another 25 years.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you, we're foundation people and we know what's going on in this country.
Right.
And we're some of the most intelligent people on planet Earth. And you know, we've seen Secret Service come up here and give a speech. I always wanted to ask Secret Service what happened up there at Butler, Pennsylvania. You're so strict, and if Trump's...
Are you on him?
And if Trump needs some good security that'll keep his life straight, protect his life, we're the real deal. You could call people like me, Dan Bongino, and we could do a better job than them people did up there at Butler, Pennsylvania.
A lot of great Secret Service agents there protecting President Trump at that point. And of course, in some of the leadership area, we know that the director stepped down. But sir, thank you so much for talking with us. This is going to get shot, right? Good. Are we allowed to go in there, sir? Media?
Before I tell you wrong,
it is right there.
I will get an answer for you. Just give me about 5 minutes.
All right, thank you, sir.
I'm not near done yet.
I'm just getting started.
Come here. Come on in, sir. Come on in, sir. Come on in. Why don't you stand right here with us? Well, first of all, this is Titus. My name is Matt. You said Bob?
Yeah.
I like how he said that. He goes, I'm not near done yet.
Do you have any questions?
Yes. Your thoughts about the Constitution and the fact that we need to have that as the law of the land continuing, because it seems like it might be in question right now. Do you agree?
Yeah, I'm a resident up at Camden, Tennessee, and I've been threatened with 7 days in jail for flying the American flag, exercising my constitutional rights. If anyone has any doubt how bad it is in this country, go to Camden, Tennessee, and you'll learn how bad it is. See, I'm here in Atlanta because us truck drivers, we're all over the place, and I've seen that this rally is here in Atlanta, and I just so happen to be here. So the deal is about the Constitution. You know, they're trying to, what's so funny is they're trying to take our freedom of speech before they're trying to take the Second Amendment. And I think we got it figured out, but it's so crazy. It's because, like Trump, they're after him because he's exposing their corruption, right? That's how the same way it is with me in my district. They want to destroy me. I totally know how Trump feels. They want to destroy me because I'm exposing them, and it's just a little one-horse town. So the deal is about the Constitution. You know, you take all these Democrats want to do away with the Constitution. You're going to see the biggest uprising that you've ever seen in this country, because we're not going to be like animals. We're not going to be like suckers, period. And so I could tell if Trump's watching, you know, we deal with police officers all over this country. As far as full immunity, I don't think that's a good idea, because police officers need to be held accountable when they do, when they don't.
And he totally understands that. He actually got that question the other day. He totally understands that part of it.
Let me make a point on that about full immunity against police officers. If that's not a good idea, and I feel like Trump's going to lose a lot of votes if he stresses on full immunity to police officers. I mean, I'll walk through whatever to get Trump elected, but that is one thing. Me as an American citizen, I don't like him saying full immunity for all police officers.
And that's the beauty of our country, is that we can support someone like Trump and disagree with certain things.
If I walk down the street here and if I do something wrong, I need to be held accountable. And so police officers also need to be held accountable.
And as we know, law and order, and there's only a very small percentage of anything like that. You know, every industry unfortunately has a bad egg. But
I've been stalked twice in Camden, Tennessee. I've been stalked actually 3 times. And so here's the deal. If you forget anything I ever said, all it takes is one time. That's what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. Did you know it's by the grace of God that Trump's still alive? Right. And all it took is one time. And I have a feeling that I agree with you. Secret Service, there's a lot of good guys in Secret Service. But all it takes is one. And Trump almost lost his life over that deal. And you know what? I could have done a better job as security in Butler, Pennsylvania than what Secret Service did.
Bob, thank you, sir.
Yes,
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for talking with us. So obviously the investigation continues with what happened there. And we saw, I mean, there were police officers around the whole building and people saw someone on the roof. There's so many questions to be answered.
Yeah.
So we hear what he's saying on that end. On the other end, of course, we know President Trump is a law and order president, loves police.
Yeah.
And so many people out here, I actually posted on my Truth Social at Matthew Alvarez, they were chanting "Back the Blue" when the Atlanta police vehicle drove by. So you can take a look if you'd like. Let's walk over this way as well. And then Titus, let's get we'll do some Q&A with some people over here.
Yeah.
From Trump to triumph.
You're a Trump supporter.
Trump to triumph.
Have you always been a Trump supporter?
The hoagie slop. Let me show you something here.
All right.
That matters. That's it, 2020.
Oh, that's awesome.
From Trump to triumph. Give it up, Kamala. It's over.
And so, what do you think about Trump? A lot of people have said Trump will stop focusing on the black, Indian, let's talk about her policies and how much of a train wreck of a senator, how much of a train wreck of a prosecutor she was. What do you think we need to focus on in order for Trump to win this election against Kamala? We know that she's not qualified, but they're trying to elevate her in a certain way. So what are your thoughts?
We should focus on is what's in our billfold. Where we're going to be living tomorrow. When Barack Obama was in office, he was giving out his free phones and this, that, and the other. And now that Joe Biden's in office, they're giving out iPhones and all this extra money. But think about the people who go to work every day and can't buy an iPhone. Think about the people who don't get a check of $2,500 a month. So what we need to think about is the ones that's, rightfully here and are contributing to our society. Are you contributing also to your neighbor? Not just to money that you can get to send home, and not trying to be bought because Kamala, a lot of times from my perspective, it's just my opinion, a lot of times people only vote because they want history. They didn't study economics, they didn't study world history, black history, U.S. history, American history. They only want history, you see. And you can't forget how history was made in this country for you to have the freedoms that you have. So if all you're trying to do is just put Kamala as the first woman in office and that you want the first black or whatever you want to call her office, then you don't care anything about the country. You just a history chaser.
And it's been proven, you know, like with Barack Obama, there's time and time again, there's so many people that said, yeah, I voted for him because he was black. I don't know. And you got even recently, there's a video of a woman saying, I'm voting for Obama because she's black.
Joe Biden made a statement. He says, if you don't vote Democrat, you're not black. Kamala Harris stood on stage beside Joe Biden and called him a racist, and yet as soon as she got dropped out of the race, she turned around and now she praised him like he's Mahani Gardner.
It's almost like they're not. It's almost like they're fake, huh? It's almost like there's nothing genuine.
Obama made a statement one time talking about that ain't yours. You didn't earn that. Barack Obama, you didn't work 40 hours a week for that money. I did. So don't tell me what I don't own and what I didn't work for. So we already know that a lot of them are doing it for the votes, doing it for the black votes and stuff. I'm an African American, but if you look inside my hand, it's the same color theirs. So I believe that Trump, you know, just like in churches, you have preachers that preach different things. I believe that Trump is a person in his heart. He cares about people and the economy. I don't, you know, we all got little things that we've said, but it's about the economy.
Yeah, because a lot of times they'll be focusing on, they pander to a demographic of people. They focus on marginalized groups. They focus on these people instead of the whole country, instead of every individual. And so I think it's really important what you're saying is that, what are you helping your neighbor? It's kind of, the left is kind of like push this selfish mentality where it's all about you. It's all about you. In terms of helping out your neighbor, that's not even a concept that they want to like live up to anymore. So I think it's beautiful that you're coming out. And honestly, as much as it sucks to even have to say this, us being black Americans, it really inspires people and opens people's eyes to the fact that maybe they have been lied to. And so I'll keep doing what you're doing, because what you're doing is inspiring and helping a lot of people see the truth.
Well, if we ever get education, maybe we can move forward and get out of this situation we're in. But as long as we're not educated, we'll always continue to vote for history, and we won't vote for policy.
Exactly. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that.
Nice to meet you, man.
USA! 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 USA!
Awesome stuff here in Atlanta, Georgia. How you doing, man? What's your name?
Great. Doing really good.
Where are you from?
Italy.
Italy. Nice to meet you.
My pleasure.
So what is it like to see President Trump? You're going to see him in a few hours.
Oh, terrific. Okay, I've been doing this. I came here just to go and see him. Can you imagine? Yes, because he's definitely a winner. Yes. Okay? And he's a tough guy, and he's going to get rid of all this nuisance that we have around.
Yeah, exactly.
Not just in the U.S., but in the world.
Did you hear about, switching topics a little bit, I agree with what you're saying, the Olympian, the girl from Italy, the boxer, do you hear about this story or no?
No, I did not. I'm sorry.
That's okay. So do you live in the Atlanta area?
She does.
Yes, I heard about it, yes.
Yeah, you heard about it. Yes. What are your thoughts about the fact that she was not able to keep going, obviously because she was taking on a man?
Well, I think that the women should be in women's sports and the men should be in men's sports.
That's simple as that, right?
I mean, that is. Yeah, a woman's a woman, a man's a man. So that's the way it should be. So unfortunately, I feel bad for the person, but I think that they should stick to the individual sports they belong to.
Yeah, go ahead.
All I'm going to say, there's nothing wrong with people wanting to go one way or the other, but the easiest way, who's like, okay, so somebody said, okay, Michael Jordan's playing basketball. Are we going to bring in what's Brittany Stewart? Brittany Stewart, probably one of the best basketball players of all time for women. What would happen if a 6-foot man played against a 5'9" woman? Nothing against either. What's going to happen? Women do not belong in men's sports. It's not a thing.
And the other way around.
No, it's not a thing. It does not matter. That's stupid. It makes no sense. It's like if I had a kid and I'm trying to train him for tennis and then some guy shows up against my daughter, there's nothing else to say.
And finally, I saw you here earlier. You were chanting pretty passionately. Why are you so passionate about this country?
I voted when I was 17 and a half because the cutoff was December 31st, 1997. I'm a third-time Trump voter, and I'm going to keep voting for him because the thing is if he were to walk in this crowd and somebody said something to him, he would just fight for you. He does not care. He does not matter what his agenda is. None of that. It does not matter. He is here for us. He does not care.
I hear you loud and clear. I have to talk about one product real quick, and then we'll interview you here in a second, if that's all right. All right, so Angel Paste is one of the products, of course, that you can take a look at on your screen. Any information there that you see, just reach out to them. They're from Spring, Texas. They hire veterans there at that company, so it's awesome. Obviously, a great product there. I have to get the product for my wife. I keep saying that, but I actually have to do it this time. It's a great product, along with all the other products here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So you see the information on your screen. Go ahead and reach out. And we'll be thanking them a little bit later in the broadcast as well. So let's go to your right, my left real quick. What's your name?
Blair Baker.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
All right, so where are you from?
Wrightsville, Georgia.
All right, awesome. What do you think when you see all these people? What runs through your mind?
I love it. We're here to support Donald Trump and his family and make America great again.
Awesome. Any specific issues that you see out there in the country that really are bothering you?
Build stronger borders, get transgender men out of the women's sports, and make America great again.
Awesome. Thank you so much for talking with us. All right, we're going to kind of cruise through here, Titus. Let's try and go in this way.
Thank you.
Yeah, God bless you guys. USA.
USA, all the way, baby.
So we're going through here to an area where we'll be able to interview some people. Hi. RSBN, it's Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Right Side Broadcasting.
Yes. All right, so we're just accessing the area. How you doing, sir? Good to see you again. What was your first name again?
Aurelio.
Aurelio. Nice to meet you.
My pleasure.
My mom's from Sicily.
Oh, really?
Yes, yes.
Oh, parents are from Puglia, even farther south.
Wow.
Yes,
Wow.
definitely.
Very cool.
And we all want for Trump to get rid of all this cheating that is around.
Exactly.
That is what we need.
I agree. What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm good, brother.
Let's go over this way. Can we ask you a quick question?
Oh, yeah.
Won't come on over. I don't know. Somebody was pushing it.
Yeah, they was pushing me.
But your thoughts, man? I mean, being here in Atlanta.
We have to destroy Kamala and all of her wickedness. She don't want to admit that she's an East Indian. They had a lady on the other day interviewing Trump, and Trump said the right thing. She just turned black yesterday. I don't know how this heifer turned black that quick, because she don't want nobody to know that her father grandfather was one of the biggest slave masters in Jamaica, and the city was named after him, called Browntown, which means East Indian town. And East Indians, they had the most slaves. She don't want to admit that. Then she comes over here and they asked her, hey, we want to get rid of all these black people being in jail for not doing violent crimes. And she said, no, California needs cheap labor. So the devil believes in the same slavery that our grandfather believed in, which is Matthew chapter 23. If I was back in those days, I wouldn't have did Joe. People like that, Jesus said, you are of your father the devil, and the wickedness of your father you do.
So I have a question real quick, and then I know Titus has some questions too. But so we know it's light versus darkness, right? We know it's good versus evil. But the thing is, it seems like the so-called evil is only within some of the leadership, right? It's some of the mainstream media. It's not all Democrats are not so-called evil. You know what I mean?
Right.
So we got to get winning the hearts and minds of everybody, right, for freedom. Am I right or no?
No, that's the correct way to be, because in Matthew chapter 22, Jesus said, go out to the highways and the byways and invite everybody, the good, the wicked, the weak, the sick, and the lame. Invite everybody that my house may be full. This is a democracy, so you got to get the people. All I got to do is say to them, the Bible said when they see the two brethren, Revelation 11:3 through 18, it said when they see the two brethren, the black man and the white man, in unity, the people will rejoice and choose God.
Amen.
But they got to see what they consider a real black man. Like Alan West is a real black man, but they don't consider him that. They consider me that because I was with Yahweh ben Yahweh. I'm the ultimate black supremacist. Trump is supposed to be the ultimate white racist, both of which is a lie. But when we stand together, we cancel that crap out. That's why other than RSBN and Newsmax, you're the only one that interview me, because they don't want their people to see me out here, because real black people, all of the gang members, all of the hood, they love me. And they know when I stand with Trump, I'm doing an event, American Gala Award. I'm inviting you guys. With Trump, I got him on camera saying he's going to come. He's getting a doctorate degree from a Haitian college to wipe out, he called Haiti a shithole country. We're going to wipe that out. Then I got Patti LaBelle, Gladys Knight, I got the Temptation, the OJ, the Supreme, the Platter, the Marmalades, Lil Wayne, Flo Rida. I got 100 black stars on camera saying they're going to come to this event. Trump thinks it's going to be the biggest event in America's history, and he said he's coming. I got him on camera.
Is there a website for that?
AmericanGala.com. That's going to be September 19th, and we're going to win the election by 90%. Just with
What's your first name again?
On the radio, I'm called Michael the Black Man. My actual name from my mother is Maurice Simonette.
My name is Matthew, and this is Titus.
Titus?
It's great to meet you.
That's a beautiful name.
Yeah.
What's that?
My mom named me Titus. She always wanted to name her son Titus, but my brother got to get my dad's name. So, anyways, you're out here, and as a black person, that we always get vilified for being supporters of Trump. What is it that you think? What would you say to the people that come against people that are, because we're going against our own race, right? What is your response to that?
My response to that is, you're the same black people that were in slavery in the days of Cyrus. Cyrus was a white Gentile that delivered the black Hebrews out of slavery. You're the same black people saying, thank you, Cyrus, thank you, Cyrus. Well, you always said he's the same today, yesterday, and tomorrow. He was a white Gentile then. Trump is a white Gentile today. And he's here to deliver not just us, but now the world. So you gotta honor that. Because if the black man and the white man don't come together, you always say he's gonna kill everybody by fire. So what I think about that is, black people, stop playing.
Stop falling for it.
Well, you ain't got no money while Biden is in office.
Yeah, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Yeah.
Hold on. So we're just going to walk along here. I like your shirt, Agenda 47. Let's talk to you a little bit right over there. Is that all right? Talk to you. Yeah. We'll interview you right over there. We're going to walk over that way. Thank you, sir. So, Titus, just first of all, the fact that we're seeing so many people here, man, this is awesome, isn't it?
What was that?
It's just awesome to see so many people here.
Oh yeah, it's amazing, and it's like it's getting more and more full every minute it comes by. There's people driving by. We were over there on the road, not on the road, but like on the sidewalk next to the road, and all these people are honking. Yeah, Trump 24.
Right.
It's flooding through this all of Atlanta is like celebrating Trump being here.
So what Titus did today, wearing this shirt, I should have taken a page out of your book and wore something like that. Now, I didn't have the suit jacket on before, but the tie just isn't long enough. It just doesn't look right. You know what I mean? So I know there's a few viewers saying stuff like, hey, why are you wearing that jacket out there in the heat? Well,
that's what I said to him, too.
I got to work out some more. That's all I got to say.
I was like, I was talking about what the attire was here, and I said, I'm wearing a short sleeve shirt. It's going to be hot.
But it is going to be hot, but here's the thing. When we go inside, when it's ice cold, I'm the one that's going to have, what are you going to do now?
And it'll be worth it, because at least, I'm still sweating myself off, so maybe not, actually.
And that's why I brought this. So anyway, we're drinking water. We're all good.
Yeah, exactly.
So
we're living. We're enjoying this. Honestly, this is the most fun you could ever have on a Saturday.
Yeah, this is pretty awesome stuff.
Yes.
I mean, thousands of people here. Obviously going to be a loud crowd inside here in Atlanta. This is
different types of people.
Oh, yeah.
People keep acting, white supremacy, white this.
Yeah.
We used to have Asians, specific Asians for America. We got a guy from Nicaragua.
Yep.
We got blacks for Trump.
Yep.
We got all these people coming around just saying, like, hey, we're all united in the fact that we don't care what we look like, and we want to support this man, Donald J. Trump.
Exactly. Yes. Birch Gold Group, all you have to do is text Trump to 989898. Get an info kit on gold, silver, and precious metals. And you were saying your family's big into gold.
My dad, my goodness, man. For Christmas one time, he got us all gold. He got us all, literally.
He got you gold
He got
for Christmas?
us gold.
Some people get coal, and you got gold?
Yeah, literally. Right, we didn't have stockings full of coal. It was full of gold, man.
Yeah.
We were out here rolling in the dough. We were like King Midas out here. No, but it was.
How would you do that with gold?
I'm not, we just grab the coins, we just like throw them in the air, like falls down like rain.
That's awesome.
But no, it's awesome. I mean, I understand. My dad has taught me the importance of gold. He's gotten me to read books about, business people that are talking about the importance of gold and how it's God's money and how that's where the real value is.
Right.
Getting out the gold standard, all that stuff is terrible. Gold is very important. I want to get as much of it as I can, to be honest with you.
No, I hear you. And you can get as much of it as you would like or can through Birch Gold Group. You see the number. It might be still on the screen there. Text Trump to 989898. And they'll send you an info kit either in the mail or on your phone just to give you like the 1, 2, 3s on how to get everything going.
It's simple. They teach
because
you
it is
step-by-step
sometimes
process.
it is confusing with the financial markets and when to do that, and
people don't realize the importance of it.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
That's why we're telling them here.
It's good to have that as a backup to the U.S. dollar. All right, so let's take a look to your right and our left here at the crowd here. Hello, everybody. Hello. How you guys doing? Come on in. What's your guys' names?
Belle.
Belle and?
I'm Joseph.
Nice to meet you guys. All right, so you guys are glowing with glee in the sense of you seem happy to be here.
Yes, sir. I'm very happy to be here. This is my first Trump rally. This is my little sister, and this is our first Trump rally. So
awesome.
We're here to support Trump and bring back America.
Awesome. Anything?
That's amazing. No, but you guys seem like relatively young, and so to see you here is really inspiring because you're not supposed to be, according to a lot of the mainstream media. So what do you have to say to that?
I'm just really happy to be here to support Donald Trump and what he's done for this country.
I think that I think it's good for a lot of young people to be here, especially since Kamala Harris or whatever her name is said that anyone from the ages of 18 to 24 are stupid I think that this is really like slapping it in the face kind of thing.
Not only is it in the slap in the face, it's like that's your base, right? You're insulting the people that have been lied to and propagated this lie that the person that we're all here for is racist and he hates you and he wants you to fail. When in reality, he's doing the exact opposite of that. And so it's so cool to see that you guys are here because we're live right now. This is going spread all across the media, all across the internet, and people get to see the reality of what Trump is doing and what real young people think about Trump. So thank you for being here.
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
This is your first time seeing President Trump, though.
Oh.
So
that's awesome.
This is my first time seeing him in person, but I've spoken to him before, actually. So we had some family that was up there with Trump, and I got to speak to him a couple of times. So it was pretty cool. Yes,
That's
sir.
amazing. I had a similar experience when I met him at a rally. My first Trump rally, I met him very briefly. It was like I ran through the crowd. I tapped him on the shoulder, not thinking, oh, I'm a black man. They might think that I'm going to attack him. And I was like, can I get a picture? And he was like, yeah, of course. You better vote for me. And so it's so cool that you're here. You guys are here. You're making us look cool as young people. So thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, of course.
We'll do a quick selfie here.
Yeah, you guys get in the middle.
Thanks, guys. See you guys inside. See you inside.
Thank you.
All right, so let's head over this way real quick. We're going to talk to you in 1 second. Why don't we stand up there and kind of look at the crowd all the way out there so we could talk.
Yeah.
So we're going to take a look. You can see downtown Atlanta right there. You can see all of the people here awaiting the entry point to this arena. Of course, the pre-program at 3 o'clock. The vice presidential nominee, JD Vance, will speak at 4, and then President Donald Trump at 5 o'clock. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Titus Ellis Smith. We will be right back here from Atlanta, Georgia.
Can we take a picture?
I'm excited to announce my all-new mattress topper. In the times we're in, I wanted to bring you the best affordable mattress topper ever. So I took my two best technologies and combined them to make the ultimate mattress topper. And now you can get it for as low as $69.98. Queen size, only $99.98. It all starts with my famous MyPillow foam that provides you that overall full body support. Second is the individual comfort supports that give you an amazing custom sleep experience. It's like it's made specifically for you. The queen size alone has over 14,000 comfort supports. This is the perfect mattress topper to improve any bed. New bed, old bed, your guest beds. Get them for every bedroom in your house. Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the all-new My Mattress Topper for as low as $69.98. Queen size, only $99.98. Don't delay. Order today.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live Show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
You ask and we listen. We're finally bringing the most requested offer ever. Get the queen size premium MyPillow, now only $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. It helps keep your neck aligned and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep of your life. But that's not all. Get our 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets, only $25. Our brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. Get our famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25 and so much more. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products, including the premium queen size MyPillow, only $19.98. That's the lowest price ever. Don't delay. Order today. From all of us here at MyPillow, thanks America!
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk. Don't forget to catch the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live Show right here on RSBN. That's right, RSBN. Now that's Right Side Broadcasting Network, okay? See y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
USA! USA! USA!
And we're live back here in Atlanta, Georgia, as you see the people in line, excited, of course. My name is Matthew Alvarez, alongside Titus Alice Smith and Ford Giallo joining us live right now. Sir, awesome to be here, man.
Man, this is amazing. It's so crazy to see all these people still coming out. Man, Trump has so much support right now. The election, he looks great to me, man.
He does. So what is it that you think when it comes to the fact that we're out here in Atlanta, Georgia, and we see thousands of people waiting in line to come see Trump in hours from now, as opposed to what just happened here, not the other day with Kamala, where in order for her to garner that much of an audience, she had to bring on Meg Thee Stallion.
Well, I mean, look, the only thing I had a problem, honestly, with the Meg Thee Stallion thing is she came out there and rapped the degenerate music. She really was down with the cause. She should have made a song about the first black president. She should have made a song about the Democrat Party, how they're so good. This isn't a surprise to me. Trump does this every day of the week. People are coming out. Obviously, the hub of rap culture is Atlanta, so that's where they had to come for her first rally, to have Meg Thee Stallion come out. Quavo on stage. So, I mean, let's see how long it could go. It really can't go real far. There was a one rally. It's just hype. They're doing a good job right now building hype for her, but it's just hype. Trump is official.
Exactly. People say that, Meg Thee Stallion is apparently some very intelligent individual who could have actually brought some of her policy opinions to the rally, but instead she just, like you said, was singing degenerate music and twerking all over the place, as opposed to the RNC where they brought Amber Rose and she was just talking about her switch over to the other side. She was fully dressed. She was being respectful for the reason why they were all there was Donald Trump and him being inducted as the nominee. The parallels are insanely different. So what do you say about that?
Well, I mean, Amber Rose, I did the song with her. It's called Trump, Trump, Baby. It's out. Amber Rose, I love how people right now in the movement are switching over for Trump. I think in 2016, my problem was anybody who was against Trump at one time, I was so hard to let them come in, but we need the voters. We got to open the door. So we got to share this. We got to let people come and support. Like me being a hater on Meg Thee Stallion for what she did, if she would have made a song, like a real song, I couldn't hate, because I do this for my voice, right? But how she got up there and it's all dancing, twerking, it's just not what it is. It's like me when I made the degenerate music. It'd be like me getting on a Trump stage rapping about guns, drugs, and murder, right? So that's what they're pushing to the Democrat Party, right? And then you see, they say that Trump has no African-American or black support. Like my brother right here, Michael Black's for Trump, he's been rocking with Trump since day one, just like me. There's day one Trump supporters out here that I think at one time we were a little pushed off to people, right, about coming in new. We got to bring in new voters, right? Our job is to red pill people, bring people in, not to turn people away. Right. So that's what these new faces out here, I love seeing it. I love meeting new people saying, hey, you're the rapper guy, take all the photos. So at the end of the day, Trump does this every day. No one's surprised about it. Amber Rose is going against the crazy culture. They're going to start to see it. Like me, all my music was just taken down on Spotify, iTunes, everything, because of Trump, Trump, baby. When I rapped about degenerate stuff, they didn't care. So I hope that these other people are coming to the platform, keep their platforms, right? Because they will silence you. You guys are in media. That's the biggest problem. They silence us.
One thing I'm thinking about is the amount of Democrats that are out there that might be watching right now. This is winning the hearts and minds. This isn't actually attack mode. This is, let's bring this country back together as a United States of America. And yes, I get some people that say, oh, you're talking too soft about things. We know the leadership on the left is terrible, but we're talking about the other people across this country. President Trump is for all of Americans.
Yes. President Trump doesn't see color. MAGA doesn't have any color either. That's the biggest problem. It's not about being a black Trump supporter or a white Trump supporter, even though we got blacks for Trump. At one time, we had to show that, right? We had to say blacks for Trump because the media was saying it was non-existent, right? My man's out here in regular Trump stuff. If he doesn't have black on his shirt, they don't think he's black, right? But we're living in a generation now where anybody could just be black. Kamal was black. She's whatever color fits the narrative that she's trying to push the most, right? So even MAGA, we're not making it about Kamala's not black. She's not black enough to be the first black president. We're just showing the people that they're being played. The Democrat Party is using them as pawns all the time. Right. They play them, they play them, they play them, they play them, and that's all they're doing.
And they keep trying to pin all three of us right here against each other, and that's not the truth.
Well, it's not the truth, and there's a lot of unity in this. You know, most of my friends are African American, Spanish, Chinese, whatever they are. They're voting for Trump. They've been voting for Trump. The media doesn't want you to know that. The media is terrified of that, right? Because Trump, one thing about it is they try to put my man in jail, right? They try to do everything. If Trump wins the election, who goes to jail? They go to jail. This is the biggest problem. So they have to do whatever they can do to keep Trump out of that seat again. They don't want him in that chair. If you go ask a normal person on the street out here, they got an issue with Trump. They rock with Trump. They support Trump. The media takes a few people, you know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, it's like, I even see a funny picture going around sometimes, like, of white people wearing these shirts, and people are always like laughing, like these are the only black supporters they got. Right? No, they're showing that, hey, we love black people so much in MAGA, we'll wear the shirts.
We'll support.
We'll support.
Yeah.
The biggest thing is, it's not about a color thing. But sometimes you got to make it about a color to things to let you know it's like, I'm black and I support Trump.
You just want to let them know.
I don't understand what the problem is when you're saying that Trump has no African American support. Trump has did more for the African American community than any president, Obama, anybody, and they're terrified of him.
I want you to meet this guy right here. Come on in, sir. This guy's from Nicaragua, and he loves freedom.
This way right here. Well, man, at the end of the day, freedom's a good thing, you know what I'm saying?
Correct.
And, you know, a lot of people don't realize, a lot of people out here, they take this for granted, right? Until they say, oh, because they live over here, and they're like, oh, it's not a big deal. Until they meet people from other countries that really know what it is. Tell me a story.
This party that is in power, they are very vindictive. They want to go all the way back to slavery, taking black people all the way back to slavery, and victimizing you all white people that are supporting them. These people are dangerous. They are not just American. They are in Central and South America as well. We are seeing it every day. If we lose the White House and to a group that is turning it into a whorehouse, we don't have nowhere else to go. The people are leaving Venezuela, over 20 million. If these people took over, where are we going to go? We're talking about just a group of people. The Obamas, the Clinton, making the White House a colorful house. We don't even know whether or not if it's white anymore. A rainbow house. Meaning, cork in the White House. Screwing in the White House. It's not our house no more. It's the colorful house.
Yo, let me speak for Atlanta, man. Look, I'm from the A, okay? Been to the A for a lot of stuff that built up. All my promoters is out there. Y'all know who I am. They call me John Boy. I started before 1079 started. V103 was there with Greg Street, everybody. Look, it's about the best leader in this country, okay? Right now, it's not about a color thing. We got to look at what these other countries are looking at. They're looking at, is the United States going to stay strong or are they going to be weak under leadership? We got to have experience. Trump has experience not only in the administration prior before, but also other businesses with different countries. They used to come to the casinos. They used to come to the hotels. These are different races that used to come. So all these people that want to say racism, this man uses his own money to have casinos, hotels. A lot of different cultures came in and also developed around those hotels and the casinos, okay? So when people say racism, look at how he brought all that money that been stashed up in Congress when the COVID came out. Small businesses. I know a lot of small businesses that's in Atlanta right now, and they're doing good now, okay? I hope y'all don't betray Trump and say y'all don't know Trump because y'all saying she's a woman, she's a black woman. I love my black women. I love my black women all day. But right now, we got to have a leader that understands that right now, you got these other countries are looking at what our country doing. It's not just about this administration. It's not about the prior administration. It's about history right now. And if we don't have the leader by the name of Trump that understands history and understands God, understand this. If we take God out the picture, then you take love out the picture, okay? You take love out the picture, then you got hate in the picture, okay? You look at Trump interviews, he says God, and he prays God. He says all by God that bullet missed him, okay? Understand this. It ain't the people that watched up there, the people that watched over there. It was God Almighty that protected Trump so he could be able to speak today right here in Atlanta, Georgia. And everybody here is representing Trump because we know what a good leader is about. It's not about a person that goes talking about their prosecutor and saying, oh, I know how the laws is. Guess what? If this country goes to war with another country, it don't matter about a law, okay? What it matters about casualty, and then all these places are shut down. Trump got peace with a lot of these different countries, these leaderships, and they respect him. They've been respecting him way before he was a president. So understand, when y'all take y'all vote and y'all don't educate yourself what Trump is about, take time, please, especially my young urban people that's out there. You know what I'm saying? My 21 Savage people, my Sexy Red people, my Gorilla Zoe people. Y'all take your time, man. Don't be listening, oh, well, it's a black and white thing. Take your time to learn about these leaders. It's very important because you don't want to see your neighbor dead because of war. Yeah, we will win the war. The United States will win the war, but we'll have a lot of casualties. We don't want to go to war. We want peace, man. And Trump got peace. Vladimir Putin respects Trump. That's why he said I would hear what Trump says, and I would take the time to hear what Trump says. Hey, I love everybody. I love this world. I love this country, especially America, for the people that died for this country. They died for this country. So before y'all go saying, hey, Megan Thee Stallion, she's shaking her booty on talking about I represent for why I run. I love you, Megan Thee Stallion, but you got to talk about what you stand for this country, the people that died for this country. And I salute all these people that died for the country.
Amen, 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 amen.
Never, ever forget Obama. Obama is calling the shot. Don't forget Obama.
And why didn't Obama give a salary to the people like Trump did?
Obama's mission was to transform this country. Obama is still involved in the transformation of this country. Don't disguise the fact that Obama is involved in everything. We have never heard about Obama a lot of the time. He had disappeared. Now he's coming back on the scene to elevate his voice, to letting conscious the black people. He's claiming the black people, and he's fooling the black people while he's in the process of transformation of this country. Right. Don't sleep. The white people believe that are in the Democratic Party, that they are dealing with good people. They group, the Obamas, the Clinton, and the others, they are in the process of establishing policies to affect white people. I cannot see how they continue to support this little clique.
The money's got to follow the money.
What are your thoughts about everything you just heard right there from this man right here and this man right here?
They're going to say they ain't black. That's what they're going to say when they see it on the news. But at the end of the day, it's what they're going to
Hold on. And let me tell y'all this. Let me bring the camera in. My grandfather started for 1 cow to 500 acres of land out of Shelly County. I might not look all the way black, but believe me, I'm blacker than most of y'all people that's out there, okay? And like I said, my grandfather started for 1 cow to 500 acres of land, okay? On the field with my dad and all my other uncles and aunts. So before y'all want to say black this, let's do a contest. My name Big John Boy. Big John Boy 3000, that's where you can find me, you know what I'm saying, if you got a problem. All day, east side.
Let me put this in real quick, 1 second too. Also, a lot of people don't really understand. A lot of these rallies I go to, so we were just like in Philly for the rally, and I haven't seen Black Lives Matter out here yet, right? But in Philly, there was the Black Lives Matter, they showed up, and I said, okay, if Black Lives Matter so much, how many black homeless people did you drive by to come here to hang this sign up today, right? Why doesn't this money go to the black homeless people, right? The black veterans that are hurting. All this money that was raised up. In 2016, Trump obviously won the black vote. In 2020, they hit him with the narrative, these racists, he lost the black vote. Trump has the black vote back again, that's why the border is open. The border would not be open if they felt secure with African Americans voting. So they're coming in, they're gonna take all your houses, all your money, and my question is, after the election, win or lose, where are they going? If Biden wins, or Harris wins, whoever Obama want to call is running it, they win. They're not going to just go give them. Where are they going? They're going to be around here. They have no money, and they're going to be killing, robbing, and stealing.
Freedom of speech right now at full tilt right here in Atlanta. Go ahead.
Listen, color become an issue. Martin Luther King said, "Don't judge me by the color of my skin, but the content of my character." Now everybody is focusing on the color and not focusing on the content of these individual minds. Not the color of the character no more, but the character of the mind. And the mind is a destructive mind. Thank you.
This is a beautiful thing right here. Sir, why don't you step over? You step over, sir. Together, you two. Come together. Right here. White, black, doesn't matter. We're all in this together, are we not? Come on over. Forgiata. All in this together. Titus, do we not love this country?
We love this country.
We love the people that died for this country. We love the people that don't have families for this country no more. And we love y'all. Everybody that's in the houses, that's going through a struggle, let you know Trump is for you. Trump means every bit for you because he knows what the people died for this country. That's the main thing is that when we talking about people that serve this country, I salute because y'all family's not here no more. You're not here no more. But you died for this land where we stand on. You died for the speech that we able to speak. So yes, it's not about a color thing because a lot of people died in war for this country right here. And understand, we stand strong for this country. I don't see where Camilla, I call her another name with that, but I'm not going to say that, that I don't see she has experience but being a prosecutor. Prosecutor can't defend you in war.
She said she's going to the border, right? And everyone's like, oh, she's going to fix the border. A lot of people that say they're going to vote for her don't even know she is the vice president right now. And she hasn't been to the border, and she's not fixing the border. So she's under the same establishment right now that's ruining the border.
I believe that Camilla doesn't have the intellectual preparation to rule this country. You're talking about over 300 million people. Camilla don't even know if she's black or if she's Indian. How is she going to negotiate the best interest of this country? She's not prepared. I shouldn't even have to yelling this out because it's there to be seen. Trump had established a record. He had established his success that he don't even have to make no one nice about it. Trump had proved himself successful. What are we talking about? They call him rapist. They might call me rapist as well. But that's the name that they apply to people who scream at the best interest of this country.
No more of anyone pitting anybody against each other in this country. No more of that going on.
This picture's beautiful. This is what America is right here. We got people who were born here, people who came here legally, people who love this country, you know what I'm saying? People who are at every rally, people who are day one supporters, people who might be new supporters. But at the end of the day, it's about America, right? And what they're doing is they just wanted to kill America.
All right, let's go with one. We'll go one more with you, and then one more here, sir. Go ahead.
Listen, I'm sick of the division. I mean, I come from generational ignorance. Generational ignorance. I only voted for Obama because he was black. I didn't like what I saw, and then I started doing my own research. Trump got me interested in politics. I'm tired of being divided. I'm tired of thinking, and I'm tired of seeing people that look like me think that we're supposed to vote Democrat because generations and generations have been voting Democrat. They've done nothing for us. They're out here panhandling for votes. They're whitewashing their faces. They're trying to look like us and talk like us. Kamala's not like us. Let's just stop all the division. We are Americans. Let's make it make sense. Vote for who has the best policies that suit you and your family and the rest of the people in your community. That's what we need to be voting for. And let's stop being fooled by just the presidential vote, and let's get on those senators' behinds. Let's get on those state representatives' behinds and those congressmen. Let's stop being fooled and let's start doing our research. Trump 2024.
Amen, amen. Hold on, one more. Go ahead.
I want to declare to the Democrat Party that the issue of racism was settled in 1865 when blacks and whites rose up against slavery and fought, bled, and died to set the slaves free. And the only racists in this country to this day are white people in the Democrat Party.
Tell the truth, please.
Guys, we're gonna move on real quick. I mean, I know we got real quick. We can stay here for 5 hours. Trust me. Go ahead.
Camille, look, let me tell you this, man. Reason why you didn't get no Atlanta artists down here, you know why? Because you don't represent the A. You had to change your voice up, okay? Make it sound in front of the A, okay? You didn't get no T.I., you didn't get no Bone Crusher, you didn't get no 21 Savage, you didn't get none of the A artists that's out here. You didn't get Camp, you didn't get DJ Jelly, you didn't get none of these people that represent the A. You know why? Because we know what's going on, okay? So understand, we ain't super here in the A, and all my people that's on the A do your history. You know what I'm saying? Always, Dungeon Family, Outkast.
All right, let's chant USA on 3. USA! 1, 2, 3.
USA! 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 USA!
That was quite awesome, Titus. I mean, we could literally stand there for the next 10 hours because when people are flowing and they're speaking from here and here at the same time, and it's true.
Well, that, and it's you can tell they're passionate about it. You know, they've experienced hardship. They've experienced a lot of the tactics that have been on display from the other side for all these years. And I feel when you are awakened to that fact, it's kind of like frustrating, and it's kind of like it can anger you because it's like I've been lied to for so long. This guy said I come from generational ignorance, and that's so true. Like I mean, I have family members that are just they were more. The last 10 years has made them more liberal because they've fallen for all the lies that have been spread throughout all the media. This guy, I have an uncle who's is like a self-proclaimed socialist, but he's not actually, but he's like programmed to think that way.
Right.
And so when they break free from that, and they don't even care. It's like, I got to come here and I got to support.
And it's freedom unleashed. And freedom unleashed is just joy and peace through strength and unity and that kind of thing.
That's the theme, peace through strength. That's the theme.
It's huge.
Election cycle.
And it's all about winning the hearts and minds, right? There are a lot of good people that I know that are Democrat, but they have good hearts, but the mind is thinking some other thing.
Hearts.
Maybe lied to from the media, whatever. So we got to bring this thing together. Basically, at the end of the day, what's on the ticket is freedom, full on, or some more tyranny, and that's what we have to. That's what's in front of us. Is it not?
Masked as inclusion.
Is it not?
Oh, you are 100% right. Freedom versus tyranny. Except for that, tyranny is masked by inclusion. It's masked by all this acceptance and love. It's masked in a certain way that is not depicted in any way, shape, or form. So,
I'll tell you what, Titus. We're gonna get to you in a second because no, you're perfect. You guys are perfect. We're gonna be right to you in a sec. In the ATL that we're in, hot Atlanta, right?
Yeah,
it is super hot. I get them wearing a jacket, but it is what it is.
Yeah, this guy's scorching.
Whatever. But when I'm inside, the air condition's inside, so
he keeps talking about that. Oh, when I get inside,
Yeah.
It's hot out here.
It is hot.
If he can take a bullet for us, I can take.
Say it again.
If he can take a bullet for us, I can take the heat for him.
Exactly. That's right.
Exactly right. So we'll sweat all we want and out here, and it's all good.
Exactly.
The Wellness Company, obviously a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. You'll see some of the information there on your screen. It's makecaregreatagain.com, and use a promo code RSBN for 15% off. So ivermectin, amoxicillin, all kinds of things that are in that emergency kit. You have to go through a medical form in order to get the stuff there, but go to makecaregreatagain.com. Always good to have something like that.
I'm just so grateful that it's accessible now. There was a time, in recent history where it was hard to access these things. So grateful that this is something that's not only accessible, but now you can put in RSBN discount code and get a discount on it, and keep you and your family safe and healthy.
100%.
Yeah.
So makecaregreatagain.com.
Make Care Great Again.
All right, let's go over this way. What's your guys' name?
I'm Georgia.
Nice.
From Georgia.
No
this is great.
way.
Georgia from Georgia.
Nikki.
Nikki, awesome. Did you see the group over there? I mean, we were fired up, weren't we?
I love it. I'm so excited for Trump. I voted for him 2018, 2020, and now 2024.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
Yeah.
Your thoughts about being here?
I'm thrilled to be here and just to support and to see that we're doing it peacefully. Nobody's burning flags. There's nothing, and we're proud to be an American and voting for Trump again.
Yeah, it's awesome to see people from everywhere here. I mean, we literally have met people from obviously the States, but all around the world too.
They came in just for here.
Yeah, well, maybe they live here, but still they just came to this event.
But this group behind us flew in from South Korea to show their support because they said that they know that he'll protect them and keep North Korea in line.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
What are some of the things that you guys deal with where you're from, your hometowns, right? When it comes to the economy and that kind of thing.
I mean, inflation's been tough. I'm a financial planner, so that's watching that with certain clients. Gas is tough, protecting the border is really important, especially as a single girl. I want to be protected in my world as I go for a run. So It's really important.
Same with you?
Yeah, I live right in Midtown and walk around a lot, and I'm actually moving out of Midtown because I no longer feel safe walking the streets. Just to the park, yeah.
That's
a law and order, right, Titus?
Yeah, it's terrifying to not feel safe. And I mean, this administration hasn't done anything to secure that safety or that thought of safety. It's very much like, yeah, borders can be open, people can come through. Crime is going to be like insanely high, and there's nothing we're going to do about it. We're going to demonize police officers. So why are you, so I'm assuming that has something to do with why you want to support Trump, and what do you think about it as a woman? Because me being a black person, I get called not black for supporting Trump. I'm sure as a woman, it's like, how can you support Trump? He's blah, 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 all these things that he's not, but he's been accused of. So what do you have to say to those things?
You know what? I say that he, to me, stands up more for women than any other president, and he's not. He uses his common sense and his business sense, and he has daughters and a wife and grandchildren, and I think that's what he does it for.
How about you?
Same. I mean, why are we voting for a gender? Why are we not voting for a politician or a candidate that's going to speak for me? That's where I'm at. So
exactly, it's ridiculous how much is focused on the way someone looks, what sex they are, as if that has any relevance to what they're going to do for us. And so it's really exciting that people are breaking the mold, because a lot of people have been lied to over and over and over and over and over again about this, and so we're just like, no. And that's why we're interviewing all these people. We're going all around, walking this crowd, seeing people, so many different skin colors, so many different genders, so many different backgrounds. We're always Republican, always conservative, or just switched over, or aren't even conservative, or moderate, don't even care they're Democrat, but I want Trump because I know he's going to do what's best for me. So it's so great to see that.
So first name again?
Nikki. Yeah.
And Georgia from Georgia.
Nikki, Georgia.
Very nice. Thank you guys for talking with us.
Thank you.
Can I say one more thing about faith in God? We won the American Revolutionary War because our founding fathers had faith in God Almighty. Civil War, the same thing. And today, if we want to overcome the communists, Marxists, fascists, liberals within who are trying to overthrow this country, we must need God on our side. And there's 5 Bible verses that if we put these into practice as Americans, we can overcome them. The first is Proverbs 28, verses 4 to 5. Proverbs 28, 4 to 5. Exodus 18:21. Exodus 18:21. Isaiah chapter 10, verses 1 to 2. Isaiah 10, 1 to 2. Ephesians 5:11. And finally, the last one, 2 Chronicles 7:14. If we do what our founding fathers did, get on our knees and pray, turn from our wicked ways, our sins, our apathy, for allowing all this Marxism to overtake our country, God will move mightily, just like he did with our founding fathers.
You've been nothing but truth today, man. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Right.
That's awesome. You know, talking about even back in the 1800s about, with Abraham Lincoln and ending slavery and that kind of thing. And the Bible, of course, Judeo-Christian principles, the Old Testament, the New Testament. And he was talking about how God moving across this land.
Yeah.
And my, oh my, do we not need a spiritual revival?
Oh, do we? My goodness. And I think we're getting that, though. That's the thing. We're noticing there is the pendulum is swinging. People are opening. People that you wouldn't even think are opposed to what happened at the Olympics are. And they're saying, that's not okay.
Right.
We're not mocking Christianity. That is so hypocritical. You have people that are even participating in the acts of the LGBT, I like to call them the alphabet mafia. They're saying, hey, this is so hypocritical of us to behave in this manner, to completely disrespecting and mocking a faith of people that we've criticized for hating on us or whatever. And so it's so cool that people from all sides, from everywhere, are saying, not okay, this is not good, especially when it comes to coming against the children, books that are being accepted in schools. People are just like, I've had enough, I'm fighting against this, and it's amazing.
It is amazing. Let's turn around and look at the Olympic torch there. We're at the base of the Atlanta 1996 Olympic torch, all the way up. We can see the torch way up there. That's where we're at. We're right there, just close to downtown Atlanta. And then all the way to your right is the actual arena that will have the event in tonight. This is Georgia State. Do you say you're from South Africa?
Yes.
Oh, I love it.
On The Apprentice in South Africa.
Were you? What did you do on The Apprentice in South Africa?
Well, I was on the TV show. I was one of the 16 magnificent contestants. It was the first time that South Africa had the ability to bring black, white, Indian, coloured together. So we had a great mix of people. Still best friends today. The show, I think we did it was 18 years ago. I've had the pleasure of being an American citizen now for the better part of 14 years. And I voted Trump last time, this time, and as many times as we need the Trump name. And God bless America, and God bless all those who love this man. And thank you very much for your job.
Of course, thank you. And South Africa for Trump, eh?
South Africa for Trump. And let me tell you how many people love that man. I sent so many caps over for my friends in South Africa, and they all wear them all the time.
I'm his wife. I'm from here. I'm from Iowa.
Okay.
Trump for president all the way. We've never had a better life, and people need to get back to the right thing.
Yes. I do have a question for you, though. You said you were on The Apprentice?
Yes, I was on.
So did you get fired?
Yes, you know.
But he won.
You're fired. And, you know.
I've never seen the show, but I've heard that "you're fired" is like the catchiest tagline. Everyone always talks.
That's when you're able to start to pitch Mr. Trump and ask him for business deals. So once you're fired, you know, it's never a bad thing.
All publicity is good publicity.
We were with Tokyo Sekgala and Nelson Mandela, who was also on the show. So there was a big dividing moment there for South Africa. It really was something that brought everyone together, which was great to see.
That's amazing. Trump 2024.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
That's really cool.
So it's so cool, dude. We're seeing people from South Africa. We're seeing Nicaragua, China, so
all
many
over the
countries.
world. All over the world. The whole world is here.
I mean, Atlanta is a global city.
Yeah.
And also Atlanta, I don't know if headquarters are still here for CNN, but who cares? Because it's fake news anyway.
Right. Nobody trusts them. What is it, the Clinton News Network? Everybody calls it nowadays.
Or
Communist News. One of the two.
Yeah.
They're both interchangeable. They work.
Yeah. So Free Trump Book is another sponsor we want to thank here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. FreeTrumpBook.com. So Mike Huckabee in Tennessee, right? He has a show in Hendersonville, all about President Trump's first term, and it shows the truth to the to the youth, right?
Yeah.
A lot of times in school, as we know, teachers that don't like Trump or they're going to teach what they want to and spin the truth.
Yes, and honestly, that's so terrifying if you have children. Like I love kids. I want to have kids. I want to have a family. And the thought that I could put them in public school, which I probably won't now unless things really change,
right?
In that there's a teacher that's not teaching them reading, writing, and arithmetic, not teaching them math, science. They're teaching them their ideologies. They're taking down the American flag and putting up the pride flag, as if America doesn't represent the people that are living in that lifestyle, regardless of whether you personally think about a different way.
Yeah.
And so it's like, why are you doing this?
Right.
And what makes you think you have the right to put your beliefs onto my children?
Yeah.
That is so evil. It is so wrong. And then hiding it from them in places like California. It's like absolutely not. We are not we're not allowing that, and we really need to see a change. And we are going to see a change because Trump is going to make that change, and we're going to make that change. It's not all about Trump. We all have to work together as well.
As a team, yep.
Yeah.
So freetrumpbook.com, you might see that the website still on the screen there. Once we get inside, obviously, we'll wipe off some of the sweat.
Oh, my gosh.
And but we have an interview with Linda McMahon. She is the chair of the America First Policy Institute. It's an interview that was recorded earlier this week, but I think right now it's a very timely interview, so we'll be throwing to that a little bit later. We just want to say hello to Nikki Stanzione as well. Nikki was supposed to be on this trip, but some flight cancellations out of, I think it was Newark or New York.
Yeah, one of the places.
Well, we're here, though.
You got stuck
holding
with
down
us.
the fort. Go ahead.
And there was one more thing. I mean, the biggest sponsor of Mr. Trump is Elon Musk, and he's also South African. Go Elon, go Trump.
Yeah,
Let's go.
That's true.
That's awesome. Why don't we walk this way a little bit?
What I really liked about what Elon Musk said recently in an interview with Jordan Peterson was the woke mind virus. He's setting out to destroy it.
Right. There you go. Yep, thank you. So it's people to the president, right? That's what Right Side's all about.
Yeah.
It's all the people, all of us together.
Yeah.
And we just happen to have microphones and just go, hey, what do you think about Donald Trump? And then kind of like let it go. And
Let him.
So, I mean, we're obviously here to see President Trump at 5 o'clock. At 4 o'clock, JD Vance will speak. And then we know that MTG will be on the stage and others in the pre-program, which starts at 3 Eastern. Around 1:40 Eastern, we're going to head inside. So we'll have cameras inside. Is it 1 o'clock? Okay, we're told at 1 o'clock we'll be going inside. So we'll be throwing to that Linda McMahon interview in a little bit. Titus, why don't you take it from here for a little bit? Enjoy.
Take the reins.
Take the reins.
Are we going out and about? How's it going? How are you doing? Good. What's your name?
Dominique.
Can I fix my pants? Oh, go ahead. Fix your pants real quick. We won't. Hey, guys. we interrupt this pants fixing moment. So, oh, we're back. Okay. All right. Hey, how are you doing? Good. Yeah. So, what brings you here?
I'm here to see Trump. I'm here from Tennessee.
And have you always been a Trump supporter?
Since 2016.
Me too, man. So, what do you think? You're young, man. You look young. Unless
birthday's tomorrow.
Happy early birthday.
Yep, turning 30.
Turning 30. Okay. Okay. How do you feel about that?
I feel kind of weird. I feel like my childhood is getting further away from me, but I feel okay. I feel healthy, by God's grace.
Yeah, I turned 29 this year. I felt the same way, man. I'm like, oh, I'm almost there. Last year here. But so what is it you think that Trump is really going to bring to this country that we're missing right now?
So I think Trump, most important issue is the economy, okay? So me and my wife, we've been married for 3 years, and, we've been seeing everything get more expensive, We had to change our shopping habits. We went from Food City to Aldi's, and Aldi's, we find it's great, but it's still getting more expensive just to buy groceries, to get gas. My job is not increasing its pay fast enough to keep up. So I think the economy is a very strong issue. I think also culturally is a very strong issue. The Trump is just a correction to the way the culture is heading. And that's how I feel as well. You might say that Trump has no reason, like why the Olympics are doing what they're doing with their weird ceremony and their male boxers and their female thing. But it's just a way for the American citizens saying, no, we don't need that. We don't want that anymore.
The economy is a huge issue, and so I completely resonate with that with you because it's insane what we're dealing with. There was actually a guy who was on the Walmart app the other day. He posted it online, and he said, I looked at my bill, and it was $129 a few years ago. He said, I reordered that, put it in the app to see what came up, and it was $400+. So that's insane. But you've been married for 3 years. You guys have kids?
No, not yet.
Okay, but that's in the cards?
Yes, that's Lord willing, yes.
Yeah, so with that being the case, it's like, also another thing that's been like kind of ruining our country and kind of like corrupting it is these books that are being allowed in schools. Like a lot of people are taking the kids out of public schools because they're like, I don't want my kid being indoctrinated. I also don't want my kid making some huge life decision without me knowing about it, and it's happening in states. So what are your thoughts on that? Do you think that's a reason why Trump should be in office too?
Yes, I do think so. So I've always been trending towards that I want to homeschool my kids. I've been public schooled, and I also went to school out abroad. I did my high school years in England. Well, my wife has been homeschooled her whole life. And for me, it was like when I was growing up, I was thinking like, when I have kids, I don't really want to delegate the responsibility of raising them to somebody else. And that's why I was really focusing when I was choosing my partner, my wife. I wanted somebody who I can trust and love enough to raise our kids together and be on the same board with homeschooling and stuff. And we're both smart. I think I'm very good at math. She can read, I can't read, type of stuff. So we'll be fine with that. And I think a lot of basic skills will transfer over. I think our kids will do great, Lord willing.
That's amazing. So do you think this year we will see Trump in office?
Yes, I think so. I think it's going to be a tougher race now that Joe dropped out. There's a lot of enthusiasm for Kamala, and I can see it, but I think the honeymoon period will drop as soon as she starts talking more.
I agree with you. Well, thank you so much, man. It was good to meet you. I'm Titus.
Titus
L. Smith. Great to meet you. Nominee. All right, let's keep walking down and talk to some other people. We got Muscles over here. How's it going? What's your name?
Oh, man, you want me to put me on TV?
I'd love to put you on TV. Dog. Yeah, let's hear. No, you sure? Oh, yeah. Well, no problem. All right, we're going to keep going on. Personal matter. How's it going? Hi, what's your name?
Nancy.
Nancy? So what are you looking forward to about today?
Listening to Trump.
How do you feel about JD Vance?
I think he's a good candidate.
So what is the number one thing that you are supporting Trump for? What is it that you want to see him do with this country?
Make it right again.
Right again? Like what? Agreed. So how about you?
Oh, make America great again.
I like your hat, Woman for Trump 2024. How do you feel about how society is or media, not society, because we know more than half the country supports Trump. How do you feel when people say you're a woman and you should not be supporting Trump? He hates women, he's sexist, and all those other things.
People don't tell me what to do.
People don't tell you what to do. Of course not.
I'm my own woman. I'll support who I want.
So we're rocking with Trump 2024 then? Well, thank you guys so much. It was great to meet you. Trump 2024. Trump 20. Hi, what's your name, man?
He can't talk.
Oh, he can't talk. His name's.
Take a picture with him.
Oh yeah, of course. Sorry. Okay. Of course, yeah, no problem. I love your shirt. How you doing? Yeah, absolutely. So, all right. So I guess we'll just keep walking. Hey, how's it going? What's your name?
Andy Turner.
And Andy and AJ. Nice to meet you guys. So what brings you here today?
See Trump.
What is the number one thing that you want to see Trump bring back or change?
Let's get control of the border because it's crazy, and our foreign policy.
Foreign policy?
Yes, foreign policy is crazy.
You have a son right here, and he's in school, I'm assuming.
He's what?
He's in school, I'm assuming.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So how do you feel about all the indoctrination that's been happening in a lot of these schools, books that are being brought in that have explicit activity, teachers putting up pride flags in the room and taking down the American flag, things like that? Does that kind of hurt your soul as a parent, as a patriot who actually wants to see American values being propagated instead of taken down?
My son's going to school right now online because he said he's not going back to campus because there are too many crazy people there, too many people, nothing against them, but ungodly people, exactly. And we should be a godly nation, and that's kind of where we're at. And that's,
It's part of the Pledge of Allegiance, right? One nation under God. Exactly, man. So good. Well, great. Thanks. It's great to meet you. Great to meet you. Yeah, keep fighting. Good fight. Yeah.
Titus.
Yes.
Sir.
Yes.
You're on live.
Oh, fair enough.
So he just came up to me right here, and you were saying, and without the other word,
Right,
you know what I
we'll
mean?
leave that out.
So what? You're a veteran.
Yes, United States Army. My biggest issue is, all right, let's just say this straight. I'm not racist, not a bigot. No way, shape, or form. I don't care what color you are. But the illegals that are coming over illegally, not legally, and they're getting housing, and they're getting money, and they're getting all these things, why aren't you doing that for our veterans? That's my biggest issue, and that upsets me. I'm a combat vet, and why don't you do that for our veterans? Trump needs to do that for our veterans. He needs to cut that money off. What about schools? The children not going to schools because we're putting the immigrants in the schools. I'm okay with people coming over, but do it the right way. Exactly. And get our people taken care of. Let's take care of home first. Yeah. You know, all veterans signed a contract to, for enemies, foreign and domestic. We all honor that contract even when we get out. But the whole issue is the administration we have now doesn't care. And it's got to happen. Trump's got to get elected. It has to. It has to. The world's going to turn to you-know-what if it doesn't. And
100%. I agree with you so much. Thanks.
Danny,
yeah, Matt. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Y'all have a great day, and say thank you to a vet.
Thank you. See ya. All right, so we got 94 days until the election, and I think it's 32 days now until the first debate between Kamala Harris or Kamala, whatever you want to call the first name, Kamala, and President Donald Trump. That's going to be on September 4th. So 94 days until the election, about 32 until the debate. We're going to have a lot of stats to get through with illegal immigration and many other items. Of course, we've been out here with people, and we'll be going inside here soon. So let's go walk over here. We're going to get some of our press passes and walk inside the arena, which is going to be quite awesome. Today is going to be just like Grand Rapids, Charlotte, Harrisburg, and when I say just like, I just mean the amount of people being loud, the decibel levels. Everyone is here, united from all walks of life here, and they love the United States.
USA! 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 USA!
So you can see, it is, as President Trump says, a love fest, right? I mean, this is about peace through strength and love and the Constitution. Look at the people. I mean, everybody's smiling. We've interviewed people from Italy today, South Africa, Nicaragua, China, all around Georgia. Love you guys too. So it's just wonderful to be here with everyone as we await President Trump, which will take the stage at 5 o'clock today. At 4 o'clock, the Vice President, the nominee, JD Vance, will take the stage. And then at 3 o'clock is the pre-program. So my name is Matthew Alvarez. We also have Titus Ellis Smith with us today. And so it's been quite an awesome morning, interviewing a number of patriots here. Again, Right Side Broadcasting Network, all about the people to the patriots and to President Trump. So obviously a great day. Let's take a look to the left here. We can see a lot of people, including downtown Atlanta, The Capitol building is right there with the gold dome as we take a slow zoom in. So downtown ATL right there, and thousands of people here, security everywhere, and this arena is going to be quite packed, Titus, and quite awesome. And Titus has a bottle of water. Do you have an extra bottle of water, Titus?
I can get an extra bottle of water.
Where'd you get that one?
Right by the press box.
Okay, cool. All right, sweet. So this is Titus right here if you're just joining us now. Dude, how awesome is this, man?
It is amazing. So amazing. And here's the thing. I would not come out here in this scorching heat if it wasn't for what we are doing right here, right now.
Exactly.
I'm a guy who's going to go in. I'm with some AC. I'm going to hop in the pool. I'm going to relax. I'm going to enjoy myself. I don't like to be uncomfortable, but it's more than worth it because
Tell us how you really feel.
I feel that way, man.
I hear you.
I feel like it's hot.
No, I agree.
But not as hot for you.
No, I know.
You're scorching, man.
Yeah, I'm just rolling with the suit.
It's like choking them out and everything.
Yeah, that is. Hey, maybe I'm losing a little weight too while I'm out here. So it's all good.
Probably too. That's the thing.
Yeah, but back to we heard from people about the border, right? So we know that around 9.9 million people, illegal immigrants, have come into this country. That's bigger than the city of New York.
I mean, and that's the thing. Like Trump had that on lock when he was in office. He was securing the border. He was doing so many things, trying to build the wall and protect the American people. And honestly, protect the people that are crossing, because the people that are not necessarily criminals or pushing drugs through, there's so much evil happening at the border. There's kids that are being trafficked. There's evil things that are happening to women, like just terrible, heinous things. And those things would be preventable if the border was secure. And then obviously the other negative is that we have people like Laken Riley who lost their life to an illegal immigrant. We have illegal immigrants killing just because they're not documented. You don't know who they are. We have people. That's the scariest thing. So imagine someone walking into your home. You have no idea who they are. You don't know why they're there. You're immediately in defense mode because there's this potentially dangerous individual who could harm you. And so it's unacceptable what's happening at the border, and we need Trump back to stop it.
And on a number of fronts, sealing the border is the #1 GOP platform promise to the American people, which was released by the RNC and Agenda 47, so working together on that and moving forward. We've got non-citizens, the possibility of non-citizens voting. You've got the increase of crime. You've got the fentanyl, right? Mm-hmm. And then you've got the influx of people we don't even know where they're from, some connected to very bad groups.
Yes.
So we know that obviously it needs to be shut down and secured. Outside of that, #7 on that list is defend the Constitution.
Yes, and that needs to be a huge priority, because that's something that we're completely dismissing, reinterpreting for our own benefit.
Yeah.
And something that's not actually, it's not true. Our country was operated in such a strong way under Trump's administration, and just things have elevated into such an evil, it's in such an evil manner that it's just like the way that people can twist and pride and manipulate the truth. It's scary. It's scary what's happening. And so that's why people are here. We always come back to why these crowds are so massive, why Trump has such influence. He gets a TikTok account and has immediately got 10 million followers in like a couple of days, because people are sick and fed up with the lies, manipulation, the gaslighting. They're like, all right, no, we're rocking with Trump. We're going to come here. I don't care what color I am. I don't care where I come from. I don't care if people judge me. It's over. It's done with. I'm supporting this man. I'm supporting this movement, because it's so much more than just one man. All of us have to be awakened to the truth, because this needs to continue on past him. And he's just a leader right now. And we need him to be that leader right now. And so, yeah.
Exactly. And everybody's waking up to the lies of the mainstream media, which is awesome, right? So it's common sense and the truth at the end of the day.
Yes.
We could just keep repeating that because that's what's true. We don't have to sound scientific out here or, whatever. We want freedom. We want the Constitution to be the law of the land.
Yes.
And that's what the people of Venezuela want. That's what the people of Brazil want.
Mm-hmm.
And all the people we were talking to today from various countries here in Atlanta, Georgia. If you're just joining us right now, let's just take one more look at this spot that we're at. This is the Olympic torch right over to the right, guys. You can see the Olympic rings, and all the way up is the torch here from the Summer Games in '96. Of course, the Olympics, fast forward to 2024, Titus, not so entertaining at this point because of all of the woke ideology.
Yes, so many evil things. it's just heartbreaking. It really is, because you want to sit there and be with your family, watching the games, watching these people. I remember watching Michael Phelps. I don't even like swimming. I watched Michael Phelps because he was a beast.
Yeah.
He was so awesome to watch, so talented.
Right.
And Simone Biles even, she's so good. These people work so hard just to have all this hard work diminished and people watching it like derailed because they're like, I refuse to support this.
Right.
And it sucks. I remember I put a poll on my story. I said, guys, would you be willing to, are you going to support the Olympics this year? And they said, it was split.
Right.
Some people were in my DMs saying, well, I really want to support the hard people that worked so hard all this time in order to be there. And the other side was like, I can't support people that are going to mock my God. I can't support people that are going to promote something that I think is evil. And so, no, I won't be watching it. And it just sucks because, in 1996, that was not a thing.
Exactly. So for the people watching right now, Titus, and they see you on here and they either follow you on Instagram or X, or you got to get on Truth if you're not on.
I am on Truth. I'm not as active. I need to be.
Yeah.
I need to be active on Truth.
There's a lot of people, millions of people on Truth.
Yeah.
And there are going to be even more as the years go on.
Yes.
What would you want to say to somebody watching you on X? Because I know we usually stream this live on various, social platforms. If somebody's watching on X right now and they disagree with what you're saying, what would you want to say to them?
I want to say you're more than free to disagree, but just look at what's happening in our country. Look what's happening within the dynamics of people. Just your everyday average American that has been so ostracized, if you believe a certain type of way, marginalized, attacked because of your belief. Think about the trajectory of our country, and if it's going towards an actual unified front or if it's being continuously more divided. You may disagree with me on certain things or maybe everything, but I don't want you to be censored, canceled, or vilified for your beliefs. I want to have a conversation with you. I want us to be able to understand each other's point of view, and maybe through that things will change one way or the other. Maybe we'll get to the truth of the matter if we actually try to genuinely get to know each other, genuinely, authentically, not trying to get gotcha moments, not trying to sway each other's opinions in the sense of join our mob mentality, not creating an echo chamber. No, I want you to just talk to me and I'll talk to you, and then we can come to some sort of agreement, and let's agree to come to some sort of agreement, even if it's agreeing to disagree, because we don't need to hate each other. And that's my biggest thing.
100%.
Hating each other is terrible.
President Trump running for president for all of America.
Yeah.
And so that's what we want, While you're talking there, obviously great points being made. I was thinking about the fact that in about 2-3 minutes, we're going to head inside to the air conditioning.
Thank God.
I'm going to be dressed right for the occasion.
Oh.
I don't know about you with that shirt.
My God. Hey, the amount of time we spent out here, I could be cold for the next 3 hours, and it's going to be worth it.
I know.
All you got to do is think back these last couple hours, and I'm grateful.
Yeah.
Hey, it's okay. I'll be cold because I was dying of heat.
Yeah,
so it's fine.
It's been hot. Birch Gold Group. All you got to do is text Trump to 989898 for an info kit. This will come through the mail or a digital one on your phone. It will give you all the information you need about gold, silver, and precious metals. So those BRICS nations, right? Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. A lot of them, a lot of people are represented here, actually, from those countries I just named.
Actually, surprisingly so.
But the leadership of those governments are trying to push their local currency to devalue our dollar. So within that framework, obviously we want to see MAGAnomics come through.
MAGAnomics.
But we also want to have gold, silver, and precious metals as a backup to the dollar.
Exactly. We need that. Like we said over and over again, it's God's money. It's the true value. This paper that you hold in your wallet, this credit card that it just carries the stuff that's in your bank that you can purchase things with, that's not valuable. It's not inherently valuable. What's valuable is that gold. What actually could be, transferred for goods is that gold, not the paper cash that can be printed off and loses its value every time. It's the gold.
Text Trump to 989898. All right, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to pan the crowd here a little bit. We're going to look at the time, get ready to walk in, and then we'll be throwing to a commercial break. We might have an interview with Linda McMahon, the chair of the AFPI. If we have that, I'm sure the producers will let me know. If we don't, that's all right, but we still have the live crowd here in Atlanta, Georgia. So let's take a live look right now as we get ready to go inside to check out this awesome venue. It's going to be quite packed. I mean, there's already thousands of people here as we are 4 minutes to the top of the hour here in Fulton County. There are around 1 million people that live in Fulton County. 11 million people live in the state of Georgia. Obviously a huge swing state, Titus, right?
What was that?
Georgia, a huge swing state.
Oh, yeah. And it's looking like he might win that one.
Yeah. I mean, he's got the lead in the polls across the country. I mean, think about in 2016, he won all of the states that he so-called lost in 2020.
Yep.
Georgia and Nevada, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan. Come on, right?
Yeah.
So you want to give a shout-out to anybody home in Michigan?
Shout out to my mom, Bernadette Ellis Smith. Shout out to my dad, Philip Smith. Shout out to my brothers, Isaac, Israel, Eden, my sister Eden, Dolores, Soma. Love y'all. Tune in. RSBN.
Yeah, RSBN.
Check it out.
Dude,
RSBN.
you know, it's funny you say tune in. I guarantee all your family's watching.
Oh, yeah.
they're already watching.
Coincidentally, my parents are actually in Georgia.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They're doing something else, but it's interesting that
That's
they're here. I
awesome.
was like, you're flying out to what? Same day and everything.
Same. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's the thing about Michigan. Let's stand over here while we can see the crowd a little bit, and then we're going to head inside here in a second. But so when I was in Grand Rapids, the weather up there, it was very nice, not very humid. Obviously in the South, it's a little different,
Oh,
huh?
my gosh, yeah. I used to live in Texas for 3 years, so I know how hot it can get.
And this is your first time to Atlanta?
First time, I mean, technically, unless you count the connecting flight in the airport, but first time actually driving the roads and being out here in the fresh air.
What are you looking forward to? I mean, the fact that we're going to be on the Meteorizer in there and seeing President Trump and others speak, what's that going to be like for you?
I'm looking forward to talking about it, like, in real time, you know? Like, I make content, I talk about, I went to the rally, but it's cool to sit there and be here and be able to communicate on what's happening. I love the idea of sitting here and reacting with the crowd and seeing their reaction and, like, communicating about it live. That's so exciting to me.
Yeah, that's awesome. So we're obviously looking at a number of the swing states right now, Georgia being one of them. The polls, whether it's Polymarket or Interactive, Rasmussen, these polls have President Trump in the lead. And let's just look real quick before we toss it to this interview at all the people walking in here right now. I don't need to talk about polls right this second. I don't need to really say much. Why don't you just look at this live video for the next 10 seconds, and we're just going to stay quiet, just soak in the moment for a second. All right, so this is live in Atlanta. We will be right back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. My name's Matthew Alvarez. I'm with Titus Ellis Smith. We'll be inside the venue here shortly, and so will all of these people, hopefully all of them. Because, of course, we've been seeing a number of people outside. If they can't get into the arena, there are still people out here, and that right there, that screen might show the speech as well. So we'll be right back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
I'm excited to announce my all-new mattress topper. In the times we're in, I wanted to bring you the best affordable mattress topper ever. So I took my two best technologies and combined them to make the ultimate mattress topper. And now you can get it for as low as $69.98. Queen size, only $99.98. It all starts with my famous MyPillow foam that provides you that overall full body support. Second is the individual comfort supports that give you an amazing custom sleep experience. It's like it's made specifically for you. The queen size alone has over 14,000 comfort supports. This is the perfect mattress topper to improve any bed. New bed, old bed, your guest beds. Get them for every bedroom in your house. Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the all-new My Mattress Topper for as low as $69.98. Queen size, only $99.98. Don't delay, order today.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live Show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
You ask and we listen. We're finally bringing the most requested offer ever. Get the queen size premium MyPillow, now only $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. It helps keep your neck aligned and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep of your life. But that's not all. Get our 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets, only $25. Our brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. Get our famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25 and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products, including the premium queen-size MyPillow, only $19.98. That's the lowest price ever. Don't delay, order today. From all of us here at MyPillow, thanks America!
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk. Don't forget to catch the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show right here on RSBN. That's right, RSBN. Now that's Right Side Broadcasting Network. Okay? See y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
And Linda McMahon joins us right now. Linda, thank you so much for joining us here at Right Side.
Thank you so much for having me, Matthew.
So what was that like, at the RNC, up on that stage, just days after a Butler, Pennsylvania situation, but there you are in front of the world. What was that like for you?
It was incredibly exciting, but I will tell you that I did have an opportunity to sit with the president in his box at the RNC and to talk with him a little bit too about how he felt about that day and how close he came to being, killed. And there was clearly an air of solemnity, with him relative to that. And I think it, that something like that has to change your life and make you be reflective. And I think the first couple of days at the convention, he was much more reflective. And I was very honored to be asked to speak on his behalf at the RNC and to talk a little bit about my friend Donald Trump and my relationship with him over the years. So it was a little different because not only have I been a business associate, I've also been a friend, and I've also had the honor of a lifetime of serving in the president's cabinet as a small business administrator. So it was a wonderful experience to be able to walk out and speak for a few minutes.
Yeah, definitely. And it was a wonderful speech that millions saw, as you know. So it was wonderful to watch that speech there. Now, I know that you are the chair of the board of the America First Policy Institute. And I was looking at some of the, out of the 10 pillars there, and I wanted to talk about two of them that really stuck out to me. Number 8 was make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. Can you tell us about that?
Well, absolutely. I mean, I think you'll hear so many organizations now talking about how can we have election integrity. And we wanted to make sure that in each of the precincts, that it is so important for people to vote that they can only vote once. They must be registered. They must be citizens of the United States to register and to vote. We want to make sure the poll watchers are trained so that they are looking for any idiosyncrasies that are happening there at the polling booths, but with proper training. So all of those things are going into election integrity. We're encouraging everyone to vote early in those states where you can vote early, because we need to bank those votes. You never know if you're going to get a flat tire on the way to the polling place on the day of election and your vote might not get there. So if you can vote early, go. register, make sure that you do vote early. And I think all of those things are so important to maintain the integrity and to turn out the vote. So we are really focused on getting that done.
Definitely. And also the 10th pillar says fight government corruption by draining the swamp. Can you talk to us a little bit about the system there, the strategy of doing just that?
Well, the policy at AFPI really is to look and do our research and decide how we can help improve things. We're not writing policy for the president. We're not writing policy for the campaign. We're just writing good best practices policy. But I do think with all that is going on with President Trump and how we have seen the weaponization of our Justice Department, I think draining the swamp, part of that would definitely be looking at those issues, those situations, perhaps those people that are involved, and what motivated that. We've got FBI looking at moms who went to school boards or parents who went to school boards instead of really doing background checks and investigating real criminals. And I think that really is part of the swamp that the people of the United States are expecting to be improved and to be better.
100%, Linda. And can you talk to us about AFPI in the sense of at the genesis of it, when you got involved and maybe had the hand in starting everything? My point is, what was the main reason that you said, you know what, I'm going to chair the board of AFPI?
Well, the president and CEO of AFPI is a woman named Brooke Rollins, who was President Trump's domestic policy chief. So she had worked with him the last 3 years of his administration, and she had already, for the 15 years prior to that, built up Texas Public Policy Foundation. She is really a policy guru and understands all of that and was preparing for the next 4 years of a Trump administration. And when that didn't happen, there was just so much good policy that had been written and was being researched and wanted to move forward. There was just, we can't let this, just linger. We have to have a home for it. We have to house it. We have to continue it. And Larry Kudlow is the vice chair. And she was also working with Robert O'Brien. And Brooke called me and asked me to come in and sit down. And we talked about where the country was, where it needed to go, how important this conservative movement policy was. And she asked me would I have interest in serving as the chair of AFPI. And I was very flattered to be asked and very happy to get on board, if you will, and continue this process. And so we started in the early part of January of 2021. And now we have about 200 employees. We have a very robust organization, not only America First Policy Institute, but also we have stood up now a C4, America First Works, that lets us get more on the ground than some of the things we were talking about at first with our election integrity program. So it's a wonderful organization to be able to have the C3 and the C4 operating side by side.
Exactly, and doing great things for the country. And speaking of that, obviously less than 100 days until the United States general election. Are you going into this cautiously optimistic? Are you very concerned about the direction of our country if we were to lose? Like, what are your thoughts?
Well, I'm definitely concerned about the direction of the country, where it is going right now under the Biden administration and where it would be under a Harris administration, which I think would even be worse. So I'm very concerned about that and want to make sure that we are pushing the right kind of policy in the right kind of direction so that, yes, hopefully, when the votes are finally counted on November 5th, Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. Because, look, I can look back at his policies, I think the country can, and say, where were you then? Are you better off today, or were you better off under the Trump administration? The clear answer is under the Trump administration. You had lower taxes, fewer regulations, the economy was booming, our borders were safe and secure, and we had so much going for us, and it just went backwards, and we can't afford that. And I hear President Trump talk about the danger of being, close to a third world war if we don't change the policies. And from what I have seen from the current administration, I have no confidence and faith in their policies. And so I'm rooting hard for Donald Trump. He certainly has my endorsement to win as the 47th president of the United States.
And there are more than 100 million people, at least in this country, right, that are echoing exactly what you just said there. And I look at the America First agenda pillars, and I did see one of them that said peace through strength as well. So obviously a number of great pillars with AFPI.
Yes, there certainly are. And that peace through strength is certainly how Ronald Reagan governed. It definitely worked. Keith Kellogg, who was in the Trump administration, Fred Fleitz, who was also part of the administration, and they are heading, this particular pillar along with John Radcliffe. So we've just got excellent people who are there looking at what the policy needs to be, how we need to have that strength. And I think, the confidence level in a Trump administration, I think would go a long way in helping with world peace.
100%. It is the free world taking on, at the end of the day, tyrannical governments out there. So we obviously are hoping for a victory. Linda McMahon, thank you so much. The chair of the America First Policy Institute. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon from Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are live in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Titus Ellis Smith. Titus, man, it's good to be inside.
Oh, is it? It's so good to be inside. It was like the Sahara Desert out there. Great time. Awesome time talking to all these people in line waiting to see Donald J. Trump. But I'm grateful to be inside, to say the least.
Yeah,
Grateful.
and a lot of great people we interviewed out there. I mean, can you think of the amount of countries that we talked? I mean, so many people.
I literally know that we're a diverse group of Trump supporters, but I was even surprised at how many people were just legal immigrants that came here, wanted a better life, seeing a lot of elements of where they came from being pushed here by specific people and wanting to fight for it, fight against it. So it's awesome.
Exactly. So President Trump will speak at 5 o'clock, as you might see there on the screen. And then at 4 o'clock, JD Vance, the vice presidential nominee, of course. And then at 3 o'clock, the pre-program starts. MTG will be on the stage and others. So we're looking forward to a fun event here in Atlanta, Georgia. So we're going to take a live look. I know we have another vantage point with a camera inside this arena. This is the Georgia State Convocation Center. And for those that don't know Titus, tell us a little bit about yourself. I know you're a Christian influencer. You have, is it a podcast show?
Yeah. So I'm a Christian influencer. Well, it's Christian influencer sounds like I'm a pastor. I talk about what you'll see here at these events. I talk about social culture issues through the lens of being a Christian. And I have a show with my brother called Smith Bros on Patriot TV, a daily show. But we've been doing this for the last 4 years, me and him, just talking about what's going on in this country, wanting to see it change, noticing the attack on people that are marginalized or quote unquote, the way they try and put us in a box, try and make us all believe one type of way. And I'm kind of like, okay, I've had enough of that. I'm sick of, I'm black, so I must be this way. And if I'm not this way, I'm not black. Thank you, Joe, for that. So it's really cool to come here and fight against the lies that have been spread all around the world. And, it's great. And then being around all these patriots and just being able to communicate with them, hear their stories, it's awesome.
Yeah, it was awesome outside. If anybody missed the interviews from outside, they should scrub back and watch.
You need to scroll back and watch all of them. I sent it to my family. I literally sent them all the link. I said, if you don't go to YouTube and watch this whole live stream, from beginning to end, hearing these people's stories, it's literally going to inspire you. You're going to want to be out here too. You're going to make sure you go to the next one. And just check out all of our stuff on here.
Yeah, so obviously a lot of you might be watching on Rumble, YouTube, our RSBN app, or rsbnetwork.com. So a lot of great places to watch, even on X and Facebook. I know we have the streams out there as well. Titus, what is it like to be here right now? Think about it. This is quite the event.
Oh yeah, this is awesome. It's great to be here. Like I said, there's so many people that are just inspiring me. I'm just going out here asking them questions about their life, about how they became a supporter of Trump, what are their values, and they're just out here just explaining, the depth. The guy from Nicaragua, he was just sitting here so passionate. The guy's not even born here, but he's like, I realize the benefit that this country has given me, and I'm going to fight to keep it, and I'm going to fight for it to change in a better way. And he thinks Trump's going to do that job, and I agree. And I love being here. It's sweet. I've never been to Atlanta.
Yeah,
this venue is cool. It's super dope. I love that massive flag they have right there.
There's an awesome flag. I don't know if the other camera op would be able to see that, but it is a pretty awesome flag right behind our vantage point here. And that's what's great about Right Side, man. All of the camera angles, all of the crowd reactions, President Trump, of course, speaking. We were talking outside. He talks the serious points, but then he has the comedic side as well.
Oh, literally, and that's the thing. You should be able to be humorous. That should be allowed. It's been that's been canceled from society. Don't make a joke. How dare you? You're not allowed. Only jokes that are vetted by the people that are woke and isn't going to offend a specific demographic of people. But then it's also hypocritical because you guys make jokes of Christians all the time and have no remorse for it. But yeah, his comedic side is so great. It's funny. It's endearing. It's real. You're like, oh, this guy, literally, he's saying what we're all thinking, and he's willing to do it. He's not afraid. I love it.
This is the first time I met Titus, and after we were working together just outside, and then we talked off camera, and I said, yeah, man, it's just about being real and genuine.
Yeah.
That's really what this is about.
Yeah, it is.
And that's what President Trump's like.
Authenticity, man. That's why he has this following. Yeah. That's why people are such, strong followers for Donald Trump, because they think he's real. They don't think that he's lying. They don't think that he's preaching some message to get in office and then is going to do the opposite or do nothing and act like he never said what he said he was going to do. He stayed true to his word and did everything that he had the power within his power to do. And that's what he's going to do again. And that's why people like him. That's why if you can trust him, if you build and develop trust with someone, then they're going to continuously believe that whatever you say you're going to do, you're going to do, as opposed to other people who haven't done anything for the people that said they were going to do.
Exactly. So we've got a lot of topics to get to. Of course, we'll be showing you the live crowd, and then as soon as the pre-program starts at 3 o'clock, we'll go there live. And that's what's awesome, again, about Right Side. You go from the people to the president and everybody in between. It's just a great, great time here on this live stream. Also, speaking of great, stickermule.com, stickermule.com/RSBN. It's kind of cool to have some RSBN gear or swag, right? You know, the stickers, bumper stickers, coasters, T-shirts, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Always good to represent.
It's so cool. It's also cool to see what Sticker Mule just did recently after the assassination attempt. They said we have a diverse employee base. A lot of people believe different ways, but I'm so sick of this vilification of Trump. And I'm paraphrasing what they said, but they're like, I support them, we support them. And so shout out to Sticker Mule.
Stickermule.com/RSBN. I got one of those stickers as well. For $9, I got 10 RSBN stickers. That's a great price.
That's amazing, because I just got $8 for a water bottle. So hey, I'm proud of that.
Yeah, no, it's very cool stuff. Another awesome sponsor is Angel Paste. Now, this product is made in Spring, Texas. The people hired at this company are veterans. So it's pretty awesome to have that kind of company do that, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. We love that.
Yeah.
Veterans, thank you for your service.
Yes, definitely. And we ran into a veteran outside as well. So you see that information there on your screen. A great product there. I don't know because I haven't used it yet. My wife, I have to get this product for her. She'll let me know. But I know that Vanessa, we were talking on the other day at the studio, and she said that she has used that product and really likes it. So there you go. Angel Paste, there you go. The information is there on the screen. So, Titus, we know that there's a number of issues
the first day that we take back the White House.
Why don't we listen to President Trump first?
In the history of our country. I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years of the history of our country. I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
So there you go, President Trump, with a video message there in front of the people here in Atlanta as we're taking a live look right now. Pretty cool vantage points of this absolutely gorgeous arena. This is a very nice arena. And looking at about 7, 8, 9,000, you know, I've been in a number of arenas around the country, and you never know what the exact number is until you hear the capacity crowd number towards the end. But this place is going to be packed. I mean, we saw Titus outside, the amount of people there.
Yeah, there's no way on earth that everyone's going to be able to make it in here, and that's very unfortunate. But it's fortunate that he has enough followers, enough supporters that you couldn't fill up an arena. That just shows how much of an impact he's having on this country. That everywhere he goes, every indoor arena he fills, there's still lines of people trying to get in after.
It's always awesome to see.
Oh, yeah, I love it.
So we're 94 days from the general election. We're 32 days from the first debate between President Trump and Harris. Now, this is going to be in the state of Pennsylvania. President Trump announced that on Truth Social recently.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I think that's a very interesting place to have it. I'm glad that he's doing that, because it is a reminder of what happened, something that that they've tried to dismiss. It's like a one-week story. Some people were saying it's staged, so on and so forth. And I'm glad that he's doing it there. And also, I'm glad it's official. Because part of me was worried, like, when we didn't think Joe Biden was going to do a debate, and then he did, and then, he got kicked out and booted, then Kamala was selected. But I'm glad that she's agreeing to it, and this is actually happening. Because once they do this debate, there is no ifs, ands, or buts about it who should be the president of the United States in this ongoing election. It is not going to be her. It should not be her.
Right. And speaking of Pennsylvania, it looks like the Democrat ticket will be Harris and Governor Josh Shapiro taking on President Donald Trump and vice presidential pick JD Vance. Now, this news, Titus, over the past couple days on Twitter or on X, there was a video from the mayor's office out of Philadelphia. Somebody in the staff sent out a video, and it was them being happy that it was Harris and Shapiro on the ticket. So someone announced it before, right, prematurely. So that means Harris was supposed to make this announcement on Monday. So, I mean, I know the internet could say a number of things, right? And we have to verify sources, but this video is from the mayor's office out of Philadelphia. So unless there's a change and Kamala Harris says, I'm going to go with somebody else. It looks like right now
be Shapiro.
Is Josh Shapiro out of Pennsylvania, which then the debate will be in that state as well.
And some people said that's a tactical move, like having it be because Pennsylvania, most likely after the situation, would lean more Trump because of what happened there. They're like, well, let's get somebody who represents it there to be, which is, whatever, do what you got to do, but I don't think it's going to help you one way or the other.
Exactly. So 16 electoral votes up for grabs here in Georgia. Georgia's population is 11 million people. In Fulton County, there's 1 million people in Fulton County alone.
That's so many people.
That's a lot of people right here, right? So Gwinnett County, 957,000. Cobb County, 766,000. DeKalb, 764,000. So under Harris and Biden, the average Georgia household is losing more than $1,000 a month, Titus.
Losing? Can you hear that? Listen up, guys. You already just said the average is losing $1,000 a month. Losing.
Because of all of the inflation, all of the gas prices, all that craziness.
Yeah, all that stuff is affecting every American. And obviously in certain states it's worse than others, but everybody is struggling because of this. And the fact, if you're living here in Georgia and you're losing $1,000 a month, you know who you need to vote for. Because it will be quite the opposite if you put this other man in office.
Exactly. So let's take a live look at the 45-47 scoreboard here. Look at that. It's pretty cool, huh?
That is cool.
It's 2024.
Yeah.
Trump 45, Trump 47. Always cool to see that here in cool. Atlanta, Georgia.
Third period.
Isn't it? Yeah, exactly. Isn't it awesome, though, to see the fact that this place is going to be packed to the gills and the intensity of the crowd. It's like a sporting event.
It's so funny that you say that. So I was at the rally in Grand Rapids, and my friend is involved in the politics in that state. And her boyfriend, more liberal-leaning, more moderate, probably one of the most good people. We were talking many times today about how there's people on the other side that are good. It's literally people in leadership that are bad. And what they're propagating and pushing is the problem. And he went to his first rally that day, his first Trump rally ever. And he's like, I feel like I'm at a football game, bro. He was like, oh my gosh, the lines? Are you kidding me? You think you were at the Super Bowl or something?
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, dude. Now you know why we think 2020 was fishy.
I know.
Like that's.
But you look at 2016, right? And all those states, the swing states, Georgia, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Michigan, all these states went to President Trump then. Somehow, right? They all did it in 2020.
Just switched over because the economy was so bad.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It's like, what the heck happened there? So we know. But as we move forward to 2024, we're less than 100 days. Titus, I mean, let's step on camera here real quick.
Yeah, of course.
And talk about this a little bit. All right, so Titus Ellis Smith, right?
That's correct.
Christian influencer, doing great things out there for the country. Tell us about your audience as well. And I saw some of the videos, and you call it out. You know what I mean? You call it out.
Yeah, my audience is very, they're very real too. And like one thing I like about they love my authenticity. They know that it's coming from my heart. I'm in my car half the time. I'm in my room just making a video ranting about something that I see going on in our country and our world that I just think is so wrong. And they'll be in my comment section and they'll even tell me, like, well, I think that they're willing to like disagree on certain aspects, but they're also willing to give full support. So whenever there's some troll in the comments, whenever someone's trying to make some sort, I literally have people following me for the purpose of just trolling. And so they'll always come to the defense, and that's what we do. We unite and we stick together, and I love communicating with my audience all the time. I love engaging with them. I want to engage with them more.
Right.
It's super amazing. I've already had people from RSBN who I really appreciate following me on Twitter, which I never even post on, following me and saying, hey, I love seeing you on there, great addition. It's just, there's such a different like way of behaving that our side behaves. The right side really just behaves in a way of respect and honor and like promotion. And not to say there aren't people on the other side, civilians, that are that way, but the leadership is so corrupt,
100%.
so pushing division, pushing hate.
Right.
And it's so cool to see that the people that have followed me over the years since I started 4 years ago have been nothing but
Isn't it
helpful
wild?
and loving.
I mean, outside, again, like we saw people from all walks of life
Yes.
outside, and they're all on this side of
Yes,
things.
yes.
And also what I like, what you just said too, is we're winning hearts and minds, whether you're right, middle, or left wing.
Yeah.
Regardless, at the end of the day, we know what's on the ballot. On the ballot is freedom. Or tyranny.
That's it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's literally that, and it's literally, like we said earlier, it's masked. It's masked in a way, but that mask is falling off. This tyrannical mask that's been masked with inclusion, love, acceptance it's breaking apart. People aren't falling for it anymore. They're not falling for the facade that you're actually looking for my best interest. And I realize you guys are just looking for your own best interest. You're not doing things. Like I've said this before, I'll say it again. If I hear reparations one more time while you're sending $60 billion to another country and not putting us first, if you have the money to help these, and I don't want reparations, but if you have the money to send billions of dollars to another country, why are you not sending it to these people that you quote unquote or want to help every 4 years when it's election season to get them to vote for you? You would do it if you wanted to, and you don't. And it's a lie, and its facade is falling down. No one's believing it anymore. And that's why we saw so many people out there. I come from a lineage of ignorance, but I'm changing today.
Right.
I'm supporting Trump. I'm supporting this message of unity, this message of America first. And I like what you said earlier, peace through strength.
Exactly. President Trump saying peace through strength, and of course Ronald Reagan as well. But that's something that we need to have in this country, of course.
Absolutely.
Before we continue on, we got to thank the Tax Network USA, a great group of patriots that are here to help anything when it comes to the financial situations of missing taxes in the sense of filing and that kind of thing. You know, right now being inside in the air conditioning, I'm still outside, you know, because we were outside for so long with 90-degree temperatures.
I know.
Trying to just gather my thoughts here, but Tax Network USA, you see that phone number there on your screen. Go ahead and give them a call. This is a great group that will help you along the way financially when it comes to any tax situations. Tax Network USA. So, Titus, Christian influencer. So, why Christianity for you? Why your faith? Why do you want to share that with people?
Yeah. So I mean, I was raised in a Christian household. My parents were pastors, and you know, I'm the rebellious pastor's kid like thing. It happened with me too. I had this period of time where I just was doing things I wanted to do, never denouncing God, never negating the fact that He was real. I would always defend Him in any situation, but I also felt like I didn't have a right to talk Christ to people when I wasn't living that way. And now since I've turned over and like wanting to really live righteously for Him, it's been like even more so I want truth to prevail. Like the more you follow Christ, the more you want to be like Him. The more you want to be like Him, the more you want truth to be spoken. And you don't like hypocrisy. You don't like lies. You don't like people saying things in the name of love, knowing that it's going to hurt the person in the long run. And so you can't help but speak up. It's like, all right, I have to say something. This is ridiculous. This is so wrong.
Right.
And so then that's how it started. And at first it started with like humor. Let me be funny. Let me be goofy. But with a seed of truth, and not seed of truth, a lot of truth in it.
Yeah.
And then I was just like, you know what? Sometimes you got to get. This is wrong, guys.
Right.
Absolutely not. Put your foot down on stuff.
No, I mean that's great, and it's awesome to see that you have a following too, and for you to be here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, it's pretty awesome.
I love you guys.
Isn't
I
it?
love what you're doing. I love it. It's amazing, and I was so grateful to meet the people that work here the other week and just get involved because what you're doing is literally. I didn't know that you guys are the ones who showed the crowds. When Trump would always say, they never show the crowds, they never do the crowds.
How does that go again?
There's so many people.
Do the imitation.
I can't do it good.
You just did it good. That was good, man.
No.
Show the crowds.
They never show the crowds.
There you go.
No, but so
Bobby
then
McNeely, hope you're watching.
I saw a video of the camera zooming out and showing the crowd.
Yeah.
And I was talking to Grace about that, and I was like, this is so cool.
Yeah.
And then she was like, that was us. I was like, no way. And so I love it, because these crowds, it's already packed, and they're not even close to being done.
Exactly.
Everything is going to be filled to the brim. Just because, and it's going to be filled outside too. The parking lots. Sorry if you're trying to get around in Atlanta, Georgia right now. You're going to be waiting a while because people want to see Donald Trump.
Can you believe it, man? It's Atlanta, Detroit, Philly, the Bronx, rural America, suburbia, wherever you go. It's not only Donald Trump, it's Donald Trump and what he stands for.
Exactly, and that's why they like Trump, because of what he stands for. Not because, he's cool, he's great. It's what he stands for and what he's going to do and what he's already done that makes people want to vote for him. And like you just said, all those places, I've been to Detroit, I've been to West Palm, and I'm here in Grand Rapids, and now I'm here. 4 times I've seen Trump in like the last few months, and every single time, without fail, doesn't matter where you are, if it's a conservative area or it's a liberal area, that place is packed. That place is filled. And it literally just completely depletes the lie that people don't like him, that he's racist and all these things, because there's a diverse group of people that don't fall for that anymore. Yeah. And it's amazing to see it, unfold in front of everyone's eyes. And thank you guys, RSBN, thank you for showing the crowds. Showing the crowds they never do. So
awesome,
thank you.
Man.
Yeah.
Yes, it's 2015. RSBN, they're every step of the way.
Yeah.
Interviewing real people, and as you saw at the RNC, it was everyday Americans that we interview, right?
Yeah.
And we saw that outside. For those of you that have been with us since 10 this morning outside watching,
we're still sweating from it.
Yeah, exactly. So it's awesome to be in here in this venue.
It's amazing.
And wait till everybody gets in here. Even right now, a chant going on. It's great.
It's getting hype already. It's getting hype already.
It is. It is. So
I love it. Who are you chanting?
So, go ahead. So no celebrity needed on the other side of the aisle, right? We talked about that earlier.
We didn't use a celebrity to get the crowds here today. Let's just say that.
Yeah. So President Trump, in many ways, is celebrity status.
I mean, yeah, exactly. He was a president. He was a celebrity. He had The Apprentice. He's a well-known name. His name has been throughout all pop culture. Songs, media. He had a show. Like, this guy, he's that guy.
Yeah.
And he doesn't need to bring on all these people. Although he probably could. He could bring on Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne supports him openly. He could bring Elon Musk, draw the crowd, the smartest guy in the world, whatever. He could do this, but he doesn't, because he's enough. He draws the crowd because of his message that is unifying the country, that is benefiting the country. And then that's all he needs.
Yeah. And it's thanks to President Trump for coining fake news, that term.
Yeah.
I mean, really showing the world what's going on. I mean, fake news, again, should be in the Webster's Dictionary now.
Yes, and the funny thing is there's so many people on both sides that use fake news. He started it, and everybody uses it now.
That's fake news, right?
Fake news. Wait, hold on. Who said that? They hated him. Why are you using his...
I like when he was in that debate against Hillary Clinton. She would go on and on and on. And then all President Trump would do is go, wrong.
That was so funny.
Wrong.
So funny.
I mean, again, it's comedy mixed with, of course, we have a country to save. Of course, we want the border to be sealed.
Yeah.
Of course, we don't want fentanyl coming into our country. We don't want non-citizens voting. We want law and order, right? We want all these things.
We need all those things. Yes.
I'll keep going.
Okay, keep. I was waiting. No, we need every single one of those things. Without those things, the country falls apart.
Right.
But here's the thing with that: you can't be all doom and gloom about everything. Fear mongering. That's what the other side does.
Right.
What we say is we speak the truth. And honestly, it is laughable that we've gotten to the place that we have. It's terrible. It's traumatic. It's sad. But it is laughable because it's like, how did we actually get here? And so to be able to laugh it off while at the same time fighting for it to change, I think that shows some real authentic I don't know, this authentic way of behaving. Because I feel that, like, when I see him do that, roasting what's going on, goofing off about it, Sleepy Joe, Crooked Hillary, ha ha ha, Crooked Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, cackling Kamala, whatever you want to call her, all those things are true and they're funny. But he's also like, hey, but we also, guys, the border is crazy. The border, we need to fix that. And these people are dying. Like this, and it's just the way he can go. It's not flip-flopping business. It's just being, that's a human being.
And then on top
more
of
than
that,
just one.
Isn't it cool that there are many people now that represent MAGA or represent, and when I say MAGA, I mean the freedom movement, conservative movement, and we know what MAGA means, right? Make America great again.
Right.
Right.
Literally, make America great again.
Ooh, that's a good thing.
He's like, why are so many people against this?
Yeah.
Like, why everyone's like the MAGA? But do you know what MAGA stands for?
Right.
That's what he said, and he's like,
so there's so many people. Marjorie Taylor Greene just walked into the arena. Of course, this is her home state right now. She might, of course, she'll be stepping to the media riser here. She's literally right behind our camera, but we have our lights right here, so we'll be seeing her in a second. But, and that's to my point is we've got Donald Trump, we've got MTG, we've got Carrie Lake, Eli Crane, Matt Rosendale, Matt Gaetz, Byron Donalds, Wesley Hunt, Mark Robinson. We've got so many people, and there's a lot of other ones. Peter Navarro, Steve Bannon. So Charlie Kirk. I mean,
we love
the
Charlie
list
Kirk.
continues.
Yes.
So it's awesome that there are people that really just say, you know what, we stand with Donald Trump,
Yes,
but we also
unashamedly.
stand with the Constitution, the Bible, and freedom.
People don't realize we don't stand with Donald Trump because he's Donald Trump. We stand with Donald Trump because of everything you just said. It's not just the fact that he's Donald Trump. Right. It's what he represents. It's what he wants to do for our country. That's why.
Yep. So MTG, yep.
Riling the crowd up.
So it looks like MTG might be stepping over to us here in a second. So we'll interview MTG. That's who everybody's cheering for right now here. Hello. How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Where am I going? Right here?
Right here. That'd be great.
Okay.
All right. So two tall guys.
One short woman.
So, I mean, the crowd obviously loves you here in Georgia and around the country, but your thoughts about what's going on in our country right now?
Oh, listen, we are in the fight of our lives. So many Americans I talk to, all my family and friends, they can't afford their rent. They can't afford groceries. Senior citizens can't afford their rent and groceries and medications. Young people in America today don't know if they're ever going to be able to buy their first home. And here we are on the verge of possibly seeing a major war break out in the Middle East, which is on everyone's heart and concern. We don't want to pay for any more foreign wars. We don't want to pay for Ukraine. We want to see world peace come back. And I think we got less than 100 days, guys. Less than 100 days. And our job today in Georgia here is to turn out the vote. Because if we can turn out the vote here in Georgia, we are going to win this election. The road to the White House goes straight through Georgia, so people got to show up.
Amen. And outside earlier, the amount of people we saw out there from all walks of life, it was wild. Yeah. Isn't it awesome to see just so many people supporting President Trump?
Yes, absolutely. I'm excited. You know, I think this is his first rally in downtown Atlanta. He's rallied all over the state. He's rallied all over the country. And it's so much fun just to see everyone coming in and to hear his message, hear his agenda, Agenda 47, that is so clearly outlined on DonaldJTrump.com. And I can't wait to hear President Trump. I can't wait to hear JD Vance, and we're going to have a good time.
And finally, for me, and then Titus, if you have any questions, I know when you're on stage, you're going to be very fired up. Why are you so fired up right this second?
Well, I have to tell you, Georgia's my home. I was born and raised here. I absolutely love my home state. I love all the people that live here. I also love our country. And I know what we're fighting for, and I think everybody in here knows what we're fighting for. This is a time where we have to rein in our federal government. It is totally overgrown, out of control, and it's about to be bankrupt. We're over $35 trillion in debt. We can't afford it. Nobody can. And that's a situation for Republican voters, independent voters, Democrat voters, and people that don't even vote. And we got to come together and we got to fix it, or we're all going to suffer.
And then finally, we see what's happening in Venezuela with the people there. They just want to be free.
Yeah. Well, it's election integrity matters. We've been saying it since November of 2020. Stolen elections have consequences. We don't want to be Venezuela. And so we have to get everybody to be poll watchers, pay attention to your elections, really make sure that it all turns out good, because the people own the elections and they pay for them.
Representative Greene, thank you so much. Have fun up there.
Yeah, good to see you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi, it's great to meet you. So, It's so awesome seeing you be so fired up every single time I see you on Twitter, X. I see all these people, but it's the fact that you're so unapologetically firm in, like, not only your loyalty to Trump and the movement that we're doing here, people continuously come in and out of it. Like, they want to hate, and then they want to support, and they want to hate, regardless of what it is you say. You could say something they agree with, and that's just not just you, that's everyone in the media. You say something they agree with, and they're like, yeah. You say something they disagree with, and you're the worst person ever. How do you deal with that?
Well, honestly, for me, it's about the mission and the goal. And the goal is to save America. And the way to save America is to focus on America First policies. Don't get caught in all the noise, right? Remember Steve Bannon, he's always talking about signal, not noise. And we have to stay focused on our mission. So I don't care if somebody's jawing about this on social media or jawing about that on social media. For me, it doesn't matter. I know who I am. I know what I believe in. I know Donald Trump. I know him well. And I know what his mission is. And this man, he took a bullet for everybody out here. He took a bullet to the face. And he stood up and he raised his fist in the air and he said, fight, fight, fight. Because America's worth fighting for, and I'm dedicated to that.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yes, it's good to see you.
Okay. Bye, everybody. Bye, RSBN.
So,
I don't know. Yeah, it was great.
That's not something you got to do every day, huh, Titus?
Yeah, no, I've never met her before, so that's cool.
Producers, go ahead. You guys got to be a lot louder, please.
They want to take away my freedom because I will never.
Okay, so. All right, so we want to talk about stickermule.com real quick. Stickermule.com/RSBN. A lot of great swag out there for you. RSBN stickers, bumper stickers, coasters, T-shirts. I got to get myself a T-shirt. There's gray ones, black ones, and white ones.
Black's my favorite. Black and red are my favorite colors, so I'll probably get the black one.
Cool, cool. So it's stickermule.com.
Stickermule.com/RSBN.
Let's take a look at this video.
When I'm reelected, I will totally obliterate the deep state. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail.
Always good to see some of these videos out here. I mean, the political ads that President Trump has out there are just quite awesome. Are they good?
No, I don't. I want to find it. One of the coolest ads, best ads I've ever seen in my life was at the one I saw in Grand Rapids. I'm sure that'll play here. Oh my god!
Was it the one where it shows a number of images fast? Yes, I know.
That's the best ad I've ever seen in my life.
All right, let's go.
I literally was like, that is.
Tell us how you really feel, Titus.
No, I watched that, and I get pumped like anyway, like going to like these rallies and just meeting people and stuff. But when I saw that ad, he was saying all things that he's done, all things that these other politicians that have not, this administration and previous administrations have just done all these things to harm America, and all the positive, good things that he did to change it for the better. And then it's still the dope music with like him walking in slow-mo. I'm like, okay, this is getting me hype. I feel like I'm in a Marvel movie. I'm getting pumped right now.
Dude, I hear you.
I'm like, yo, what is this? I'm like, give me like, I want to be in there. I want to be like next to him walking, like doing that commercial. It's so cool.
Man, you're an entertainer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. It's so good.
It's good. And I think these political ads, man, they're on point. That's the thing, when they're really good visually and the music, and then you've got the content. It's the trifecta.
It's the trifecta.
You know?
And it's going to garner, like, people are going to see that and they're like, yeah, okay. Some ads that I've seen from the other side are just so cringy and like, Donald Trump doesn't want you to be able to, like, control your own body and like, okay, like, that's so cringy. I feel like I'm watching like Life Alert, like the like, help a phone and they can't get up. Like, that's the energy that these ads give, and that was just so well done.
Totally negative and false.
Yes, and plus they're lying.
Yeah, so plus it's not true.
Yeah, exactly.
So, all right, so let's get to some of the other information here. We were talking about the size of Georgia, 11 million people.
That's a lot of people.
16 electoral votes. We have that urgent need to seal the border, of course. And we were talking outside about the Constitution, the border, we're hearing from all people out there from a lot of countries. China, South Africa, South Korea was representing there. I mean, there's so many people. And so what would you say is the main thing right now going forward as we are less than 100 days from the election? What's your top concern?
Top concern. So it's whether or not it's the most important concern. It is something that I'm very, very passionate about, and that is the free speech and the censorship thing, because that, obviously the border, I think, is something that I think should probably be focused on the most, just because we need to be secure. But my thing is, with the American people being indoctrinated through media censoring people that want to tell the truth, and through mainstream media being the only option that they are trying to push people towards, I think you can influence a whole generation for evil, for wrong, if you don't allow them to see both sides. If you opinion check and call it fact checking, and it was proven that Mark Zuckerberg did that. It's like, I don't want, and no hate to him, I'm glad he's turning over a new leaf, but it's just like, that's dangerous. And I want to see what Trump's going to do about that, because it's happened to him too. He took him off Facebook for like a year or a long time. And I really, for me, kids' minds, young kids are so malleable, and you just propagate some sort of lie continuously over and over again to them, they're going to believe it. It's going to be truth to them. No, this person said it, this person said it, this person said it. Just because the whole crowd says something doesn't mean it's true, but for a kid, why would you think they're lying? Oh, this one guy's just right. Oh, but it's not one guy. It's one guy that's not censored and a million people that were. And so I really want censorship to not be a thing. I want people, like, if there's demand for it, then let it, be out there. I just don't like that's probably one of my number one issues.
Yeah, I mean, that's number 7 out of the GOP 20 platforms or 20 promises. Number 7 is to defend the Constitution, including freedom of speech. So that's what's awesome about President Trump and his team. They know, they see the problem, and they're inserting the solution to the problem using common sense, the truth, the Constitution. It's pretty simple stuff. And that's what's on the ballot. It's
what we're fighting for.
Truth versus lies. It's goodness versus evil, that kind of thing.
Yeah, it literally is. And the thing is, a lot of people, like we said this over and over again today, but like a lot of people that are Democrat moderate, they're not evil. They're not bad. They're good-hearted. And honestly, that's why they've been manipulated by this nonsense, trying to emotionalize everything to make you feel as if you are the problem if you're not in support of it. They're good-hearted people that have been manipulated, and so that's why we need RSBN. We need Titus L. Smith. We need so many people, so many big names, Charlie Kirk, Marjorie Taylor Greene. We need Donald Trump to get these messages out of truth and telling people, hey, you're allowed to disagree. You're allowed to disagree. I'm allowed to say, and I think this is wrong, and this is why I think it's wrong, and allow them to be able to have access to hear that truth.
Exactly.
And then, because then watch their minds change. We've seen it time and time again with people. A man out there, I said, my family has a lineage of ignorance. I have changed. I don't believe that way anymore, and I'm changing the trajectory of my family going forward. So,
you know what's really cool? The fact that we have an unfiltered, raw kind of truth. You know what I mean? In the sense of, in mainstream media, it's very scripted. It's very, Joe Biden said this today, and Donald Trump,
I can't stand that. I talk about that literally like once a week on my show. Today, we had heard that Joe Biden was dropping out of the race, and I could not believe. I'm like, that's not how people talk.
Right.
I don't rock with that.
Well, I'm not actually messing with the way that they talk. You're messing with people how they talk.
Well,
I'm just messing with you.
I am. I'm making fun of the way you talk.
I'm
making fun of the way you talk.
It's very Anchorman flow.
Well, I'm just saying, it's, like I said, we were talking about authenticity.
Yes.
That's not authentic.
And that's
not how. Why do you think podcasts are doing so well?
Yes.
Why do you think people want to see Joe Rogan?
Yes.
Why do you think people want to watch, even us? We're not talking like, and today, you won't believe what happened. We're at the rally here in Georgia and Atlanta, and it's filled with blue seats, and there's a massive flag. We don't talk like that.
Yeah, and on top of that, though, we might, be like, hey, this is what's going on. But at the end of the day, you show the realness, the genuineness of, hey, we're on the same team you guys are that are watching right now.
Yes, we're all on the same team.
Same team. And when I say same team, you could be a liberal or a Democrat watching right now, and guess why we're on the same team? We're both Americans. We're Americans.
And that's all we're trying to promote.
We're promoting freedom and our Constitution and no woke ideology. So, it's winning hearts and minds. And again, you had a great point, and we talked about this earlier. The good-hearted people of America. I know and I've worked with over the years, and my wife knows people too that are Democrat, right? And they are not wanting to have drag story hour for their kids, right?
No.
These are Democrats I'm talking about.
That's what's
it's
turning them away.
Exactly. It's the extreme liberal thing that's trying to crush our country. Now, I'm not saying I'm for anything on a Democrat policy.
Yeah.
We can disagree with what there's, that.
Right.
But it's not the division that the left wing has really been propagating.
Exactly. I agree wholeheartedly. The extremities that the left, and there's extremities on both sides, but the left is the one that's being propagated and accepted and pushed, and so that's why we're coming so hard against that. Because the other side gets vilified, which some of it needs to be vilified on the right extreme. But like for the left extremists, it's getting drag time story hour, drag your kids to Pride, kids putting dollar bills on drag queens? Absolutely not.
No.
That is not acceptable, and that is what's turning good-hearted people away from the liberals, from the leftist ideology, because they don't condemn it.
Right.
Because guess what? If they condemn it, then guess who's going to come at them? Some mainstream media is getting paid by someone to propagate some message, and then their career is ended or whatever happens.
That's the thing. They're concerned still about the cancel culture.
Yeah.
But Titus, are you concerned about cancel culture?
Not even. Let me tell y'all something right now. I have had about 4 TikTok accounts banned. 340,000 followers banned. 80,000 followers banned. 20,000 followers banned. I'm rocking at like 50 right now, 50,000, and it could be banned again. I have a YouTube with 900,000. It could get banned.
You've got to get on Truth.
I have an Instagram with 100,000. It could get banned.
You got to get on Truth.
I'm just going to keep going.
Yeah.
I'm on Truth. I am on Truth. I just got to post on there. That's it. I got to post on there. That's it.
No, that's a great point you're making.
Yeah. And my thing is, I'll just keep going, though. That's the difference. I have friends that I started it 4 years ago, 2020. We're fighting for Trump to get elected again. And people are just like, oh, I had my 5th account banned. I just kind of burn out, man. I don't want to try again. I'm like, it's not about the views. It's not about, like, obviously, yeah, it's cool. It's cool to have that virality. It's great, and you want to because you want the message to get out there. But the importance is the message. And if you have a voice that is able to attract that many followers, yeah, it got banned. That means you can do it again. Keep going. Yeah. Keep fighting. They can't, what are they going to do? Like, unless they don't allow you to post on the platform anymore, like, no matter if it's a new account, they just completely IP address, take away the ability, just keep fighting. Just keep doing it.
Yeah. And so what we're fighting for is freedom in this country.
Exactly.
And the fight that President Trump was saying on that heroic, iconic day in Butler, Pennsylvania, comes down to a great quote that I've read, I think, 15 times on air at Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm going to find it here. But I mean,
I'm so
it's
excited.
just awesome because we know what that means when it's fight. It's fight for our country. It's work hard, pray hard. It's election integrity and security. It's get the true narrative out there.
Yeah.
And that's part of what you do. That's what I do.
Yes.
That's what people at Right Side Broadcasting Network do.
Yes.
And other conservative outlets. So it's just like, hey, we're on this together.
We're on this together, like High School Musical says.
Yes. So let me find that quote here. Okay, here it is. All right, I'm going to step off camera. I'm going to read you this quote. Why don't we step off real quick? So you're looking live right now in Atlanta, Georgia, and the place is getting a lot more crowded.
Yeah, a lot bigger than it was earlier.
Yeah, so the floor, the lower bowl, and upper bowl will be packed. And at every event, it's quite loud. So, all right, so this quote is from Taylor Budowich with MAGA Inc. This refers to the fight that we heard on July 13th of this year. By the grace of God, President Trump survived a coward's bullet, and before leaving the stage, he roared, "Fight, so we shall. We will fight by mobilizing the most epic political movement in history. We will fight by prosecuting the case against the worst president in American history. And we will fight by delivering President Trump an electoral landslide to provide him the opportunity to unite our divided country and make America great again."
Woo! I'm fired up just hearing it. I'm about to go run. I'm about to be like in a Pentecostal church running through the crowd.
No, I hear you. Huh? What are your thoughts for real, though?
No, that's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing, and it's true. Our country is so divided. And the whole intent of this administration, the whole purpose of this administration and this movement is to unite everyone. We talk about it time and time again today. People out there from all walks of life, all different backgrounds, all different stories coming together to realize this is a solution to our country. And so that's what it's about. The opposite of what we currently went through, where we were being called MAGA extremists and being vilified and dividing us even further. This administration wants to unite even if we disagree, we should unite in the fact that we're Americans and put America first. And that's it.
I love that we're in the South, in Georgia right now. Titus, you're with me here together.
Yes.
And that's what we see across the country.
Yes.
Don't we see that?
We do.
This is the truth.
This is literally the truth.
So,
I have friends, black, yellow, red, brown, white, don't matter what color you are, don't matter where your background is. You're a good person, you're a good person.
Yep.
If you want to do good, you want to do good. I want to do good. Let's do good together.
Let's do it together. Exactly. And so again, if you missed any of the broadcasts from earlier today, Titus,
please go check it out.
Yeah.
Please go check it out.
Just please. Yeah.
It's fun. It's great. We ran into some cool
real.
characters.
Super
There's a
authentic.
rapper out there.
There's
4G Out of Blow was there.
Yeah.
I've seen my buddy Bryson. I'm actually good friends with Bryson Gray. They've rapped together, done songs together, and it's just super cool seeing just people from all walks. Because I never met him before, but I've seen him before, and it's so cool to see these people just coming out.
Yeah.
Like I said, talk about all walks of life.
Yeah.
That man used to make degenerate music, and he realized that was wrong. Let me make positive, uplifting, patriotic music.
Well, and think about it. For all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God.
Yes. Oh, yes. Exactly.
So nobody
I'm no
can come out
exception.
and be like, we are perfect. We have done no wrong. Like, come on.
I think that's the problem.
Yeah.
People think that we think we're perfect. They think we have no faults. Like as if we do not sin. As if, no. But I'm aware of my sin. I'm aware of my faults, and that's why I submit those to Jesus. I try and renew my mind in Christ. I try and be a different being than I was yesterday.
Amen.
That's the whole purpose. Like, we know we're flawed. We know we're not perfect. We're fighting to be more righteous like Christ. That is the whole point.
I think people are clapping for what you just said.
Yeah, woo! No, thank him.
Yeah, exactly. Amen. Thank God. So Angel Pace, we were talking about that before. Out of Spring, Texas, a great group there. A lot of veterans are working there as well. They hire veterans, which is awesome, right? So there's a lot of good information there. You see on your screen, you can learn all about Angel Paste. This is stuff that's going to help your skin. So at the end of the day, Angel Paste is the information right there. Get that product. A number of great products and also sponsors at Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Titus Ellis Smith. First time meeting you, man. I mean, I literally drove up to Atlanta this morning. Nikki was supposed to be here, but the flight got canceled. So I called you at, what time was it, 7, 8 in the morning?
Yeah.
And I'm like, we're tired. I'm like, hey, what's up, man?
Man. Hey, so it turns out we're working together.
Yeah, it turns out,
I got it super late last night, and I was just like, yeah, sounds great. Like, whatever,
exactly. But it was cool because, I mean, what's awesome is as soon as we talked on the phone, it's like, we already know that, hey, you wouldn't be connecting at Right Side, first of all, if you're having a woke ideology or something.
Absolutely not.
But at the end of the day, it's common sense and it's freedom.
Right.
And anyway, so this is obviously a great day. 3 o'clock pre-program starts, so about 13 minutes maybe.
Ooh,
4 o'clock, JD Vance.
Yes.
5 o'clock, President Trump. All here live, unfiltered, showing the crowds. Of course, as it gets even more crowded right now, and it is, I'm guaranteeing the people are so happy.
Oh, when President Trump walks up, I mean, we're going to scream for JD Vance, but we're going to scream for President Trump.
Yeah.
I've never seen, and I've been to a few concerts, and there's no difference.
Right.
Going to a concert than going to a Trump rally.
Yeah.
It's seeing the response, and it's honestly a bigger response at these events.
Exactly. So Grand Rapids, Michigan, 7 days after the Butler, Pennsylvania event happened. Probably hearing that chant right now, and maybe our other camera is getting that, but I do know that it was 7 days after the Butler, Pennsylvania
Yes, literally
incident.
a week after.
You were in that building.
I was in the building.
So was I. And that place, I mean, I did the decibel app. It's 101.1 or something. Like, it was just off the charts.
How many times did you hear fight, fight, fight?
Right.
A week after. First rally post-assassination attempt. And people were hyped up. People were on it. They're a little extreme, but people were putting bandages on their ears.
I saw it.
Because they're in solidarity with them. Like, hey, this happened to you. I'm with you. And I understand why you do it.
Right.
But my brothers were like, what are they doing? But
makes sense.
I love that they're doing that to support him, though.
Makes sense.
It's cool. Like, they genuinely. This is how, not desperate, but how passionate people are about the state of our country.
Right.
Like, they think, oh, you're like worshiping, you put him in this. Like, no, we realize this country is going in a terrible direction.
Yes.
And the only person who's willing to fight, put his face out there, and be beaten down time and time again is President Donald J. Trump.
That's right. Exactly. I'm waiting for the applause.
Come on, guys, that was a bar.
That was pretty good.
That was a bar. I was kidding.
Spitting bars left and right.
That's good.
So good stuff. I mean, yeah, the crowd. I mean, I just can't believe how loud they were at that event. And at the end of the day, we know what's on the ballot.
Yes.
And I think that the country does, the world does, and everybody is watching this.
They are.
They're all watching. So we know President Trump leading in the polls, in interactive polls, Rasmussen. But, you know, I like polls. But I'll tell you, seeing the boots on the ground, seeing the people in huge droves across this country is impactful.
Yes. I mean, I distrust everything. So when I see the polls, I'm like, especially when they were against Trump, I was like, there's no way.
Yeah.
But like when they are for him, I'm like, yeah, I'm glad. But like, are they way more for him?
Right.
Or like, you know, what is it? But I feel like this is proof. When you go to every rally ever, and like prior to Kamala, who got announced 2 weeks ago that she was going to be running, Joe Biden couldn't fill a ice cream shop with anybody in there, and yet Trump can fill arenas. And to say like that has no bearing on the vote, on who's to, like, if you're willing to travel across the country, travel hours within the state that you're in, and come see this man, you'd be willing to vote for him.
Yeah.
And so you can't tell me that these people are, oh, that doesn't mean anything. It does mean something. That he can fill out every arena and every rally he goes
right.
to.
And so speaking of filling arenas and stadiums and fields and wherever, on August 9th, Bozeman, Montana. A special hello to Matt Rosendale, the representative out there in Montana. On August 9th, President Trump is holding a rally in Bozeman, Montana. So big sky country. And it's awesome. Again, it could be in a city. It could be out there in the country. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. It doesn't matter.
Just doesn't matter.
It literally does not. I went to a rally in Michigan, not this most recent one, but a few years ago, and it was in the middle of nowhere.
Right.
And guess what I saw?
Right.
Thousands of cars.
Exactly.
Thousands. It was like a cornfield somewhere, it felt like.
Yep.
I felt like they put up a tent or something. It was thousands of people.
Right.
I don't care where this man's at. I'm going.
Yeah.
Like that's.
You gotta get a Titus Ellis Smith airline or something. Just start flying.
Yeah, I know.
He's got Trump Force One. You gotta get yours.
Yo, Trump, get me on there, bro. What's going on?
And speaking of President Trump,
hook me up.
freetrumpbook.com. Freetrumpbook.com. Another great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Mike Huckabee, awesome guy, right?
Yeah.
Of course, the former governor of Arkansas, who lives in Tennessee now, who has an awesome show, but also has this great book, the freetrumpbook.com. The indoctrination a lot of the students have had, we need to reverse that, and it's thanks to books like this that'll help.
Yes, absolutely. The indoctrination, the books and the stuff that's going on within schools is like sickening. Like I think it's Moms for America, an organization that kind of calls out what's going on with that, and I just can't believe the complete disregarding and the lack of knowledge that some people have on that. Because people don't know what's going on. People don't realize how indoctrinated their kids are getting, so they need to get this book. They need to.
freetrumpbook.com. You see that information there on your screen as we are taking a live look at the arena here. Of course, going to be very crowded here shortly, as there are thousands and thousands of people outside. Now, there is a screen outside as well. So if there is an overflow, I believe the people there will be able to watch as well. We saw that in Charlotte, North Carolina. I remember they put it up on the Jumbotron, and President Trump looked back at it, and there was thousands of people outside.
And I'm not surprised one bit about that.
Yep.
People want to see Donald Trump. People literally feel like this is a ticket to save America. This is the last hope. Like, it's not even a joke. People think this country will be gone forever.
Right.
If this man isn't in office, and I understand completely where they're coming from.
Yep.
The direction that we've gone is just so bad, and he is someone who's willing and has changed the country for the better. So
yeah. So outside of politics, when you talk about faith, which is in a way mixed in, because think about it, like,
you vote based off your faith.
Freedom is both biblical and what President Trump's running on, right?
Why do you think he has so many Christians that support him?
Yeah, exactly. So, the Judeo-Christian principles of this nation, the Old Testament, the New Testament, Jesus sets you free. The truth sets you free, right?
Yes, it does.
So, I don't need to tell you that. I know you believe in that.
Oh, 100%. I've had a very, very interesting journey with my walk with Christ, raised in a Christian household, gone in and out of it. And I'm very, very passionate, and I know who my Savior is, and I know I want everyone to know him. And, you know, however means necessary. I mean, obviously, I've been very on the political arena. I've been talking about what's going on there, what's going on in our country through the lens of my faith. But I want to even more just talk Christ to people. You know, I just want them to know Jesus for like the way I know him, and I want to know him even more. You know, so
Amen.
and like you were saying, all these people here, I guarantee you half of them, if not more, are Christians.
Yeah,
they're all want this. Like you said, there's a reason why they love the freedom. The freedom aspect comes from faith. The freedom aspect comes from the Bible. And so they see that Trump is emulating that through this American Constitution following belief. But that's why they follow him, because of Christ. They follow Trump because of Christ. They don't follow, and that's the lie that's being propagated, is that they worship Donald. No, they worship Christ, and Donald is following Christ's principles when it comes to freedom, when it comes to autonomy, when it comes to actual autonomy.
Well, I mean, we could totally go on that subject for a while, but we know, again, in the Old Testament, so much truth, the New Testament truth. But also, for those of you out there that are not even in the faith message or not believing, you know, of course, we would want you to...
Oh, you need to.
Well, I hear you.
Come on.
But for the people that might not believe right now, or whatever the case is, at the end of the day, President Trump is here for all of America. Yeah. We need to win this election. We got to have freedom to even have freedom of speech and freedom of, if we want to worship at the church or a synagogue, you know, you got to have freedom to do that. So that's what I love about what's happening here is he's saying, hey, you know what? This is for all of America. And it's great to see that. And it's, again, if you guys missed these interviews from earlier, we interviewed somebody from India. We interviewed somebody from South Africa, China. What other countries? There's so many more. There's so many more.
Nicaragua.
Nicaragua.
Romania.
Romania. And Germany.
Germany, yes.
Okay, so all of those people, and then the guy spoke German for a little bit. That was fun.
He did. We don't know what he said, but we hope it was good.
Yeah, well,
he said what he was.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to have to go use the app translation app or whatever. All right, so let's move on to the next sponsor, and then we're going to get into some facts and figures and some stats and some more of the news going on around the country and around the world when it comes to like Venezuela and other places. And we'll get into some more polls as well. But the wellness company, MakeCareGreatAgain.com, 15% off with the RSBN promo code. As you see there, ivermectin, Z-Pak, amoxicillin is on there too. So many great items in that emergency kit. Always good to have. I mean, Luke in the Bible, he was a doctor. It's not bad to have medicine.
It's great to have medicine. God created it.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people don't realize that God has given so many people so many gifts. Science was created by God. All this stuff in the health industry that's actually not being corrupted by any way, shape, or form is God. It's brought on by God. God has brought that to the people. He has inspired them. He's given us an intelligent mind to be able to learn and create and build based off the things that he placed on the earth. And so 100%, you need to get this stuff.
Wellness company. So there you go, MakeCareGreatAgain.com, and then use the promo code RSBN. So it's pretty cool that conservative media is a thing, right?
Yes.
Thanks to President Trump. I'm just going to give him 100% credit for that because he's the one that showed everybody what's up.
When he coined fake news, it literally inspired the alternative media that wasn't mainstream, that wasn't feeding the exact same message.
Right.
Literally. Have you seen the videos of the literally word for word, bar for bar, all these mainstream media publications saying the exact same thing?
Oh, yeah.
So it's like
all about the weird.
Weird. Yeah. So it's like, no, and weird, that's crazy.
Yeah, well, they're projecting again.
That's the... That is the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. Y'all are weird.
That's all you got.
We're weird. Everything that y'all promote wasn't normal 10 years ago.
That's a great point.
We're the weird ones.
Right.
I
hear you.
If we're gonna throw weird out there, like you could say whatever you want. Say we're not loving. Say we're not accepting of. We don't accept it. We love you. We don't accept it. But like
that's
to say
hold on. What you just said was great. So we love you.
Yeah.
We don't accept. That junk.
Yeah. That trying to merge love and acceptance together was honestly genius marketing by you guys. Really good work, but it's not true. It's false. You can love someone and not accept their lifestyle, accept their behaviors.
Yes.
Parents love their kids. They don't accept every lifestyle choice they make.
Right.
They don't accept that
Great point.
That their son committed murder. They don't accept, but they love them.
Right.
they'll always love you. You're theirs. You come from them, but that doesn't mean they accept it. And I think that coining those together was smart, but not so smart at the same time because it's not doing anything.
Great point.
I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
There. We're going to keep going with that.
We will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Pastor Jensen Franklin to lead us in today's invocation.
Thank you. God bless you. Would everyone stand for a prayer together? You know, if you don't believe in prayer, you should watch the footage of the assassination attempt. I appreciate that the Trump campaign opens every rally with prayer. And if ever there was a time where we ought to be praying for President Trump, his family, I thought about when I saw that bullet wound him. How many times I saw my friend Aveda King, how many times in the Oval Office before we would leave, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, would say, "Would you all lay your hands on me and pray for me?" Somebody asked me, do you think he's a prayerful man? I don't know. But I know he puts a lot of people around him in every position that he has that do a lot of praying. And that matters. That matters. How many of you believe in the power of prayer this afternoon? If my people which are called by my name, say we're that people, will humble themselves and pray, we'll hear from heaven. God will heal our land. Let us pray. Father, we come to you today in the mighty name of Jesus. We thank you for President Donald Trump. We thank you that he's alive. We thank you that it was your grace and your hand of protection that kept him. And you kept him because you have a purpose for him. And Lord, we just pray right now that you would touch and strengthen him and his family. Keep them in the hollow of your hand. Lord, we just pray that you would bless this nation and you would send revival from the East Coast to the West Coast, that we would see our schools turned around, our nation turned around. We would see young people, Lord, get involved. I pray for pastors to take the pulpits and be leaders and help rebuild the culture of America. Lord, I pray for boldness and courage to come on people. good American people who love God and who love this nation. Help us, Lord. Help us to have conviction to get out and vote, to get registered to vote. This is a spiritual battle, but it's also a natural battle. And if we'll do our part, you'll do your part, Lord. And so we're calling on you. And the Lord bless and keep us. Make your face shine on us. Be gracious unto us, America. Lift up your countenance upon us and give us peace and your blessing. In Jesus' name we pray. And everybody said, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome State Agriculture Commissioner Tyler Harper to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Well, hello, Georgia. Who's ready to send Donald Trump to the White House on November 5th? I don't know about y'all, but I'm pretty dang fired up. We got a lot of work to do in these next less than 100 days to make sure we take back the White House, we take back America, we take it back down a path that it belongs on. The train's going down the wrong track, folks, and it's time to put the train back on the right path. With your help, we can make that happen in November. The times I've been with the president and the times I've had the opportunity to host Don Jr. on our family farm in South Georgia, I know the heart and soul and the passion that they have for America. Not only that, as your ag commissioner, I know the heart and soul they have for our nation's backbone, which is agriculture. And right now we have an administration that doesn't believe in the power of agriculture, that doesn't believe in the power of the people, that doesn't believe in our ability to govern ourselves. Donald Trump and JD Vance and the Trump White House will turn that around and we'll send it back in the right direction. We won't have illegals crossing the border. We'll ensure that America stands strong. America First agenda will always rule, and we'll ensure that our country heads down the right path, a God-fearing path, a path back to prosperity. Earlier this week, there was a message in this same building. A message from a Democratic Party that I consider pretty undemocratic right now. They don't know where we need to go. They don't support our men and women in arms. They don't support our men and women in blue, but I can tell you who does. The President, Donald Trump, JD Vance, they support our men and women in arms. They said the 13 names at the Republican National Convention, and I was honored to be in that crowd to hear those 13 names read out, because this administration has never said the names of the 13 that were killed in Afghanistan. This administration will stand up for those men and women who will lay down their life for us. And every single day, those men and women lay down their life for us, for the freedom that we have, whether they are in law enforcement, they're EMTs, they're in their prison systems protecting us from those who do bad against us and wrongs, or they're in our men and women, they're in our military. And if you serve in any of those capacities, thank you. And so right now, I want you to join me as we honor the flag that they all stood to represent, that they all have bled for, that they have fought for, that we owe them everything for. The flag that represents our future, our freedom, our America, our ability to continue to move down the right path. So if you'll join me in honoring the flag of our nation in our Pledge of Allegiance. Y'all join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. God bless you. God bless America. Let's go to a fight. Let's win in November. Y'all keep plowing. I'm going to plow with you. Good to have you. Good to be here. Good to see you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Hannah Harding to sing our national anthem.
Thank y'all for being here. Are we ready, Georgia, to vote for Donald J. Trump in November for our next President of the United States of America? Please join me as we sing our national anthem. Oh, say, Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Trump Force 47 Captain Courtney Nichols.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends and fellow patriots, let me start by saying that I don't have a teleprompter, well, kind of my app on my phone, but today I stand before you not just as a proud member of the Trump Force 47 program, but as a mother, a friend, and a neighbor who deeply cares about the future of our children. My name is Courtney Nichols, and I'm honored to serve as the Secretary for the Federated Republican Women of Fulton County and a Trump Force 47 captain. Yes. I want to talk to you about something that goes beyond politics. It's about our families and the world we want to create for our children. As a mother, I often find myself thinking about the future and the kind of country my daughter will inherit. This election is not just another event on the calendar. It is a pivotal moment for all of us. It's about ensuring that our children grow up in a safe environment where freedom is cherished and respected. This is the most important election of our lifetime, and it's our responsibility to take action. Becoming a Trump captain is a commitment, but it doesn't have to consume your life. A few hours a day spent knocking on doors, making phone calls, delivering yard signs, or even hosting a gathering at your home can make a significant impact. I promise you those few hours are nothing compared to the future we can build together. Let's take a moment to reflect on the current situation. It's hard to believe that it has become acceptable for millions to cross our borders illegally, right? No consequences, they're just being let in. They're being provided cell phones, prepaid cards, hotel rooms, If we don't take a stand, we risk losing these individuals and they gain voting rights, our voting rights. As an American, this should make you furious. We're talking about hard-earned tax dollars being used for people who aren't here even legally. And let's not forget the heartbreaking statistics of fentanyl deaths, the violence against our children, and the attacks on our law enforcement. It's overwhelming, and it's our job to put a stop to it. When I find myself feeling overwhelmed or worried about the state of the world, I think of President Trump. I think of the challenges he's faced, the sham charges, the relentless media attacks, and the attempted assassination. So we have a job to get out there and do our part for President Trump. I want you to raise your phones, and there's a QR code to join the Trump Force 47. So click that and join us. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage founder of Conserve the Culture, Michaela Montgomery.
Sun coming up over New York City. School bus driver in a traffic jam.
I'm so happy you all came out to see me. So, my name is Michaela Montgomery. A lot of you guys know me as the girl from Chick-fil-A, but I am so much more than that. Not only do I serve as the CEO of Conserve the Culture, I am also the state director for Blexit down here in Georgia. I'm a Fulton County coordinator for America First Works, and I'm also launching a podcast on the Patriots Prayer Network, so put some respect on my name. Now, why don't we jump right into it? See, as a young single mother, I can tell y'all that rent is too damn high. I can tell you that as a young black voter, groceries are too damn high. And as an American citizen, period, seniors like my parents should never have to choose between medicine or food. It should never be the quality of life versus the quantity of life. And I don't want to hear, oh, but we capped the price of insulin and lowered the price of all these medicines. Yeah, but you raised the price of everything else, so it's about time to start telling the truth to Americans and let them know exactly what they're signing up for if they want to vote for Kamala Harris. We need to vote based on facts and not feelings. See, under Harris and Biden, the average Georgia household is losing $1,060 per month, and inflation is at 21.4%. And due to the war on energy, average gas prices have reached record highs for the state. We also did a poll, and 80% of us black Americans are not happy with the current state of the economy, so I'm going to need 80% of y'all to vote accordingly in November. They love me, they really love me. The left wants you to get in your feelings about things that have been said, but I want you guys to pay attention to what has been done. They don't want to talk policy. They just want to use propaganda to steal your vote. The left is trying to tout this woman as a savior for the black community, but all she's done is hurt the black community since she came into the game. See, the first step in destroying the black community is to dismantle the black family. So aside from her record as a prosecutor, why don't we ask Mrs. Willie Brown if Kamala Harris cares about black families? I wonder if Mrs. Willie Brown, a black woman, is also with her. A few days ago, President Trump said he didn't know Vice President Harris was a black woman. I'm trying to figure out what all the outrage is about because she's only black when it's time to get elected. Did I lie? The same black people who are mad at Trump for being confused about her race, ethnicity, nationality, whatever, are seemingly forgetting that while you're touting her as a savior for black people, she identifies as an Asian woman. She chose her side and it wasn't ours. When asked if she would ever do anything specifically for black people, she said no. Whereas Trump gave us the Platinum Plan, which specifically uplifted the black community by increasing capital by almost $500 billion, creating 500,000 new black businesses, and would give black churches the ability to fight for federal resources for their communities. And why are we acting like strong borders aren't a thing literally everywhere else in the world? Since when has being patriotic been a crime? See, a few weeks ago at the debate, Trump mentioned black jobs. And a lot of people got in an uproar as if they didn't know what he meant. Well, we go to the polls and cast our black vote. We go to the stores and spend our black dollar. We live in our black community, but for whatever reason, we draw the line at a black job. Oh, but wait, because if you're wondering what a black job is, please, I encourage you all to drive through Atlanta at all these beautiful black-owned businesses and check and see who works there. Probably a black person working for a black entrepreneur, recycling the black dollar, creating black generational wealth. If they come here illegally and they're taking your jobs and your resources, then please believe my cousins in the Appalachians, they coming for you too. And y'all know Kamala Harris has yet to say Laken Riley's name. As borders are, she opened the border to millions of illegal immigrants that have flooded American streets with deadly drugs and gangs that have spiked overdoses by over 124% and brought more crime into minority communities. So how's that for black folks? But let's take race out of it. Just as a woman, period. How can you be a champion for women's rights when you're taking away opportunities from biological women and giving them to transgendered ones? I'll wait, y'all, because I wasn't done. See, how can you promote equity for women and you're allowing men to play in women's sports? And what kind of feminist would still allow men to enter their sacred spaces, i.e. our bathrooms and school locker rooms? Do I even need to mention the opening ceremony at the Olympics? Or the fact that Angela Carini was forced to fight a man and told us that she's never been punched so hard in her life. We cannot allow dangerous liberals who think things like this are okay into the White House, because my daughter will not be fighting a man at her wrestling match. And what I think both men and women can agree on is that national security is important. So who would y'all rather see lead us into war if it were so to happen? My silk-pressed sister Kamala or the big dog Donald Trump? And lastly, I could not get up here without mentioning my farmers, the backbone of this country. And aside from the Biden-Harris administration hurting you guys in ways we can't even comprehend by the rising cost of everything, black farmers suffered even more due to the delays associated with the Inflation Reduction Act signed in 2022. Now, don't let the Biden-Harris administration fool you, because they waited until the 9th hour to sign off on disbursements as a last-minute attempt to garner support. But why would they hurt the agricultural industry? Probably because they're looking forward to making more money in the pharmaceutical one. And speaking of pharmaceuticals, because I promise I'm gonna wrap this up, when they bring up abortion and they talk about protecting your medical freedoms, don't be afraid to mention COVID. The Biden-Harris administration forced Americans to take an experimental vaccine and took away their jobs, their livelihoods, and their freedoms if they refused. Trump gave us a choice and Biden gave us a mandate. Hey y'all, because I'm about to kill him with this one. So the next time the left wants to tell you that, hey, abortion is a right and you need to protect your medical freedoms, remember that they took those freedoms away from men and women the second they got in office, and there's nothing stopping them from doing it again. Clock it. So lastly, again, I'm going to encourage you all to vote based on the facts and not feelings. Oh, he made me feel so bad when he said that. Okay, but they hurt your families when they sent all your tax dollars overseas. Oh, it hurts my feelings when he acts like that. Okay, but it hurts all of us when you see an administration failing their country that they were elected to represent. In which case, I'm going to leave y'all with, hey, mama, daddy, I made it. And my baby girl, Amaya, is somewhere in here, so we can all say, hey, Amaya, in unison, because she's the real superstar, y'all. But I'm going to go ahead and let y'all get riled up and ready for Big T himself. Thank you guys for having me. I look forward to seeing you all.
Driver in a traffic jam.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Avian Abru.
Let freedom ring. Let the white dove sing. Let the whole world know that today is the day of a reckoning. Let the weak be strong. Let the right be wrong.
Hi everyone, I'm Avian Abru, and before I get started, I want to take a moment to thank Trump and all of his members of his campaign for seeking out brave Americans across this country to share our stories with you. However, there's no one braver than Trump himself. The moment he announced his candidacy, they tried to silence him. They even tried to kill him. And as recently as a few weeks ago, they even tried to kill him in our own country. That should scare you. So when we got a call to stand alongside one of my biggest heroes as he takes on the establishment to fight on for all of our rights, of course, I was determined to be here and show my unwavering support. As the daughter of a veteran who's in the crowd today, who served in the U.S. Army, I grew up having an immense sense of pride in our country. And although we're a family of immigrants from the beautiful island of Haiti, our family migrated to the United States of America in search for the American dream. I speak to you today as a concerned American, but most importantly, as a mother of two homegrown Georgians, because I believe in the American dream, even though it's slipping away for so many. As a small business owner and real estate advisor for Atlanta Fine Homes, Sotheby's International Realty, I advise clients at all different price points on how to manage their real estate portfolios and build wealth through real estate. However, the dream of owning a home for many under the age of 40 is also fading away, as interest rates at their peak under Biden have soared to 7.5%, which is a stark contrast to the interest rates under Trump at 2.75 at their lowest. So what does that actually mean to all of you? That means when you go home, prices for your homes have risen about 60%. That means about $1,100 extra a month you have to pay for a house. So kiss Disney goodbye, because of course you can't afford to save for that on average under Biden. Unfortunately, under Biden and Harris, because Lord knows she's running too, under the Biden-Harris administration, households are stretching themselves thin just to provide for basic necessities for their family. I've literally watched the American dream disappear for millions within a matter of 1 year when Joe Biden and Kamala Harris stepped into office. Not only did Trump leave them with inflation at 1.2%, and I just want to make sure we emphasize, inflation when he left was 1.2%. Don't let the media try to confuse you or rewrite history, because they're doing enough of that as it is. But it was 1.2%. At the height, under Biden, it was 9%. Why did this happen? Reckless spending. You cannot go to Congress and spend money we do not have on foreign wars, point blank and period. Meanwhile, every day Americans watch their savings dwindle while paying nearly double on gas, groceries, rent, and housing. To taper the cost of skyrocketing gas prices, the Harris-Biden administration had the bright idea to sell off half of our strategic petroleum reserves, leaving it at the lowest level since 1980. So what does that mean? What does that mean to you? If the country is under attack and we need strategic petroleum reserves, meaning emergency gas, half of it is gone. Under Trump, we had energy independence. We do not have that under Biden's and Harris administration. So let's think about it right here. Friends, there seems to be a common theme in the Biden-Harris White House. And if we do not do our job this November to get everyone we know to the polls to elect Donald Trump, we will continue to see the failed policies of the Joe Biden, Kamala Harris administration destroy our country. And even she's more liberal than he is. So just keep in mind, when she continues his agenda, it will be way worse. During that administration, over 11 million illegal aliens or immigrants or migrants, whatever they want to call it now, but they were illegal when they came in. They crossed our southern border. I'm going to take a moment to just explain my story. I am proud to be a Haitian American immigrant. I will tell you this now, there's no other country I'm happier to live in being the United States of America, okay? But let me also tell you, when I was 12 years old, I had to watch my father come home with shards of glass and blood dripping down his face from 9/11. We were there. I don't want to be there or hear about another terrorist attack on our soil that could be prevented. When you allow 11 million undocumented people to walk across our border, you are allowing an attack to happen. It's common sense. How could you ever fathom allowing someone to even run for office who doesn't want to even enforce our laws, who doesn't think it's important to even visit our border? How is it possible that she makes a joke on the news media saying, "Why are you asking me about visiting the border? I haven't even gone to places in Europe." Well, newsflash, you're running for President of the United States of America. Take your time and get to learn these 50 states, as many of us have. I know I have to wrap it up because I can go ahead and go on a sermon for you guys tonight, but I definitely find it very peculiar that Kamala Harris, who was named as the border czar, who again, they're erasing this in our online presence. They're erasing that from the White House government official records. But let it be known, she was called the border czar. She failed to do her job and protect our borders. She's not even visited the border. So let me be very clear. If we don't round up everyone we know in November, not only is housing going to be unaffordable and unattainable for the majority of millennials, Gen X's, also will food costs continue to skyrocket. We're heading towards a recession. I want you to be clear. There is no one other than Donald J. Trump and JD Vance I would honestly support in this election. It's not about race. It's not about being a woman. I have 2 beautiful black children I'm raising. And as a Christian woman in America that sends my children to Christian private school because I'm afraid of what will be taught to my sons, this is not the American dream that we all envision for our families. We as Americans need to tell our elected officials enough is enough. Protect our rights, protect our freedoms. And as I just want to make it clear, I believe Donald Trump is going to make our economy strong again as we teeter on yet another recession. I believe he's going to make our country safe again by securing our border. And of course, I believe he's going to make America great again. So to my MAGA, and I am one of them, I'm a MAGA Republican just like all of you, okay? To my MAGA friends, my amazing log cabin Republicans, I leave you with this. We should never stop fighting for justice and civil liberties for all. These United States are only as strong as the bond that unites us all. Our love for country is that bond. Don't allow those that may not understand our conservative, Christian values to cause you to walk in silence. Instead, be bold, be brave, and be their guiding light. Amen.
Let freedom ring. Let the white dove sing. Let the whole world know that today is the day of a reckoning. Let the weak be strong. Let the right be wrong.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former Senator David Perdue.
Georgia! Guys, I got great news for you today. If we do our job, the next president of the United States is going to be Donald J. Trump. When Donald Trump got elected in 2017, this country was a mess. The world was very dangerous. I was blessed to be invited to the White House 2 weeks after he was inaugurated to set the agenda for those first 4 years. He laid it out very succinctly. There were only 8 people in the room. He said, we're going to work on the economy, energy, taxes, in this little known bill called Dodd-Frank, and save our community banks. Well, guess what? He created the best economic turnaround in our history, y'all. He helped 6.5 million people pull themselves out of poverty. We became energy independent, for goodness sake. And you know what? He made our borders secure. He stood up to China. He stared down Kim Jong-un. He sanctioned Putin. He told NATO, pay up or we're out. He got us out of that insane Paris Climate Accord that had us paying trillions of dollars unnecessarily. And most of all, he got us out of that insane Iran nuclear deal. But most of all, he stood up for our #1 ally. And after 3 presidents would not do it, he moved the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. I didn't come here to tell you how good the next 4 years are going to be. If I have to do that, I've come to the wrong meeting, y'all. I'm a native Georgian. I know what 75 looks like on Friday afternoon. But I'm here to tell you, if we don't do our job, President Trump is not going to get reelected. Here's what we have to do. We have to vote. You can't come to these meetings and not vote. You got to vote. You'll be surprised how many people sit in church with you and they're not registered. Oh, I've heard the stories. Oh, I don't want jury duty. I don't want the federal government to find me. Guess what, Bubba? They already know where you are. If you don't like government, elect Kamala and then watch what happens. We're not going to let that happen. I promised Donald Trump recently that we would get more volunteers than we've ever had in the state of Georgia. So in addition to voting, you've got to sign up and work. We can't win without you. Tonight, right now, some of you signed up on the way in. Many of you did not. I promised the president 1,000 volunteers today. When you leave, you'll see the tables out there. I'm not kidding. If you want to stop the cheat, you got to help us. I feel more confident now about that than I ever have, but we're not done, and we cannot do it without you. President Trump is doing his part. Now by George, it's our time to do our part. In closing, I want to tell you one thing. Ronald Reagan reminded us that freedom is not to be taken for granted, y'all. We have to fight for it. You saw President Trump's true character in Pennsylvania. The bullet had just missed him, and he stood up and said what? Fight! Fight! Well, here's what you got to do. That's an idle word unless you vote and volunteer. It's idle unless you do that. When I left the United States Senate under uncertain terms in January of 2021, a newfound friend of mine gave me a Bible. I look at it every day. In the back of that Bible, he penned the following words. If you know these words and you'll recognize them, say them with me. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I'll not forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I'll gladly stand up with you today and fight for her still today, because there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Thank you for being here. God bless you. God bless Georgia, and God bless Donald Trump. God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the next congressman from Georgia's 3rd Congressional District, Brian Jack.
Well, I was raised up beneath the shade of a Georgia pine, and that's home, you know, sweet tea, pecan pie, and homemade wine, where the peaches grow, and my house is not much to talk.
Thank you all very much. My name is Brian Jack. I am from Fayette County, Georgia. And I have had the privilege of spending the last 8 years of my life working for the greatest president of our lifetime, President Donald J. Trump. With the support of many of y'all in this arena and the endorsement of President Trump, inarguably the most powerful endorsement in the history of American politics, I stand before you today as the Republican nominee for Georgia's 3rd Congressional District. And since the media and some in the media and the radical left over and over lie and smear President Trump's name, I thought I would share a little bit about the President Trump for whom I've worked for 8 years, the President Trump that I know. Back before he ran for president in the 1980s, there was a family farm in Burke County, Georgia. I don't know if anybody from Burke County is here. Y'all know this story. But in the 1980s, there was a family farm in Burke County, Georgia that was about to face foreclosure. Tragedy had befallen this family, and a widow was at risk of losing everything she and her family had. The local community was outraged, and it became a national story, and it came across the desk of a certain New York City businessman named Donald J. Trump. The widow's phone rang, and on the other end of the phone was none other than our great president, Donald J. Trump. And I want to tell you what he did. He said, though I've never met you, I'm moved by your story. I want to fix this problem for you. So he went out, he raised $100,000 to take this lady back into the black and ensure that she was able to provide for her family and ensure that house was not going to be foreclosed upon. That is the President Trump that I know, and that is the man we must reelect. You fast forward a little bit, in 2017, just after his historic election inauguration, in April of 2017, many of us may remember the I-85 bridge collapse just up the road. And thanks to the brave first responders, not one life was lost in that tragedy. I was working at the White House at the time, and I talked to President Trump about it. And he looked at me and said, let's get those heroes to the White House. So what should have been a routine 15-minute photo opportunity with the brave first responders from the Atlanta Police Department, Atlanta Fire Rescue Department, and Georgia State Patrol. What should have been a 15-minute photo opportunity turned into a 2-day celebration from the Roosevelt Room to the Oval Office, and President Trump opened the White House bowling alley and bought way too many pizzas for us to count for all of us to enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the President Trump that I know, and that is the man we must reelect. And just 3 weeks ago today, a monster tried to take the life away from President Trump. But the first thing he did was get back to the podium and reassure the thousands of people in attendance and the millions of people watching that not only was he okay, but that we must fight, fight, fight. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the President Trump we know, and that is the man we must reelect. We are inspired by President Trump's message, and we're motivated to win, but we have got to turn out to vote. In our primary election, our state's primary election, this past May, just a few months ago, Republican turnout in our state was 11%. In my runoff election, Republican turnout was 8%. And in our last presidential election for president, turnout across our state was 67%. We have got to do better. When you think about that, 67%. So if you're in line at Publix or if you're at Chick-fil-A right before that breakfast window closes and there are 10 people ahead of you, 3 of them did not vote. So our call to action when we leave this rally today should be very clear. Go home, pull up your phone book, message your friends and family, ask them, are you registered to vote? Because if you're not registered to vote, we've got to make sure you are before October. And if you are registered to vote, make sure that you have a plan to get out and vote early when it opens and vote out on election day if that's your preference. Because, ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump took a bullet for us. The least we can do is get out and vote for him. My name is Brian Jack. I'm the Republican nominee for Georgia's 3rd Congressional District, and I look forward to working with each and every one of you to ensure that JD Vance is our next vice president and Donald J. Trump is the 47th president of the United States of America. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Well, I was raised up beneath the shade of a Georgia pine, and that's home, you know, sweet tea, pecan pie, and homemade wine, where the peaches grow, and my house is not much to talk.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Mike Collins.
I'm still standing better than I ever did, looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid, and I'm still standing after all this time, picking up the pieces of my life without you on my mind.
Man, hello, Georgia! Holy cow, what a crowd. Man, I tell you what, it is great to see so many beautiful Trump supporters packing this place out.
Now, you know, the media made such a big deal about the twerk concert that went on earlier this week. Yeah, they said we'd be real nervous about packing this joint out. So I told the campaign, y'all, I did. I told the campaign, I said, I can get out there and twerk for these folks. They said, not only do we not need you to twerk, but let me tell you something. Donald Trump has never needed a gimmick to draw a crowd. Trump. Y'all, I am Congressman Mike Collins. I'm just a good old boy that's made a living in the trucking business. There we go. We got some truckers in this crowd today. Thank you for what you do. Like Trump, I spent the majority of my career in the private sector until getting elected to Congress just this past time. But what I want to tell you is, I'm proud of something, y'all. Way back in 2016, before Trump was a nominee, by God, I jumped on that Trump train. I bought me a ticket on the Trump train, and I've been shoveling coal ever since. And y'all, man, after 9 years and one heck of a ride, you couldn't drag me off this train for the next 94 days. I don't care what you do. And if I need to, I'm going to get out there and push this thing across the line in first place, and I'm going to need you to be standing right there with me. So, do not, under any circumstances, let anything get between you and getting your vote counted. Go vote early. If you got to vote absentee, get it in early. Do not wait, y'all. I don't care if you're a long-haul trucker, a long-distance runner, or an all-night hunter. You make sure you go vote, you get that ballot in, you get it mailed in way before the deadline. We need you on this. Now listen to me, y'all. I know we got problems at the post office. We do. I've been over there trying to help improve that thing. And I'm going to tell you something else. I like my mail carrier. But every once in a while, that management and them bureaucrats up there, y'all, they need to see what a size 12 boot looks like. And let's talk about some problems. Because, boy, I tell you what, Kamala Harris, man, that woman's a mess. The world is blowing up. Our country's going down the toilet. And y'all, she makes Joe Biden look like a steady hand at the wheel. You know, Kamala Harris is like the Stacey Abrams of California. And here's what's so ironic. Stacey Abrams is the Kamala Harris of California also. And if all that don't make sense, here's all you got to remember. Georgia didn't want Stacey, and we don't want Kamala. There we go. Y'all, our country's been screaming to get back to the number one thing Donald Trump said you'd never get tired of, winning. That's right. Buying cars, going on vacation, buying houses. Y'all, every American, black, brown, white, 2 college degrees, no college degrees, Donald Trump's economy lifted all boats. Everybody was doing better then. Let me ask you something. If you're under the age of 35 trying to buy your first house, man, it's terrible out there. It's a mess. I don't know what's harder, figuring out who left the cocaine in the White House or getting a mortgage under 7.5%. And y'all, here's the thing now. The other side, they're not going to run on issues. With liberal policies like Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have, you can't. But this is what they are going to do. They're going to run on lies, smears, hate. The media and the left, they've spent 10 years trying to brainwash the American people into hating Donald Trump. A man, y'all, that literally took a bullet for this country. We do. And I'm going to tell you something. Trump's not running against Kamala Harris. And it won't matter how many times they change the nominee through this little soft coup process. It's not an election. It wasn't an election. As a matter of fact, I think we ought to change your name to the Undemocratic Party. Yeah, Trump's running against the regime, y'all. That's right. A socialistic, big government, control everything about you, power-hungry, woke regime. They hate him. But y'all, Trump loves you. Now, y'all, real quick, I got to say something about my buddy, old JD. I was trying to get JD to let me write a sequel. I was going to call it the Redneck Elegy. But I was told there was already a movie made like that. It's called Smokey and the Bandit. No, I'm kidding. Listen, JD was a bold pick and a fantastic addition to this ticket. I've had the opportunity to work with JD some in Congress on the Hill, and this guy is a sharp tactician. America First policy. He can help push that policy on the Hill, and we're going to need him come January 1st next year. Now, let's talk about Congress for a second, real quick. Congress, y'all, is made up with around 65% of the time is up. Republican conference is made up of about 65% of America First Republicans. That's why I'm going to spend my time between now and November out there growing that majority. That's right. So when we get our captain back on the ship, he's going to have the largest majority of America First members in Congress that we have ever had. And y'all, we're going to do some things. We're going to secure that border. We are going to stop American families from losing sons and daughters to these illegal, that's right, illegal aliens that are out there invading our country. We're going to stop the gangs. We're going to stop the fentanyl. We're going to stop the sex trafficking. Everything that these outside invaders are doing to destroy America, we're going to stop the destruction of this country. We put Donald Trump and JD Vance in the White House, and we have a Congress that is actually going to have his back this time. Now, I got to hurry, but I got one more thing I want to say. I was very proud to sponsor the Lake and Riley Act. You know, we dropped that bill on a Friday, got it out of rules on Tuesday, and we passed that thing through the House on Thursday. And y'all, we had 37 Democrats go with us on that bill. That's how freaking bad that border is down there. But our border czar, Kamala Harris, stood right here, y'all, earlier this week. And y'all, she never even mentioned her name. Never mention her. That's a disgrace. Let me tell you something. If Kamala Harris really wanted to win Georgia, she'd get right over there and she'd tell those 2 U.S. Senators, Warnock and Ossoff, to get off their butt, pass this common sense legislation out of the Senate. Now, here's the last words, I promise. Last words. Y'all, I was there in 2016. Man, whew, I could feel the energy. You could feel it. And I've been out there with Trump, Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, doing whatever we can to make sure that Donald Trump gets back in that White House. And I want to tell y'all something. Freaking lines are longer this time. The crowds are larger this time. Y'all, we have learned our lesson. We are back with a vengeance. We're going to win, and we're going to take our country back.
I'm still standing better than I ever been. Looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid. And I'm still standing after all this time, picking up the pieces of my life without you on my mind. I'm still standing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene.
It was my time to tear down the kingdom, call out the lions. Got a jail on my heart from the pessimist. Got those nails in my mouth for impressionists. Spent too much money on a therapist. Couldn't fix me, I accepted it. Gladiator, gladiator, gladiator. To fight with the gods, I'm the giant slayer.
Oh, Georgia. This is home sweet home. This is home. I love you. I love every single one of you. I tell you what, this feels like a room full of friends and family. Every single one of you. Every single one of you. And Georgia, I really want to talk to you about the serious mission that all of us are on together. This has nothing to do with our skin color, our gender, our politics. It has nothing to do with any of that. This is about our mission with our home state, because let me tell you all, the road to the White House goes directly through the state of Georgia. And our mission is clear. We remember back in 2016 when Donald Trump stepped on the stage in the Republican primary election, and he took a sledgehammer to the Washington establishment. And the crime he really committed in 2016 was defeating Hillary Clinton. And the deep state and the globalists and the Washington elite, they have been after him ever since. They've come after that man with lie after lie, smear after smear, from the Russia hoax to impeachment hoax number 1, impeachment hoax number 2. They came after President Trump. And then our election, Georgia, was stolen from us. That's right. Right down the road from here with a water main break. That's right. And then it all changed. And we watched the Democrats shut this country down and destroy our freedoms over a virus that came from China. We watched the Democrats, Kamala Harris herself, support riots in city streets across America, burning, looting, and taking away the rights from Americans. Kamala Harris shared a bail bond link to the Minnesota Freedom Fund to put criminal rioters back on the streets that murdered and looted and caused chaos. That's right. And we've seen Kamala Harris stand side by side with Joe Biden, the dementia-ridden president, and we've watched them destroy America for nearly 4 years now. This is a shame. Today in America, senior citizens are struggling between paying their rent and buying their medications. Today in America, young people are having to face the very idea they may never be able to afford a new home or the American dream. Today in America, there's a steady invasion at the southern border every single day, and 10 to 20 million of illegal aliens have been brought into this country, and you, the American taxpayer, are being forced to pay for it. That's right. And innocent Americans like Laken Riley, but Laken Riley's not the only one. She is the face of here in Georgia, but Americans all over the country are the victim of illegal alien crimes, rape, murder, and mayhem, and fentanyl poisonings. This is Kamala Harris's America. We have lived it for nearly 4 years. This is what the Democrats are doing to us. And you know what? The self-declared fourth branch of the government, the legacy media, what are they doing? They are lying about everything. They promote their candidates. They promote the destruction of America through Democrat policies, and they use their powerful platforms to do it. Are we going to allow this to continue? The real danger we face is this. The Democrats are the party destroying democracy. They waged a coup against Joe Biden, and then they held a coronation for Kamala Harris and declared her the Democrat candidate for president. And not a single Democrat voter has voted for this to happen. But here's our job, Georgia. Pay close attention. Pay close attention. You know, we've had an easy life. We have for decades now. It's been easy to check out, go to work, enjoy your life, do normal, regular people things. But let me inform you of something tough. We don't have that convenience anymore. Georgia, I'm going to tell you something. We have to get comfortable being uncomfortable. That's right. Our freedoms, our democracy, our great republic is that weight and responsibility is on our shoulders. That responsibility belongs to this generation. And that means what our responsibility is, Georgia, is we have to show up. You have to have those tough conversations with your friends, your family members, your coworkers, your neighbors. You have to convince them to vote, because I have a little dirty secret to tell you. We have too many people in Georgia that are conservatives, they're MAGA, they're Trump supporters, they're Republicans, but guess what they don't do? They don't vote. They do not vote. Let me tell you, President Trump not only has given up an incredibly extraordinary life that he created for himself and his family. He was our president for 4 years. He has been fighting for the past nearly 4 years to come back to save America. And President Trump, that's right. But not only has he been doing this, all of this for you, he took a bullet for you. He took a bullet for you, and in that moment, we found out who Donald Trump is. Was he a man that stayed on the ground and allowed himself to be swept away under the cover? No. Donald Trump stood up, raised his fist in the air, and he said, fight, fight, fight. And Georgia, that's what we will do. All the way to the election on November 5th, we will fight, 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 fight. That's right. Here's how you do it. Here's how you do it. Every single one of you that has a cell phone in this room, every single person watching right now, go to the website, TrumpForce47.com. TrumpForce47.com. It is your responsibility, everyone in this room, it is your responsibility watching this rally right now to find a way to sign up, find a way to protect our elections in Georgia, find a way to be a Trump captain, find a way to volunteer. It's your job, your responsibility, because the road to the White House goes straight through Georgia, and we're gonna win. We're gonna fight. We're gonna save America. Let's go, Georgia. Let's go. Let's bring it home for President Trump. Let's save America. God bless you. God bless America. God bless President Trump.
Start of the climb, faced with an army of vipers and lions. I had to keep on reaching up, cause it was my time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Lieutenant Governor of Georgia, Burt Jones.
I like that, coming out to AC/DC. I like that. I might have to go tape my ankles. That reminds me of my playing days right there. So, how's everybody doing today? There's still people piling in right now. There's still people piling in right now. It's unbelievable. If you don't think Georgia is Trump country, you've got something coming to you now. Now, please, nobody in this room confuse me. I'm Burt Jones. I'm Lieutenant Governor of this great state of Georgia. Please, I don't want anybody confuse me with the past Lieutenant Governor who was here helping Kamala Harris. I know we're about the same age, about the same height, and got, hairs. He looks like he probably darkens his hair a little bit, but somebody asked me what I thought about that. I was like, sometimes you just can't fix stupid. So you can't worry about it. But they had a big crowd here. They had a big crowd, Kamala and them, and they had some entertainment here. They were twerking and doing everything they could. And, I even heard Kamala. She came out with her version of the Southern accent, y'all. Come on, y'all. Let's get this party started, y'all. But the thing was, that what the media didn't tell you is after that entertainment was over with, people started filing out of that place. I don't know if y'all remember this, but I do, because this is what the White House reminds me of as far as musical talent is concerned. It reminds me of the group Milli Vanilli. Do y'all remember Milli Vanilli? It was two guys. They were, claimed to be R&B German artists, even though they had British accents, and they were born in Madrid or something like that. But sound a little bit like Kamala. But what was funny is they fooled the country for about 4 years with their entertainment. They couldn't sing, they couldn't write, they had zero talent. But it took 4 years for everybody to figure out who they really were. Milli Vanilli is what we have in the White House right now. Because I can tell you right now, they're not running this country right now. Those two are not running this country. The only difference between the two really is when we found out about Milli Vanilli, the media jumped all over them. When they found out that the current Biden-Harris administration weren't really running the country, they've all of a sudden circled the wagons for them, which tells me they're in on it. And I will tell you this right now. I was on my way up here, and my wife asked me, my wife Jan asked me, she goes, now you're not just going to sit up there and bash the current administration the whole time. I said, well, maybe just a little bit. Maybe just a little bit. She said, you need to tell them about why you have always been for Donald J. Trump since 2016. I said, I was one of the first ones, I was the first one to endorse him in Georgia in 2016. I co-chaired his campaign in 2016, did it again in 2020, going to do it here in 24. But the whole reason why I did it was I said, this country needs a businessman. This country needs something different than the same old politicians that we have. And for the first time in our lifetimes, we have an opportunity to see two administrations who've actually done the job. And we get to interview them for what they've done. The businessman Donald Trump, when he was in office, we were energy independent. Gasoline was $1.80 a gallon. It's $3.50 and rising right now. When our businessman Donald Trump was in the White House, groceries were 40% less than what they are right now. I got my agricultural chairman here somewhere, Russ Goodman. Russ Goodman told me, he said, be sure you tell everybody grits is 40% higher right now. Stand up, Russ. Our border was secure. Right now, we've got 15 million. We think 15 million. It could be more than that. 15 million illegals here. But guess what your reward is? Guess what? You get to pay for their medical costs, their schooling. They get a little allowance. Yeah. Right. Congratulations, right? Yeah. It was secure when we had the businessman Donald Trump in the room. We also were respected around the world, too. Yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. We didn't start any new wars, but guess what? Everyone around the world knew that if they crossed us or our allies, there was going to be hell to pay, right? So to me, it is clear who the next president of the United States should be, and I think it's going to be Donald J. Trump right here. I will tell you this, and 3 weeks ago, I'm a pretty mild-mannered person. I'm pretty calm. I don't get excited about a whole lot of things. But I tell you, 3 weeks ago when they attempted to assassinate our president, there were a lot of emotions that was running through me. And I'm sure like everybody else in this room. But when he stood up and wiped himself off, and as they were trying to rush him off, he said, no, wait a minute. And he looked at the ground right here, and he said, you fight, you fight, you fight, right? Yep. I want to tell y'all something. If the hair on your neck didn't stand up when he did that, there's just something you need to check your pulse because you're already dead. So. But that's the exact kind of person you want running your company. You want heading up your team. That's the exact kind of person you want to have as your leader of the free world. And I'll leave you with this right now, and I'll just say this simple as I can. Trump's been fighting for you. Trump's been fighting for me. It's time that we start fighting for Trump. We're going to win in November. We're going to win here in Georgia. We're going to make this state red again. And we can't do it without your help. God bless y'all, and God bless the great state of Georgia and the USA.
There we go. Some great speeches there by some everyday Americans as well. I mean, that Michaela Montgomery
I know.
How awesome was that?
That was amazing.
Wow.
Honestly, you wouldn't think that she was somebody that Chick-fil-A. The way she was speaking was like she was one of her office. It was so inspiring, and it's so humanizing, and it kind of is relative to us as all Americans that aren't involved in this political space in terms of leadership. She's just speaking to the choir.
Exactly.
And relating to us in such an awesome way.
Wonderful to see that. So we're awaiting the Ohio Senator and Vice Presidential nominee, JD Vance, of course. My name's Matthew Alvarez. I'm joined with Titus Ellis Smith today, a Christian influencer, a host, and today has been quite awesome.
It has been an awesome experience. It's so cool to sit here and interview Marjorie Taylor Greene and just watch all these people inspired, cracking jokes, having fun, and to talk about how they want to see this country change. And we're all rallying our support for Donald Trump. It's amazing, and we're still waiting for him to come on. So it's been such a good experience, and we're still waiting for the best part.
Exactly. So the lower bowl and the upper bowl and the floor all packed, and if there's a few seats left, they soon will be packed as well.
Oh, yeah.
There is a screen outside for people that won't be able to get in. So this is just an overflow crowd, literally, here in Atlanta, Georgia. So we received some news earlier. Someone from our network sent us some news about the debate situation with Kamala Harris and President Trump and September 4th or September 10th, and which network, ABC, fake news, or whatever. So
you'll be very surprised by this.
So at this point, President Trump is wanting September 4th on Fox. Harris wants September 10th on fake news ABC.
Of course.
So we'll have to see how that transpires and what will happen there between the leader of the free world, Donald Trump, and the person that was installed,
literally,
Harris.
One was chosen by the American people, the other was installed by an establishment. So interesting how that happens. And the fact that the fact that you can sit there and fight back this debate choice, where it's at. First of all, the first debate, when we thought it was going to be Biden, he chose everything, where it was, no audience could be there, who the moderators were, and Trump agreed. So then when we're on the flip side of that, and Trump says, Fox News, these are the moderators, you want to sit there and be like, no, you weren't even the pick. No one voted you in. And you have the audacity to argue it? That's insane to me.
Hey, that's a mic drop right there.
No, seriously. It's frustrating. It's frustrating because nobody voted for you, and you're going to sit there and make demands. At the very least, be cordial with everything. Be able to be someone you're able to work with, because you weren't even picked by anybody that matters.
And unfortunately, she is a radical leftist and represents only a few people. In my opinion, she only represents a few people in this country.
Oh, yeah.
Even Democrats are like, whoa.
Yeah, we don't rock with that. You got Bill Maher out here talking about what is going on. He's a very known Democrat.
Yes.
And he's just like, what are you talking? No one voted. He said, this is the funniest thing. He said, you could vote, or you could put your hand up to know how many votes Kamala Harris got. You could count it on one hand if that hand had no fingers. Because she got no votes.
Exactly.
She got no votes. And then Joe, selected her for the VP. She was definitely a DEI hire. And then he drops out and goes, hey, there you go.
Exactly.
Ridiculous.
We were talking before and giving so much credit to President Trump for the fake news, coining that phrase, and it's true, right?
Right.
But thank God for Right Side Broadcasting Network some 9 years ago saw the need of covering the full speech.
Yes.
Saw the need to see the crowd, interview the actual people. That, I've worked in the news business for about 2 decades, right? And that's something you don't usually see, is where it's called letting it breathe. You're letting it just kind of see what's going on in the room, not worrying about some other news story or whatever.
Yes.
And so Right Side Broadcasting Network, our founder, of course, without his insight on that moving forward, now we have in 2024 hundreds of thousands of people passing the million mark, upwards of 3.5 million saw our Grand Rapids, Michigan.
You have millions of followers because you're telling the truth and you're showing context and you're showing what no one else will, which is allowing people to be able to see, you said, letting it breathe, letting people see the reality of the situation. People come to these rallies. It is like a concert. People support this man. So thank you, RSBN. Honestly, we need more voices like you, and a lot of people followed suit. You see all this alternative media, all these alternative podcasts, and you pioneered that because
Yes.
people weren't doing this, and
Yes.
now you are. And it's amazing to see the fruits of your labor. Like people showing up at these rallies, people are being able to see what's at these rallies. It's great.
And glorifying God through the whole process.
Yeah.
And if you love RSBN, like I know a lot of you do, so go to stickermule.com/RSBN. Stickermule.com. You see it there on your screen. .com/RSBN. Get some gear. Get some swag. Wear the T-shirts. Put the bumper stickers out there. I ordered a couple of the RSBN stickers myself. For $9, got 10 RSBN stickers. It's a great price. About 10 to 15% of it goes to the network because we're not bought and paid for by woke corporations. This is all about true patriotic companies, people that love freedom, love family, love friends, love God, and want freedom to continue in this earth.
Exactly. Amen to that.
Yeah.
Mic drop.
Mic drop. Thank you. First one of the day. No. So anyway, stickermule.com/RSBN. Okay, so there are 94 days into the United States general election. November 5th, 94 days out. What was your thought, Titus, when President Trump won in the first administration? When he won, what was your reaction?
Well, I had been praying like all day long, like for him to win. I was like, God, please, we need this. We cannot have Hillary. This is not going to be good for our country. This divide is insane. All the things that he says he wants to do for our country, and if he's going to do them, if he actually plays them out, then it'll be great for us. And so I'm praying, and I was the only one in my family. We all were watching it, but it was, ended up didn't get announced till like 3 in the morning Eastern. I was up. I was like, I'm not going to sleep until I know the results. And when he won, I screamed top of my lungs, ran upstairs, woke my parents up, went downstairs, looked at my brothers, my family, because we were all Trump supporters.
Yeah.
We were like, he won! He won! Running all around. And everyone gets up and they're running. We go to the living room, we're watching the whole Trump family come on stage. And this patriotic, just literally American family, all of them, well-dressed, well-spoken, well-educated, working in the business, don't have any legal issues, nothing crazy. And it's just so amazing to see the example that he set for his family, his kids, and the example he's setting for the country. I was pumped. I was so pumped.
Amazing moments in the first administration when he won.
Yeah.
Okay, 4 years later.
If he wins this time, or when?
Well, hold on.
When he wins?
Let me rewind. 2020. We know what happened in 2020.
Oh yeah.
So, your thoughts? What was your reaction when you saw in the middle of the night certain things happening, and then it went to Joe Biden?
So you know what happened? I was living in Texas at the time. I was at my youth pastor's house, and we're all sitting there on this couch in his living room, like watching the results, and we're like, okay, Biden's in the lead right now. Okay, we all know, like we're waiting on these states to come in, because when these states results come in, we know it's going to be blown up for Trump. We started to see the tide changing. The red wave was coming, and then it was just wait, stop. We're not doing this anymore tonight. We're going to take a break or something. I don't remember word for word, but it was really weird. The halted it. I'd never seen that happen before. And then we're just going to pick this back up in the morning. You wake up and you've seen the graph. Everyone's seen the graph. It's just like Biden just miraculously is in an insane lead. And I was like, that's kind of weird. And then the results, I was like, there's no way. And even beforehand, I was like, there's no way Biden wins this. That guy is not there. And obviously everyone's acknowledging it now, but at the time he wasn't either.
Yeah.
He was saying things like Truman under pressure and like saying words that weren't that real. And it was just, no one believed it. And so that's why I think it's fishy. And there was like, not evidence, I don't know, evidence, that's up to the...
It was just really tough, too, to hear one of the networks say, Biden goes to Arizona goes to Biden. And when that happened, anyway, so let's move on to President Trump's election integrity operation at the RNC. You can come through.
Yeah, go ahead.
President Trump's election integrity program at the RNC has engaged in almost 100 lawsuits in 25 states. They stopped 800,000 non-citizens from voting in New York City. Sued the Biden-Harris administration for using our tax dollars for partisan voter registration, required Arizona to remove non-citizens from the voter rolls, protected mail ballots safeguards in Michigan and Pennsylvania, and the list goes on. So the point is, in these next 94 days, is to do everything we can. And you heard MTG talk about it, about going to some Trump Force 47 and others out there in a sense of election integrity and security. So we all make it too big to rig, but also see the amount of people out there in America to work as hard as they can that we don't have another 2020 happen this year. Outside of that, if we have a free and fair election, I mean, it's going to be great.
Oh yeah, we need that. And I mean, the results, I love the too big to rig thing we're doing here. It's like you can sit there and try and do what you want. We don't have COVID, you don't have the mail-in ballot issue anymore, you don't have it to where we're wondering, everyone doesn't have to do that anymore. People can go in face-to-face and vote this time around.
Yes.
And there was a lot of fishy things happening in 2020, but that's not at play today, at least we hope it's not.
Right.
And so I genuinely think if people show up, like they're saying, a lot of Christians don't show up. A lot of Christians, I don't know if they're just like praying to God, but you have to put action to your faith. So I really believe that this time around, Trump is going to win.
Exactly. On top of that, non-citizens, aka illegal immigrants, there are 10 million at least that have passed through the southern border and some in the northern border, hoping that none of the non-citizens will be voting because they're just not a citizen.
You're not.
It's kind of common sense, right?
Yeah, it's almost like the border should be secured and they shouldn't be allowed in here.
Exactly.
It's almost like we had that.
And so we interviewed people from all kinds of countries outside that are Trump supporters that are here legally, and it's pretty awesome to see that.
Oh, I know. You know how much of a spit in the face it is to them, too?
Right.
They came here legally,
right,
and yet so many people, millions of people came across illegally, spitting in their face because they sat here and went through the process, went through all these steps, were so excited to do things the right way. Meanwhile, Joe Schmo from somewhere just decided they were going to cross illegally and they were just going to live here. And then it's not the best people. As Trump said, they're not bringing their best people. And you can clip that and say I'm racist, but it's not. It's true.
It's true.
There's a lot of people that are coming this way.
From all walks of life that are crossing the border.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter about, again, it's not about any of that.
We don't focus on the skin color. We focus on the action that the individuals are doing, and they're breaking the law.
100%. So Tax Network USA is a sponsor we'd like to thank here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. If you missed filing any taxes at all, right? Tax Network USA will help you. You see that number right there on your screen, an 800 number there. Obviously, you see the website as well. They'll come alongside you. They'll help you out. They'll give you some financial peace of mind and kind of things squared away with Tax Network USA. Always good when it's patriotic companies, Titus.
Oh, always. Well, it's like you just trust them more. You think you're actually going to get the best bang out of your buck. I've worked with tax companies where I'm like, there's no way that I owe money here, but somehow you're saying that I do. So I immediately lean more towards patriotic companies. For example, when I was in Texas, I had car issues. This one company would charge me, I paid $2,500 to fix my car. Within a couple weeks, you need to pay another $1,500. I went to this one place, they had a Trump flag. I used to live right next to a Trump flag. Went in there. I was charged $1,500 from another automotive company. They charged me like $400, and they were honest about what actually the issue was. And I think that's because they were patriotic. I think it's because they genuinely want to live the American dream, do the right thing, and weren't about let me just steal your money from you. And so patriotic companies, 100%, I will go with them before I go anywhere else.
There you go. So Tax Network USA, a lot of great sponsors and partners here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So give them a try as well. And we'll get to some more throughout the broadcast. As of right now, we're waiting for the Ohio Senator and Vice Presidential nominee, JD Vance, to take the stage. And then, of course, following that, President Donald J. Trump. Now, you saw President Trump from Grand Rapids to West Palm the other day.
Yeah.
And you were at the People's Convention with TPUSA in Detroit, right?
Yeah, I've seen him like 3 times in the last year.
Yeah, it's a lot, right? But it's good. And tell us, what do you feel like after you hear a President Trump speech, but also being around all of these great people?
When I watch Trump speak, I just kind of feel like, being in this space of social media and you see people making videos and saying, he's racist. They're saying, like everyone that follows him, they're like evil and like they're bad. And we get vilified and characterized a certain way by certain like media publications. But going to a rally, hearing him speak, and speak with such common sense, saying 1 + 1 is 2. Like this, if we do this, this will happen. We're not going to allow these countries to steal money from us. We're not going to have bad deals with countries. We're going to fix the oil situation. We're going to drill, baby, drill. All this stuff I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm not crazy. And yes, I can be passionate about this. I can be patriotic about this.
Right.
And there's a guy who's been the president and who's leading millions of people to the right direction that I can like look to for whenever I feel like, okay, maybe am I crazy, you know? And so I've really come here inspired and ready to go, refueled.
A question that I can ask you, you can ask me, you can ask anybody this question. Let's go to JD Vance.
United States Senator JD Vance.
Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it worst. Let the rest of the world help us for change, and let's rebuild America first. Our highways and bridges are falling apart. Who's blessed and who has been cursed? There's things to be done all over the world, but let's rebuild America first.
Wow. Thank you. All right, my friends, thank you. Thank you. All right. Well, it is great to be in Atlanta. Hello, Georgia. In 93 days, we're going to take back our country and elect Donald J. Trump once again. It's going to start right here in Georgia. Now, let's recap the last month in political history. We have to remember, just over a month ago, President Trump wiped the floor with Joe Biden on that debate stage, exposing a massive cover-up of the president's mental incapacity. He saved America from 4 more years of the disaster of Joe Biden. And during that same time, Donald Trump accepted our own party's nomination with overwhelming support. We held the most successful convention in history. He took a bullet for this country and didn't miss a single day of work. Now, he did that in 1 month. Just imagine what he's going to do with 4 more years. Ain't that right? Now, after covering up Joe Biden's incompetence for the last 3.5 years, our friends in the media are at it again. This time, they're gaslighting us on Kamala Harris's radical record. They want to portray her as some kind of sensible moderate, despite all evidence to the contrary. Now, this is the same media that told us, remember, my friends, for 3.5 years that Joe Biden, who couldn't complete a sentence, was Albert Einstein. And now they want to tell us that Kamala Harris is Abraham Lincoln. But anybody who is too blind to see Biden's incompetence, or let's be honest, too dishonest to admit it, doesn't deserve to be commander-in-chief. Kamala Harris is not getting a promotion to the presidency of the United States. Now, the Democrat Party bosses would like to install her as their new nominee and as the next president, but remember, she has not received a single vote for president. Let's actually give Democrat primary voters some credit, because in their primary in 2020, Kamala Harris was so unpopular, she didn't even make it to the first vote being cast. She wasn't in the top 3 in her home state of California. And the reason is Democrat voters know what every American agrees with: America is never going to elect a San Francisco liberal who's so far outside the mainstream. We're not going to elect Kamala Harris as president.
Now let us count the ways of the disastrous policies of Kamala Harris. 500,000 kids. I was at the border just a couple of days ago. 500,000 kids have been trafficked by the drug cartels because of her policies. She was the border czar. The media lies to you, but she was. Hardworking Americans cannot afford groceries because of her policies. Gas and energy are through the roof because of her policies. Housing prices are out of control because of her policies. You cannot let in 20 million illegal aliens to compete with Americans for scarce housing and then raise interest rates, which is exactly what Kamala Harris has done. And people right here in Georgia and all across the country have suffered because of it. Now, the media calls her a moderate, but there's nothing the fake news loves more than a fact check, so let's do a fact check. Kamala Harris was the most liberal United States Senator during her entire time in public service. As America's border czar, Kamala Harris unleashed the worst border crisis in American history. 10 million illegal aliens have invaded this country. The total, that's what they say, that's the official number, it's probably more than that. Biden and Harris, on day one, they suspended deportations. They stopped building the border wall. I saw it just a couple days ago. It's sitting there on the ground, ready to be finished, but Kamala Harris won't let them. They reinstated catch and release. Then they proposed amnesty for millions of illegal aliens. Kamala Harris turned Border Patrol into a travel agency for the worst criminals and terrorists all over the world. Now, we have a different message, President Trump and I do. If you're in this country illegally, start packing your bags. You go home in 6 months. But we're not done yet. The border isn't the only thing Kamala Harris has wrecked during her time in office. In 2021, she was the tie-breaking vote on $2 trillion of reckless spending that juiced this inflation crisis and sent a lot of money to China. Well, I don't think we should send money to China. I think we ought to keep it right here at home. Remember the Inflation Reduction Act, which was really the Inflation is a Disaster Act. She cast the deciding vote, triggered the worst affordability crisis in generations. And at the same time, she said that high gas prices were, quote, the price to pay for democracy. A woman who's never earned a vote for President of the United States. That's the price for democracy. Well, it's not the price for democracy, my friends. It's the price we paid for her failed leadership. Now, Harris wants to ban fracking, ban offshore drilling, take away your gas cars. And by the way, I think in America, you ought to be able to drive whatever the hell you want to, because this is America, and we believe in freedom. She wants to take away your gas stoves. She even wants to take away your ability to eat red meat. That's how out there she is. That's real. The fake news will fact check it. They'll fact check it true. She actually said that. In other words, she thinks that she's better than us. She thinks she's better than you. She thinks she's smarter than you. She thinks you need to be told how to live your life. But this November, let's tell the Washington elites, let's tell Kamala Harris, mind your own damn business. We're electing Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Now, every time the Democrats attack us and attack our movement, they can't help but tell on themselves. They reveal how much they hate the American people. Now remember this. Remember, Barack Obama said we cling to God and guns. Remember that? Hillary Clinton called us deplorables. And now Kamala Harris says we're weird. Well, Kamala, I'm glad you brought that up. Let's talk about some things that are weird. We think it's weird that Democrats want to put sexually explicit books in toddlers' libraries. We think it's weird that the far left wants to allow biological males to beat the living crap out of women in boxing. We think it's weird for a presidential candidate to bail convicted rapists and murderers out of prison, and that's what Kamala Harris did. And I think it's especially weird when Kamala Harris comes to Atlanta. I believe came here to this arena. Kamala Harris comes to Atlanta and talks with a fake Southern accent, even though she grew up in Canada. You can't make it up. That's pretty weird. Go watch the clip. She sounded like a Southern belle, even though she grew up in Vancouver. It doesn't make any sense. But on November 5th, she can go back to using her San Francisco accent, because we're going to send her packing and we're going to re-elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Now, we can handle the made-up attacks by Democrats and by the media because we're used to it by now. But here's something I can't stomach about Kamala Harris. It's when she has the nerve to question our loyalty to this country. And she does. Well, here's what President Trump and I believe about loyalty. Loyalty to this country is closing our border, not opening it up. Loyalty is making life more affordable, not causing inflation because you can't stop sending money like a drunken sailor. Loyalty is safeguarding Medicare for American citizens, not bankrupting it by sending it to illegal aliens, which is what she wants to do. Loyalty is protecting Laken Riley, not allowing an illegal immigrant to take her life. Loyalty is serving in the United States Marine Corps, something I am proud to have done. Loyalty is taking a bullet for this country, something Donald J. Trump did. Kamala Harris, if you want to see the face of disloyalty, look in the damn mirror. Now, for decades, we've gotten used to it. Politicians in Washington have sold out this country. We got to remember when the multinational corporations and the lobbyists called their offices, a lot of them traded American jobs for campaign cash. Now, they'd never admit that, of course. They'd brag about trade deals and they'd promise cheap products. They called it globalization, and that's what it was, sending American jobs to some other part of the globe instead of keeping them right here at home. And if it's up, my friends, if it's up to Kamala Harris, it's going to keep on happening. Let's remember her record. She voted to preserve NAFTA, the very trade deal that sent American jobs to Mexico and turned American dreams into nightmares. Now, she's asking us for a promotion, and I think it's time to say to Kamala Harris, you're fired. The American dream is dying under Kamala Harris. But we're going to save it. We're going to save it for every American, regardless of color or creed, and we're going to do it when we re-elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. That's why we got to do it. You know, President Trump knows a few things that the Washington politicians forgot. He knows that 1 million cheap plastic toys from China is not worth a single American manufacturing job. We're going to rebuild American manufacturing. We're going to rebuild the factories. We're going to rebuild the American dream, and we're going to stamp more products made in the USA. It's a beautiful thing, and that's what we're going to do. Now, I've seen the consequences of electing failed politicians like Kamala Harris. I've seen it in my own hometown, because more often than not, it's the people the Bible calls the least of these that suffer the most when Kamala Harris doesn't do her job. They like to say they're for the little guy, but it's the little guy who hurts the most when Kamala Harris fails. Now, a lot of you know my story. You know how I grew up. I was raised by a strong woman, a Christian grandmother who loved the Lord, but also loved the F word. Ladies and gentlemen, she was a study in contrast. I think there are a few out here just like it. Now people ask me, how is it that you were able to grow up in a poor family, grow up in a family that was struggling, had a lot of chaos and a lot of trouble? And the answer is because, one, this is the greatest country in the world and the American dream is still possible. The second answer is because I had a mamaw who was tough as nails, and she kept me on the right path. Now, I could tell you a lot of stories. But one of my favorite mamaw stories is when I enlisted in the U.S. Marine Corps. She was very proud of me, of course, but it was a time of war, and Mamaw was not happy that a recruiter had persuaded me to enlist in the Marines. So I remember he came over to our house and started to walk up the steps to her porch, and she said, "Look, if you step one more foot on my porch, I'm going to blow that thing off." And she had 19 handguns at home, so that was not an idle threat. But that strength and that discipline allowed me to achieve my dreams, and things worked out for me because we love our country. It's a great country, and because there are women like Mamaw all over this country making sure kids are able to achieve their dreams. Thank you. But let's be honest, there were some tough times too. And this goes to the point about Kamala Harris's failures. I remember the reason Mamaw raised me is because my mom struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. And I'm proud to say that she has been clean and sober for almost 10 years now. I'm so proud of my mom. Thank you. And for all those struggling with this terrible problem of addiction, no, there is hope and there is recovery. It's worth it. You got to keep fighting for it. But we support you and we support your dreams for second chances. But it wasn't always that good. Didn't always think that I would get a second chance with my mom. I remember being a kid, waiting at the bedside of my mom, angry that she had taken something she shouldn't have taken, and just praying to God, even though I was so mad, praying to God, please, Jesus, just let her wake up. Don't let this thing be the thing that took her life. And the unfortunate truth, my friends, is that the poison that Kamala Harris has let into this country means there are a lot of kids like me who are not going to have those prayers answered. We're going to remember who we're fighting for. And it's the kids at the side of those bedside tables begging God for their parents to wake up. We're going to make sure that happens. We're going to fight for the people who are struggling in this country. And the contrast the contrast between an America led by Kamala Harris and an America led by President Trump, it couldn't be more clear. Remember, President Trump's vision was closed borders and open factories. Kamala Harris's vision is the exact opposite: open borders and closed factories. Kamala Harris, she wants bigger government that can tell you what to do, and she also wants smaller bank accounts, which I think a lot of us have seen. But Donald Trump, by contrast, delivered record paychecks and the strongest border in history. What an amazing record of accomplishment. Kamala Harris wants to ban fracking and buy energy from every tin-pot dictator all over the world. Donald Trump wants to drill, baby, drill. Let's get it from our own workers and our own territory. Kamala Harris wants to raise your taxes, and she wants to make it easier for companies to ship jobs to Mexico and China. Donald Trump wants to lower taxes for hardworking families. In fact, he already did it, and we want to reward companies that hire American and buy American. It's all about protecting the workers of this country. Kamala Harris wants to defund the police and let violent criminals out of jail. Donald Trump wants to lock up the bad guys and back the blue, and he did it for 4 years. He's going to do it again. So I want to send a message out there to those who are struggling, those who are trying to make ends meet. If you're scraping by instead of thriving, I know what that feels like. I know what it's like to choose between paying off the credit card or buying groceries. I know what it's like to watch families fall apart under financial stress. I know what it's like to worry that a parent will never kick that habit, and I know what it's like to worry that that habit is going to eventually claim their lives. But I also know that our national motto is "In God We Trust," and God tells us not to despair, but to hope. Hope. And while the media likes to lie about this movement and this party, this movement of ours is about a simple idea. We love this country enough that we will never give up hope, and we will never stop fighting for a better future for everybody, whether they vote for us or not. If you're an American citizen, we love you, and we're going to fight for you. Now, we know that in this election, the best way to give our people hope for the future is to re-elect the guy who already did it and did it very well, Donald J. Trump, the once and future president of the United States. In just a few months, I believe, this state of Georgia is going to lead a great American restoration, a restoration of safety, of prosperity, and yes, of hope. We're going to secure our borders. We're going to kick out the drugs and the illegal immigrants. We're going to rebuild American manufacturing. We're going to bring jobs back to this country, and we are going to buy American, for our people. It's going to start in Georgia. God bless you all. Thank you so much for having me. I'm going to be your next vice president, and we're going to win Georgia and win this country. I love you all. Thank you so much for having me.
Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it worst. Let the rest of the world help us for change, and let's rebuild America first. Our highways and bridges are falling apart. Who's blessed and who has been cursed? There's things to be done all over the world, but let's rebuild America first. on the hill and who's watching the valley? Who's in charge of it all?
It's there by JD Vance. That was on point, and the crowd really reacting in a great way there. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Titus Ellis Smith. Titus, this has been quite the event so far.
Yes, it sure has. I love the part where he said, we're going to fight for you regardless of whether or not you vote for us. We still want to vote for you or fight for you because you're an American citizen, and that's what who we're putting first. That is all we were asking. That is all I was asking. We were asking from the other side, except they're unwilling to acknowledge us, but we acknowledge them, and we want the life to be good for them as well, just as much as we want life to be good for us. And that's something that's a unifier right there. That's the opposite of what we've been getting from this current administration. Regardless of whether or not you're with me, I'm for you, and I love that.
Yeah, it was quite the speech. We've heard the Ohio senator speak at various events, and they're all good. Tonight, this place just rocking.
Yes, this was another level. I like what he said also about the weird thing. He's like, let's talk about weird. Because it is interesting that Kamala Harris could call us weird while advocating for the weirdest behaviors, weirdest as an evil as well. And it's like out here trying to let sexually explicit books be put in schools, trying to get gender-affirming care for young children, trying to separate parents and kids when it comes to ideologies and whether or not they can know things about their children's lives. It was a great speech.
Okay, I agree with you. Let's take a live look right now at this video as we work our way back on camera. There are some people in front of the camera, so we're going to have to figure out how to do that here in a second. But let's watch this live right now. All right, so we're getting ready to get back on camera here. So obviously, Titus, I mean, everyone's standing in this arena right now. When we first started, we didn't see this many people inside yet.
No, it was there was people down here on this lower level, and it was starting to fill a little bit up there, but we called it, right? We said, just wait a little bit. Trump's not even out yet. JD Vance just spoke, and it is packed. It was packed when Marjorie Taylor Greene was out here. It's just, people are so hyped and ready to go.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to step back on here and thank the Birch Gold Group. What you have to do is text Trump to 989898 to get a free info kit on gold. And Titus, you were telling me earlier that your family, your dad actually has gold coins. Like, what does he have?
Oh yeah, my dad he's all about investing into gold and silver and precious metals because he realizes the value that they hold and the importance of having them. And it's not just him. I've heard from all kinds of books. Everyone's heard of the Rich Dad Poor Dad. Everyone's heard of Robert Kiyosaki. He talks about gold all the time and the importance of gold. And I've heard from so many different people within finance, successful people that are like, get your hands on gold. Get your hands on gold. And so that's why it's so important that we go to Birch Gold and we use all the resources we have to get that gold, to get God's money, because that's if the dollar ever loses its value, which it's looked that way for many years, you need something that's actually going to be valuable.
Exactly. So you can text Trump to 989898. You see that there on your screen. Always good to have gold, silver, precious metals as a backup to the U.S. dollar. Having the dollar is great, and having some gold and silver, pretty good too, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right, so today's been a very newsworthy day, obviously, because President Trump is in the building and others that are great patriots.
Yes.
But I think before we were interviewing a number of people from all across the world, literally. If you missed any of the interviews, you can scrub back maybe after the broadcast and see all kinds of, you were saying rappers before too, right?
Yeah, we had Forgiato Blow who was there. We had a man from Nicaragua. We had people, Pacific Asians. Like they were all from all around the world. We had Romanians. We had Germans. We had South Africans. So many different people out here supporting Trump, coming from those places and migrating here and realizing this is a place to be if this place is operating correctly. And in order for us to do it correctly, we need to embrace someone who's actually going to instill American values and lead us into following the Constitution. And so that's why we're here for Trump.
Exactly. And so that guy from Nicaragua as well. I mean, we literally interviewed him, I think, 3 or 4 separate times.
It was a lot of times. And he was spitting bars every single time.
Yeah, he was spitting bars, exactly. He was on point. He was saying so many things about freedom versus communism, socialism, Marxism, all of the things that we never really thought, at least I didn't think, that we would ever have to face a choice between freedom or tyrannical government.
Never. Why would we? This is the most free country in the world. We pride ourselves on being the home of the brave and the land of the free, and yet we're taking those freedoms away slowly, year by year, day by day. And so that's why the people that have experienced that Marxism, that communism, that come from areas where that's a thing, they're like, I see what's going on here. A lot of people don't. People that were born in America, that aren't well studied, that aren't really looking into politics or the nature of what's happening in the government, they don't see it. Oh yeah, that's kind of weird. Maybe don't do that to the kids. Don't put that in the schools. That's kind of weird. Don't do this. But the people that ran from that in their country come here and see, whoa, what's going on here? No, we can't have this. And that's why they're so passionate. That's why the guy from Nicaragua was screaming at the top of his lungs, full of fire and passion, because he was like, I'm not going back to that. And that's what all of them were doing.
It was awesome, too. We're hearing from everybody out there. And then one of the guys just came up, I think it was from Georgia or somewhere, and he's like, I agree with everything here. And we were all standing there together. And I think that's what we have to understand is President Trump is running for president for all of America.
Yeah, exactly. And what JD Vance was just saying that. He was saying, even if you don't support us, even if you don't rock with our administration, we are fighting for you. That's what we're doing. So it's okay. Even if you don't support me, even if you don't vote for me, I'm still going to make the economy better for you. I'm going to make the gas prices lower for you. I'm going to make buying groceries lower for you, the expenses of that lower for you. Even if you don't vote for me, when we get into office, I'm still fighting for you on that front. You will never hear the other side say that. And when I say the other side, I'm not talking about the civilians, the everyday, average, good-hearted American. I'm talking about the politicians. They will call you the extremists. They will call you the maggots, or whatever they want to call you. And so we know who to vote for, and we know who actually cares about the people. It's not this current administration.
That's Titus Ellis Smith right here. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thank you guys so much for sticking with us for so many hours. Some of you, I know, watched since 10 this morning. That's a lot of hours.
You got some loyal fans.
We weren't on camera the whole time, and that's okay because we interviewed so many people outside, and that's what it's about here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. The people to the president. We interview we the people. We are we the people as well. Isn't it cool to mix in with our people?
Well, yeah, and that's the thing, though. Like, we have the microphones, we have the cameras, and we're going around talking, and people love RSBN. Like, we saw people, RSBN.
Right.
Oh, my gosh, I love you guys, RSBN. But, like, we're really just like them. We just have the microphones, and we're giving them a voice because they're not being given a voice. And so it's like we're all unified together on with the same belief system, the same moral foundation. And so we just want to hear from you and you and you and you. And because we are all the same. We're all the same.
Exactly. So I was talking with Titus off camera when Ohio Senator JD Vance was on stage, the vice presidential nominee, and I looked over at him and I said, this is historic.
Yeah, he did.
To hear the crowd, to see what we're up against, but to see that there is a majority of America that is in support of another Trump administration. Now, the people that are watching, some people on the left will say, no, there's no way we want that. What would you say to them? Again, good-hearted people sometimes out there on both sides of the aisle, of course.
Yes. I would say what Trump said the first time around in 2015, what do you got to lose? Right? You don't love what you're going through right now with this current administration. There's no way you could look me in the face, don't blink, and your heart could be beating as slowly as possible, and I know you're still lying because there's no way that you are okay with the way you're living right now in this current economy. You may love your family, you may love your friends, you may love your job. You don't love how hard it is it costs an arm and a leg for everything. You don't love that they're like indoctrinating your kids and saying random things to them that you didn't approve. you don't love that. You want that part to change, and so just give it a chance. So mean tweet commentary is so, accept that that's fine in comparison to continually going down a very bad path that we have been going with this administration. Just give it a chance. I'd say just open your eyes to what do you have to lose. Think back to 2016. Think back to the Trump presidency. Take away the Twitter, take away the mainstream media, and just think about your life and how it was. And I think that answers itself who the better administration is.
Yeah, I mean, what was life like under President Trump? What is life like now? Then that's a great litmus test for that. Now, I will say, Titus, this place is rocking.
It is.
They're having a good time.
You got Jerry Lee Lewis rocking in the background.
You know?
Screaming, yeah.
I wonder what song's next at this point, because, I mean, people... I was hoping to turn around and see a lot of people dancing. I think we should start something.
Look, if everyone would turn around and look at us crazy. We just started dancing, like jumping up and down. we caused a scene.
It was pretty awesome, actually, when it was the national anthem, too. Everybody in this audience faced this way towards the camera, because right above it is the huge American flag in here. Pretty awesome moments here in Atlanta, Georgia, as some various clips are playing right now. But, you know, we know that this is, as President Trump calls it, a love fest, I mean, that's what this is about, right? Freedom, love, truth, peace through strength, the Constitution, right? So that's what we're up against. We want all of that to happen and continue in our land. And the world is watching. You mentioned that earlier. It's true. They're seeing what we're going to do.
Yes, exactly, 100%. They're seeing the change. And we're gonna make a change. All of you fighting, all of you sharing and reposting and engaging on RSBN, on X, on YouTube. That stuff pushes things to the algorithm. That stuff gets it seen to people who never seen it before. It shows up on their feed, and then they have the opportunity to check it out and be awakened to the truth. So
I'm just so happy we're inside now. I'm glad we're inside now.
Oh, I'm grateful. And it was so hot out there that I'm still feeling. We're in the AC, but it's not like I'm freezing or anything. Which he was trying to say earlier. Well, when we get inside, you're gonna be cold. I'm not. I felt terrible out there. I felt great in here. I love it.
So Titus, tell us a little bit more about your show and that kind of thing too, and also how happy you are to be right here with Right Side Broadcasting Network.
I'm sorry.
How happy are you to be here with Right Side Broadcasting?
Okay, yeah. So I started this social media journey 4 years ago on TikTok, transferred over to YouTube, transferred over to Instagram, grew a substantial audience on all those platforms. My brother did the same thing as well. He grew a substantial platform. We've been banned multiple times, but we're still going strong. And then we got recruited to Patriot TV for a daily show where we talk about the crazy things that are happening in the world. We talk about the events like these. We talk about how we want to see the pendulum swing and how it has been in our country. And so everything that we've talked about today, we've tackled at some point on the show. And it's amazing. It's called The Smith Bros. It's on Patriot TV. Titus L. Smith is every platform that has an audience. So yeah, it's amazing, and I love being here with RSBN. Right Side is amazing. It's been an amazing experience. I've enjoyed every moment of it. It feels like a family. And we're just out here like conversating about our values and our compassions and our faith. And it's just so cool, along with a whole bunch of other people that are doing the same thing by just their presence here. So I love it.
Were you surprised to hear that many people out there being like, hey, RSBN, we love you? And
we were walking around, and it was like, this was a local celebrity. You think this was like Jay-Z walking around. They were like, oh my gosh, you're my favorite. You're my favorite. You're my favorite. I love RSBN. And I was like, yeah. And that's how you know that you're like a truthful, honest network, that these people are so happy.
I think the reason why is you were talking about this a lot, and I was too, when it comes to being genuine, authentic, being real, in a way being an outsider, because we're not the same old, right?
No.
I don't want to be a same old anchor guy, like, you know, this is, and lie to you, right? I'd rather be like, hey, here's common sense, here's what I believe to be true, and I love to interview people, but same thing with you. You don't want to be the same old
Yeah, no, and absolutely, and I can't. I'm grateful that people like authenticity. I'm grateful that people like rough around the edges, just raw, real truth. Trump kind of has desensitized people to that. You know, they're just used to it now. I'm grateful that that's a thing that people enjoy, because that's all I am. I can't help but like, this is how I think, this is how I talk, this is how I feel, and I'm not going to conform to some industry standard on how you're supposed to like behave, because this is just how I am, and I feel like other Americans are that way as well.
Exactly. So a lot of people standing up here, just watching what we're watching too. There's some screens here. I don't know if we have a camera on it or not, but it's basically music videos, that kind of thing. But those of you guys that have been to an actual rally, right? Grand Rapids, Charlotte the other day. How about the Bronx? Those of you in the Bronx, if you're watching right now, how awesome was that rally? All across the country. Arizona, Montana coming up. Bozeman, Montana. President Trump will be there on August 9th. Of course, you can watch on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Of
course.
Isn't it awesome? All around the country.
I love it. I was literally having like a fanboy moment when he was showing me the Rumble feed. I was like, oh my gosh, there's that many people watching right now. He's like, just wait till Trump gets on, man.
Yeah.
It's so exciting. It's so exciting that because they'll tell you it's not true. And I think that's why I get so excited about it, because they'll tell you, oh, nobody watches that. It's not real. This fan base is fabricated. The crowd thing, we've already talked about that. And it is true. These people are hungry for truth. These people are hungry for a change, and it's coming. A change is going to come.
100%. That's what's happening. And that's what people want, a common sense truth. And they want, I talk about the Constitution a lot, but the point is, it's the law of the land. We have to keep that the law of the land.
You got to keep it at the forefront of people's minds and tell them what it is and what it says, because a lot of people aren't informed. It's not like a one-page document. So some people just kind of like, yeah, the Constitution, but they don't really know what that means or what it says. Yeah. And so I'm glad that you bring it up all the time, because it's bringing to remembrance things that maybe you learned before, but you need that continual remembrance, because if you're not continuously learning or remembering something, reminding yourself of it, you're going to forget. That's just so I'm glad, and I'm sure they're glad too, because now they can all cite what the Constitution says whenever someone tries to press them about the truth of American history.
If we rewind to the other day when Kamala Harris was in this building, there was a decent amount of people here. Why were there people here?
You want to know why people were here the other day? I'll tell you. There was just a couple names you may have heard of before: Meg Thee Stallion, Quavo. Basically, you got a free concert to. It's a celebrity. You got a free concert for a massive celebrity whose tickets probably cost $400 plus. So yeah, I'll go up to a free concert. And you know what else happened? As soon as you started speaking, there's videos of people leaving. There's videos of people leaving. There has been not one famous singer, artist here today. And yet, the crowd is still here anticipating the main attraction, which is Donald J. Trump, which is the opposite of who the main attraction was at Kamala's rally. It wasn't her. It was Meg Thee Stallion and Quavo. So, yeah.
Another mic drop brought to you by Titus. Let's move off the camera here and show you the live video from the floor right now. As everyone waiting, music obviously loud. Let's look again when we get a chance at the scoreboard up there. Always cool to see the 45, the 47,
that is awesome.
2024.
That is so awesome. Oh, it's so cool. Trump.
Look at the upper bowl there too. There's so many people.
Yeah, I know.
All the way around here.
There's literally like 4 blue seats available, and people are still coming in.
Yeah,
it's not over. And there's concessions, there's bathrooms. Like this place, there's people that aren't even seated yet. Oh man.
Let's ask. This is a very easy question, but why do you think all of these people are so passionate about coming to this event?
Because they've all been lied to. Because they trust Donald Trump. It's because they think that what they've been going through these last 4 years, what they went to prior to Trump, is something that there's an establishment that hates them and doesn't have their best interest at heart. And Trump has kind of shown that to be true. He's exposed it to be what's actually happening in our world. And so people are like, if this is a guy who's going to change things for us, if this is a guy I can rely on, who I can support, who I can put my money towards, who I can put my travel time to, who I can just show up and support so people know, so I can come up unashamed, so other people can come up unashamed, then I'm going to do it. I think people are like, I will travel far and wide to support the man who's going to make life better for me, my family, and for the rest of the country.
And there you go. So, I mean, on top of that, it is for the future of our country, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, 100%.
What direction are we going to go? Don't you see the fork in the road coming up, don't you?
Oh, yes. For the future of our country, we need this type of energy at the polls.
Oh, well, that's a great point.
We need this type of energy, all these people here. We need this at the polls. Because of every single rally they've ever gone to across this whole country, if all those people in the venue, all the people waiting outside the venue, all the people that are watching online, hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people, we're winning this election.
Exactly.
And then we are safe for 4 years.
yeah, well, and for 4 years, but also then you could drain the swamp.
Drain the swamp.
Then you have other candidates that are saying, you know,
America
hey,
first.
America first, but also outsiders. And we know what President Trump says about being an outsider. He says treat the word impossible like it's nothing, right? Because you can get this, you can get it done. And as an outsider, it's the outsiders who change the world, who make a difference.
Exactly.
And he wasn't the guy that was sitting in some political office for like a bazillion years.
Doing nothing.
Doing nothing, right? Sitting there in a beautiful chair and a nice, desk and and
this is the man who didn't need this.
He didn't need any of it.
This is the man who's a billionaire.
Come on.
This man could live on a private island somewhere.
Yep.
He could live his best life, sipping friggin' fruity drinks on the beach. But he's out here trying to fight for America. He can go to another country. He can do whatever he wanted, which is why I'm so baffled by the vilification and the demonization. He's a billionaire who just wants power. He has all the power he'll ever need, man. He has more power than... He's the kind of people that can pay off. His money, his influence is the kind of person that pays off these corrupt politicians, except for he's not corrupt. He wants to do good for the country. He doesn't need this. He's doing it for us. He's doing it because he sees the evil that's been permeated throughout the whole country. And so I don't understand how you can think of him as negative, think of him as bad, when he's the one person that does not need to be doing this. He doesn't need to pursue this for money, for backdoor deals, for any sort of corrupt purposes, because he doesn't need it. He has all that he needs.
The voice that you're just listening to is Titus Ellis Smith. I'm Matthew Alvarez here live in Atlanta, Georgia. This is the Georgia State Convocation Center, and it is packed.
It is packed. Full.
And that's one thing that it seems like the left wants to do at the leadership level. They want to pack the Supreme Court. They want more of what they want. They hate a lot of what our country's about. And so that's also on the ballot coming up in November.
I know. We do not need that to happen. We do not need to expand anything. Let it be what it is, and let Trump did a good thing by putting the Supreme Court justice that he did. And guess what? He didn't pick the woman or the man solely based off their skin color or their sex. Like Joe Biden, we're going to get before he even picked her, we're going to get a black woman to be the Supreme Court justice. Why? Why? Just because you want a black woman? That's it?
Right.
What are the qualifications? What are the reasons? Other than that, the one who doesn't know what a woman is? That's interesting. Where their priorities lie, and then now he's doing the same thing. He's doing the same thing here with Kamala. I'm endorsing this black woman who's going to run for office, as opposed to I'm endorsing the person who's going to be the best for our country. And he only announced to the Democrats, by the way. I don't know if I mentioned that earlier, but on his Twitter, it literally was like, Democrats, I will be dropping out of the race. Democrats, this is who I endorse. Democrats, I'm sorry, are you not the leader of America? Why are you only adjusting half of it? And so where their priorities lie are just so evident and obvious now. They're not even hiding that they don't care about you. They don't care about us. And that's why JD Vance's speech was so amazing, because he was like, even if you don't support me, I'm supporting you. I want to help you.
And then the reaction of the crowd there was quite awesome. 94 days from the election, President Trump leading in the polls here in Georgia. And you know what? There's 11 million people in this state, 1 million people in Fulton County alone. We're in Fulton County right now, and you've got a packed arena. Let's talk about the cities that President Trump and the campaign have stopped in, from Detroit to the Bronx to New York City, of course, Philadelphia, Atlanta. That's not something you would think. You thought maybe, oh, he'll go to other parts of the country. No, he's going to all parts of the country.
Yep, he doesn't discriminate, unlike other people. So he's definitely very much America first. I think his thing is, I want you to come. I want to give you the opportunity to see me. I want to give you the opportunity to see for yourself. Not what the media says, not what the left influencers say, not even what the right influencers say, not what my conservativeness in media. I want you to hear for yourself the words out of my mouth, the things I want to do. And I'm presenting the opportunity to you, and it's just your choice if you want to take it or not. Now, don't get me wrong, we are doing great work and we need to continue to do what we're doing. But some people think, oh, we're clipped and we're edited and da-da-da. So come for yourself. Go to the rally, hear them, unedited, unscripted, just look at what the man has to say, and then make a decision for yourself on what you want to do with that.
I think brainwashing, I mean, I know that it's a real thing. Back in college, I remember one of the professors talking about George Bush versus international governments and who gives more money to the Darfur region. And he was saying how Bill Gates gives more money to the Darfur region than the United States. All this stuff that I kept, you start hearing all this and you think, well, that's a professor and that's probably right. And then you just believe it. It's that simple. You get taught something, it goes right in. And if you're not researching or if you're not trying to find the truth to it, you'll get, as they say, duped.
Yes, and that's a problem. So many people we put our trust in organizations and in people that were not being honest with us. Like, I remember I grew up in science class, Bill Nye the science, like he was, and then he's not even a real scientist, from what I'm told. And he doesn't really have that degree in half the stuff that he was talking about, but because he was the science guy for us growing up, it was like Bill Nye. And so when he started coming out against Trump, it was like, oh, this trusted scientist that I've known since I was in elementary, throughout middle school, throughout high school, is saying this guy's wrong. See? So it must be true because Bill Nye says it. And this goes along with even mainstream media. There's hardcore apologists for CNN, NBC, all these networks, just because they've been around for years.
Yep.
And because they are stated to be the beacons of truth. And that's not true.
This is all about the headlines, the public opinion, the court of public opinion, the false narrative. So we've got to always inject truth, right? And so that's what's awesome about Right Side Broadcasting Network. That's what's awesome about you, Titus, that you have a show and that you're joining us here at Right Side. I mean, this is what it's all about. I just saw one of the photographers, a still photographer to our right, your left, taking a photo directly at us. I should have gone.
Right Side.
That's RSBN.
RSBN, capitalized, don't forget it.
So it's like the fake news is the fake news. But again, President Trump for all of America.
Say that again.
President Trump for all of America.
Oh, exactly. That's what we're here for, right? We're here for the unifier, not the divider.
Come on.
So we are rocking Trump 2024, and they're playing this guy that went viral.
Yeah. This is
Oliver Anthony or something like that?
Anthony, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's awesome. It's funny because last time I heard this was at another rally, right? And this moment's great. Obviously, because of copyright, we can't just let it play. But the point is, though, I went and listened to this song. And I think it was actually the morning that JD Vance went to the southern border. Bobby McNeely and I were in the studio in Alabama. It was like 6 in the morning. My wife was sleeping. I went into the bathroom. I played this song because I had to wake up. When you're on TV, you got to be like, hey, what's going on?
Energy.
You can't go in there and be like, hey,
Right.
So I listened to this song, but it's such a passionate song.
Yeah, he feels it. He is in there. You can tell he means every word. There's some artists that are just singing and singing. There's some artists that give their heart and soul in what they're saying. And this guy was going full in, all in. And it really permeated. The country was moved by this song. They were like, who is this guy? What is he doing? Like, he went on Joe Rogan. He went on all these things. And it's just like, he really made people think.
If you worked in mainstream media like I did for the past 18, 20 years in other markets, right? Everything that we're talking about right here wouldn't fly. It would not fly. But we get to be authentic and share what we believe is to be true. And that's what's awesome about this country, that we have freedom of speech. And so we see all the people here in Atlanta, and we're looking forward to hearing from President Trump very soon.
Oh, I'm so excited. I'm ready for that to happen. I'm like, come on out. We're waiting.
Yeah, so he'll be out soon. But guys, thank you guys so much for watching here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's a good time to share this feed, whether it's on Rumble or YouTube or on the app. And actually, if you love what you've been seeing here at Right Side Broadcasting all day, all you have to do is text RSBN to 801-801. So RSBN to 801-801. Obviously, we are a network funded by our sponsors that are patriotic sponsors, but we also do receive donations from you, the viewers. So if you'd like, RSBN to 801-801.
Yes, absolutely. Also, shout out to all the RSBN. I don't even use my Twitter. I went on my Twitter. It's like 100 followers. Like, I was like, what? So you all are the real ones.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
We have people that are watching right now on X, Facebook, Truth Social. Well, not yet, Truth Social. I did hear that they're doing a streaming.
RSBN
Truth Social.
Oh, Truth Social.
They're starting to do something as well. It's called Truth Plus, I think. But
okay.
I haven't read all the details yet on that, so that's going to be cool. But
okay.
At the end of the day, Right Side Broadcasting Network getting broadcast throughout this country and around the world right now. And, people from France I know watch. I know that people from England watch. And then there were a guy from China, remember outside when we were at the...
Yes.
So it was at a red light. He opens his door before getting the red light.
Like Mission Impossible.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, yeah. How's that go again?
RSBN.
Yes.
I was like, yo.
Yeah, I know. And it was great, though. And he just shared his heart with us. And I think that's what it's all about. The mind, the heart, as much as we can be awake to what's going on in this country, to embrace our fellow countrymen and women around this world, around this country. And what I mean by that is simple as embracing freedom with them. And it's the free world right now that is looking at our country. And we're going to see what happens here come 94 days from now.
I'm ready. There's no other way to put it other than I am ready. I was so confident even in 2020 with everything going on with the lockdowns and the mail-in ballots. I was like, he's still got this in the bag, and obviously some fishy things happen. But this time around, it's like, there's no way. There's no way. And so I'm just so grateful to see this shift in our country when we finally get President Donald J. Trump back in office.
That's right. The 47th Commander-in-Chief. He's the 45th Commander-in-Chief. Probably the 46th, if you know what I mean.
Should have been if he wasn't, but he was,
Yeah. So also, those of you guys watching and on the chats and Rumble and YouTube and everywhere you're watching right now, we see you, we hear you, we're with you. Let's move out of the way and show you the crowd right now as we await President Trump to take the stage. The crowd feels like it's about to happen, but I think that there's a song still going to play. And it might not be God Bless America yet with Lee Greenwood, but we will see as the crowd. I knew it wasn't, so there you go. But we are very close to President Trump taking the stage here. We're going to stay off camera until he does. And then, of course,
the crowd is ready.
Just seeing some
the crowd
people
is
just
ready.
getting rowdy in Atlanta, Georgia.
Antsy.
Those of you guys watching right now in the state of Kansas or Louisiana or in Delaware or in Ohio, Pennsylvania, Maine, North Carolina, Arizona, wherever you're watching right now, welcome to Atlanta. Welcome to history in the making. Welcome to a great speech that you're about to hear.
Exactly. You know what Trump really needs to do? Trump needs to come out to, instead of God Bless USA, he needs to come out to Many Men by 50 Cent. Have you seen? He needs to come out to Many Men by 50 Cent. I don't know if you heard that song.
Yeah.
But 50 Cent posted it on his Instagram after the assassination attempt. The first words of the song is "Many men wish death upon me," and I think it's so suiting to this current climate where he's being vilified and treated as a dictator. It just comes out and embraces the fact that I am fighting for you, and I took the bullet for you, and I'm going to keep taking everything they throw at me for you.
Exactly.
So, I love it.
So also, a shout out to St. Louis. A shout out to the Cardinals baseball team, who also, when they hit home runs right after the Butler, Pennsylvania incident, they went out there, ran around at a home run, put their one hand on their ear, and then put their hand in the other hand in the air, giving a little bit of love to President Trump.
No way.
So guess what hat I have to buy? A St. Louis Cardinals hat.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Man, this is so cool. These people are ready. Look at them. They're so ready. They're, all right. Screaming.
As you can see, awesome moment here in Atlanta. So as you can see, the crowd on their feet, signs in the air. It's about that time.
Yeah, I think it's about to happen in just any moment now.
It's about that time. So while we await President Trump here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, we know that the joy of the Lord is our what?
Strength.
Our strength.
Yes, sir.
And I think that's what we need in America. We need the joy of the Lord as our strength.
Yes.
We need the love and the faith and the peace through strength to go through this whole, I mean, what an epic moment this is right now.
I know. I literally feel like I'm at a concert right now. Just pure, except for it's pure patriotism. It's all about, or it's funny because the Olympics are happening right now, but it's like you're at the Olympics and you're rooting for your country right now.
Exactly, and check this out. President Trump said, quote, at the RNC, together we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. President Trump continuing on in a quote here that he posted on Truth Social and spoke at the RNC. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. And what I love, Titus, is that President Trump calls it into existence. Sometimes you just gotta call it in. You gotta pray it in, and you gotta call it in.
And you gotta put action behind your words and action behind your prayers, because God will bless what you put your hand to. Work hard, do what's right, follow Christ, and He will do it for you.
Wow. Good times here in Atlanta. And the wave is starting just like it has in all of the recent events. Of course, Bobby McNeely, Nikki Stanzione, Vanessa Broussard, Paul Ingrassia covering all of these rallies as well. Again, Titus Ellis Smith joining Right Side Broadcasting Network today.
And having a great time doing it.
And I'm sure more in the future, buddy.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
My name is Matthew Alvarez, and a shout out to all of our crew, all the camera ops at the network who travel the country and give us these great images, and also our studio back home at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Without all of us together, none of this at all would be possible.
Yes, and it's amazing. And thank you to the cameramen for always showing those crowds.
And we know right now the viewership continues to increase, especially right now in this moment, because President Trump is about to take the stage. But we'd rather show you what's going on in here. Sure, we might step back on camera, but look at this.
Yeah, look at what's going on here.
All the way around the arena, upstairs, downstairs, the floor.
Everywhere, behind, in front.
Another quote from President Trump. The discord and division in our society must be healed. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. President Trump says, I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America.
This is why he is the best choice. This is something we've been saying for the last hour or so. One person, one administration is fighting for their side, is creating division and having no attempts to unify. It's more of conform or die in terms of like the ideology and mentality. It's not, let's work together. The other side says, I'm fighting for all of you. You don't like me, that's okay. I'm still fighting for you. Trump.
Let's take a live listen right now here in Atlanta, Georgia. So, another quote that I really like for President Trump is, treat the word impossible as nothing more than motivation. Relish the opportunity to be an outsider, because it's the outsiders who change the world and make a real and lasting difference. You know, and I see some fake news media around here on this media riser, and it's tough, you know, because we know that what they're saying is the complete opposite, Titus, of what we're saying.
100%.
All the time.
Oh yeah, they're giving a complete opposing message. And the funny thing about it is, I'm sitting up here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, telling the truth, being a conservative black man, and that completely contradicts everything that they spew. I shouldn't exist according to them. And so I'm so glad that we're here proving them wrong to their faces. It's great.
It is awesome. It is great.
In love, of course.
Yeah. What's that?
In love, of course.
Yeah, of course. So President Trump will be walking out of that blue tent area, of course, as we can take a look there, as he will walk to the right of the camera. And a great song about to be played here. We do see Secret Service out there as well. Everywhere you look in this arena are people filling the seats. I don't think I see one seat available right now. Outside, I'm hearing that there are a lot of people outside as well. There is a screen that's out there for the overflow crowd. But people have been waiting for hours and hours to hear all of these speeches, including the speech that you're about to hear live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Again, this is Titus Ellis Smith. I'm Matthew Alvarez. As we wait for the moment this is not just the producers, if you could repeat that,
I think
please.
this is the ad I was talking about.
Okay. So if we've got at least the visual of the screen, this is the video that Titus and I have been talking about today.
This is the one.
This is awesome here. Obviously showing again the fake news. From there, he goes into the military, all of the support from the military. There on Capitol Hill, there at the White House, of course. Amazing moments here coming up, especially at the border. You could see how strong he was for the securing of the borders.
So good.
Now, I will be quiet here in a second, but the reason why I'm talking, well, there you go.
One people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So with American pride swelling in our hearts, and American courage stirring in our souls, I say these words to you tonight. We will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again.
The last time I heard a crowd that loud was like at a Stanley Cup playoff game, game 6 or something, when they scored with like 10 seconds. You know what I mean?
Right, no, I know. It's literally, that's probably one of the most inspirational political ads I've ever seen in my life, and it's like so true. He points out everything that I did and points out all the people that are doing the wrong things, all the people that have done stuff to harm this country and have only self-interest in every endeavor, and everything that they push is all about themselves. And the fact that he's calling them all out in such a quick manner with a little, it's just so well done. It so perfectly encapsulates everything we've gone through over the last 8, 9 years, or forever, honestly.
So at the Grand Rapids rally, when you were there, I didn't know you then.
Yeah, I know.
But I was talking about that ad, and it showed that ad, right? And I saw on X somebody on it's the Dilly meme team said, thank you so much for giving us a shout out. So they're the ones that made that great ad. So it's an awesome.
Really?
Yeah.
I love that ad. I want to post that ad everywhere. I want to have access to that ad.
Yeah.
I'm going to share it like once a week. It's the best ad.
How much of a political junkie are we now that we're watching political ads, man?
Yeah, stop making such good ads, Trump. Like, I love it. That's the best ad I've ever seen in my life.
All right, so Matthew Alvarez alongside Titus Ellis Smith here in Atlanta, Georgia, as we await President Donald Trump. This has been quite the day from 10 a.m. Eastern time all the way until now, which is almost 6 o'clock here on the East Coast. Those of you guys watching on the West Coast, only 3 o'clock out there. But hey, you know what? Thank you for joining us here.
Yes.
We see you, Arizona.
We do.
We see you, California.
We do.
Right?
I know there's a bunch of little Trump supporters in California. I know there's a bunch of them. I remember there was a video that came out years ago during 2020. And it was like, you won't believe where this is. And it was a Trump rally. And it was all these red hats and all these people running in the streets, walking in the streets, so patriotic, screaming hoorah. And then it goes, California. And I was like, what? There's that many Trump supporters in California? And I was shocked by it. I think people will be pleasantly surprised at the turnout in certain states that you would assume wouldn't be for Trump.
Exactly. So we see that this is the people's president. We see that this is a populist movement for a constitutional republic. We see this is about the Constitution. We see this is about freedom in all walks of life, right? So that's what we're looking at. That's what we're seeing here on the ballot box coming up on November 5th.
100%. Like you said earlier, it's tyranny versus freedom. We're going to see freedom. We're going to vote for freedom, and we're going to have freedom.
It's interesting in the news media, you work and you cover a lot of the negative, bad news that's out there, right?
Yeah.
Trump gets inaugurated in 2025, and there's positive news stories out there. It'll be interesting because when I worked in mainstream, it would be we'd still always work on the negative slant of story. And a lot of it would be a bunch of, as Biden would call it, malarkey. But it's true, it was malarkey. It was terrible. But the point is, covering good news and positive news of really what's happening, we're flipping the script. Right Side Broadcasting Network, in my opinion, is an outsider network, not doing the mainstream thing.
No. Well, they're telling the truth, so that's the biggest difference there. And I love that we should be speaking on good news, on positive news, on great things that happen. People bond too much over negativity, and it's actually concerning. We should be happy we should be grateful that good things happen in our country and that positive outcomes are possible. Like, that should be something that we celebrate, not condemn because, it's going to get more views if it's negative. Like, what? This is a very positive thing. Look at these people.
I mean, most of them
dancing up there.
Yeah,
we got dancing.
Yeah, we do. We've got. We're going to try and get that vantage point from here at the Media Riser. That's kind of all the way up to the right.
Dancing up there, having the time of their life.
Having a good time.
They choreographed that before.
There we go. There's the couple dancers, and then look, don't sit down now. But that's what's awesome about all of these events. Everybody's just having a really good time.
Yes. Oh, they're amazing.
So we're looking at the 20 GOP promises It's the platform, right, for a new Trump administration. All of them are about making America great again.
Yes.
There's not one of them that is a negative thing, right? Sure. They're all positive, good things for this country.
Yes.
The first one, of course, to seal the border and to stop the illegal flow of the immigrants coming in,
Yes.
illegal immigrants coming in. There are so many other ones, including defending our Constitution, keeping men out of women's sports, on and on and on.
Just things people should be concerned or worried about when it comes to our country. But no, we have some people focusing on things that aren't beneficial to anyone but a small group of people, and not even beneficial, even that is detrimental to them. So I'm really excited to see that there's a focus on things that are actually going to benefit Americans.
Exactly. All right, so what we're going to do here is we're going to listen to some of our music, and then we're going to wait for President Trump to come out of the back area there at the arena. And then before you know it, President Trump will be taking to the stage here in Atlanta, Georgia. We'll be right back, but we're not going anywhere. You're going to see the visuals still right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. The crowd's still having a great time, of course, here in Atlanta, Georgia. We're at the Georgia State Convocation Center, obviously waiting for President Trump to step out, but we do want to tell you about the RSBN newsletter. All you have to do is go to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter to get some great insight and some stories and some offers on there. Also, RSBN, you can actually donate to the network too if you'd like. All you have to do is text RSBN to 801-801. Always good to see a conservative network like this doing great things, right?
Oh yeah, and we are doing great things. So many. I've been watching ever since I heard about RSBN, and I'm just like, I love what they're doing here. I love the influence that they have, and I love they're unapologetic in their truth, or in the truth. Well, not their truth. I will never say that again.
Exactly.
And the truth, because that's what matters most is the truth and getting that out to people.
So also the RSBN app, so you can look at, download the RSBN app, or you can go to rsbnetwork.com, check out the website, follow us on Truth Social, on X, all over the place. Obviously, we're streaming right now live. This is Titus Ellis Smith. This guy. All right, thanks, man.
Yeah.
My name is Matthew Alvarez. Guys, we're just happy to be here and be able to talk to you guys about common sense, the truth, things that most of you believe in anyway.
Exactly.
A lot of great interviews outside, right?
What was that?
A lot of great interviews outside.
A lot of good interviews outside. We talked to so many amazing people, diverse backgrounds and histories, and even people that just you would maybe assume were here. It's still cool to hear from them and just watch their unapologetic, even though they're called white supremacists, even though they're called racist, they're like, no, it's not true, it's not. I don't care what they say about me. I'm going to support the man who's going to do the best for our country.
November 5th is going to be the most important day in the history of our country. And we will bring our country back together, bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before. And together we will win, win, win.
I have never, ever been prouder of President Trump, of my president, than when he stood up with blood all over his face and he raised his fist in defiance and he shook his fist.
They're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way, and I will never be moving.
He's not meant to be stopped. He's meant to help fix this country.
On November 5th, 2024, we will take back our country and we will make America great again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next Vice President of the United States, Senator JD Vance.
Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it worst. Let the rest of the world help us for change, and let's rebuild America first. Our highways and bridges are falling apart.
Well, it's good to see you all again. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to hear from the next President of the United States? That wasn't quite loud enough. Are you ready to hear from the next President of the United States? Remember, 8 years ago, Donald Trump had everything: fame, fortune, family, friends. He gave up the easy life so that we could get our country back. He traded everything he had for unjust persecution, for slander and scorn from the fake news, all for this country, for you and me. They couldn't beat him politically, so they tried to bankrupt him. They failed at that, so they tried to impeach him. They failed at that, so they tried to put him in prison. They even tried to kill him. But as sure as the American flag still waves in our beautiful sky, Donald Trump still stands, ready to fight, ready to win, and ready to make America great again. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the once and future President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Stay
to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say,
Thank you. Well, thank you very much to the next Vice President of the United States, JD Vance. He's doing a great job. You know, they go after JD. You know why? He's for the worker. He's for people that get out and they want to work, work, work. And frankly, they are people that have been taken advantage of, and he doesn't like it, and he's done great. He's done great. He's been everything we could have expected and much more. So, JD, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And thank you to Atlanta. I'm thrilled to be back in the great state of Georgia. I love Georgia. With thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. Crazy Kamala, ultra-left, you know that. She was here a week ago, lots of empty seats. But the crowd she got was because she had entertainers, and it all started to unfold when they started to leave about 10 minutes into the speech. It was very boring. I don't need entertainers. I fill the stadium because I'm making America great again. That's our entertainment. That's our entertainment, making America great again. And I have to tell you, we have thousands of people outside, and the state was terrific, but the fire marshal, I will say, could not have been better. Thank you to the fire marshal. But the school administration stopped us from getting another 500, 600, even 1,000 people in. Thousands of people were told no, and that was okay, but we could have fit another 600 people. So I don't know anything about the school. I don't know anything about this school, but they could have allowed more people. You got people standing outside. Look at all the people outside. They could have come in. They could have come in. So we're not happy. Hello out there. And then they actually pushed the people very far away from the building where we have beautiful cameras set up for the overflow crowds, the administration of the school. So I'm not sure if I'm going to be sending anybody to the school. I'm not happy about it. If they're going to stand in the way of admitting people to our rally, just imagine what they're going to do on Election Day. We're not going to let that happen. 94 days from now, we're going to win the great state of Georgia in an epic landslide. And we're going to defeat crazy Kamala. You know, there's about 19 different ways of saying it. She only likes 3. Biden never even came close. Kamala. No, it's Kamala. We're going to evict this radical and incompetent administration from the White House. They're destroying our country. We're going to save our country. We're going to save our country. Yesterday, it was announced that unemployment is surging, with 350,000 Americans joining the unemployment rolls just last month. Tell you what, we could end up in a depression. We could end up in World War III and a depression. How about that? Could happen, too. Under Harris-Biden policies, we now have the highest unemployment rate in 3 years. Just came out yesterday. Even I was surprised. Those numbers were terrible. If Harris wins this election, you will quickly have a Kamala economic crash. You could have a crash. You could also have a crash like in 1929, more specifically, because that's where we're heading. When we win, you will rapidly see a brand new Trump economic boom. It's going to be booming like it was 4 years ago. With your vote, inflation will stop. The illegal aliens will be turned back. They're not coming in. We got to stop them. Did you see where she's now saying, oh, we had a very good border. Oh, great. They had the worst border in the history of the world. It's all misinformation. That's all they're good at, that and cheating on elections. They're very good at that. The cartels will be crushed, crime will plummet, incomes will soar, the wars will end, and the American dream will come roaring back, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before, right? Yes? Thank you. But with 4 more years of Kamala, the California socialist, you know, she destroyed San Francisco. Then she destroyed the whole state. Look at what's going on in California. With your family and our country, it'll never recover. If you have any more time with these people, it's already, I'm worried about the next 3 months, if you think about it. These people are grossly incompetent. You'll end up in World War III, I'll tell you. And I hope I'm not right about that. You know, do you ever see the hats? Trump is right about everything. I don't want to be right about that. Her policies of open borders and double-digit inflation, inflation like we've never seen before. It's destroying middle-income families, working families, all families. Will demolish your life savings. 40 or 50 million illegal aliens will invade our country during the next 4 years if they're in. 40 or 50 million. Medicare and Social Security. You know, she said she wants to put everybody on health care. You know, that's wonderful. It's all wonderful. First of all, they shouldn't be told to come here. Many of them were fine where they were. But no country can sustain this. Social Security will buckle and collapse. The suburbs will be overrun with violent crime and savage foreign gangs. That's what they're doing. You know, they're sending all their gangs into the United States, right? Look, there's front row Joes. You didn't get into the front row. What happened to you? What happened? Thank you. We have front row Joes. They've been to 229 rallies. And then, look at these people. I call them the beautiful ladies, and you're not allowed to say that anymore. It's the end of your political career. You say beautiful. You're barely allowed to say ladies, right? Because that could also be destructive. But they're beautiful, they're ladies, and they're great. And they've been to 216 rallies from North Carolina. They look great. Happily married. I got to talk to their husbands. I don't know. They're way over 200 rallies, and they're incredible people. Thank you very much, by the way. Thank you. Appreciate it. Together, we will stop Kamala Harris's nation-wrecking. I'll tell you what, when you see what she's done to our nation, she's wrecking our nation. The radicalism will take back our country from the worst administration in American history. Biden was the worst president in the history of our country. She's acknowledged to be the worst vice president in the history of our country. She doesn't have a clue. You know, if she doesn't have a teleprompter, she can't even speak. Did you see her the other night? They put a camera in her face. She can't even talk. We just went through 4 years. Let's not go through another 4 years. Can't talk. No, it's terrible. You know, by the way, I'd like to congratulate Vladimir Putin for having made yet another great deal. Did you see the deal we made? Now, look, we want to get people in. You know, we got 59 hostages. I never paid anything. They released some of the greatest killers anywhere in the world, some of the most evil killers they got, and we got our people back. But, boy, we make some horrible, horrible deals, and it's nice to say we got them back, but does that set a bad precedent, Bert, right? Does that set a bad precedent, Bert? Harris has the most ultra-left-wing agenda of any presidential candidate ever in history. There's never been anybody like this. She is considered more left-wing than crazy Bernie Sanders. Look at her. She's worse than Bernie. And she happens to be really a low IQ individual. She really does. She has a very low IQ. We don't need a low IQ. President Xi of China said, oh, good, we have another one, a low IQ individual. They love dealing with low IQ. They love dealing with low IQ people, and they got him here, I'll tell you. We got them all. She is terrible. She's worse than he. I think she's worse than him. By the way, they really took it away from the guy, right? I don't feel sorry for him because he's a bad guy. You know, he's weaponized the whole thing, and nobody's ever done that in this country. But he's a bad guy. But people feel sorry for him. They did a coup. He just doesn't know it. But actually, he does know it. You know that. They said, Joe, you got 14 million votes. It's yours, but you're going to give it up. You're going to give it up right now, Joe. You're giving it up right now. No, I'm not. I was elected democratically. I was elected. No, you're giving it up, Joe. We're either going to do it the nice way or the hard way, Joe. You're getting the hell out. And it was the debate performance. So here's what happened in the debate. You know, we went there. It was the highest rated debate ever, and which was a great compliment. And as I left the debate stage, I took off because other people were entering the stage. You understand. I said, I don't want to confront other people. So we had a great debate. But as I left, CNN, I won't say who, but they said, that was the single greatest debate performance I've ever seen. And this went on for 2 days. They were saying how great I was. On the third day, they didn't mention that anymore. They said he was terrible. I liked it the first way better. I made him choke. Don't kid yourself. We made him choke. He was choking like a dog. He was choking. He was choking like a dog. And that was the end of him. I mean, that was the end from that. Then they said, okay, this was a disaster. So then they started doing interviews with people that are, you know, 100% bought. The media, the fake news media, they had some people interviewing him, like George Slopadopoulos. ABC. ABC's one of the worst, by the way. They're all sort of bad when you get right down, but ABC's bad. And they're asking him hardball questions like, where did you stay last night? Did you think you did well in the debate, even though you could? Did you ever see a guy in a debate, you know, they give you like 2 minutes to answer, and you want to use up, you got so much fertility in there, you want to use up every second, and he'd answer a question. You have 92 seconds left. And I kept saying, I'll take them. And he said, you have 92 seconds left. He goes, oh. This is not what he wanted. He left a lot of time on the board. But I went right down to the last second. I didn't want to go a little bit over because I know they'd cut me. They would have cut me. But they were very fair, actually, CNN, shockingly, honestly. They were very fair. They want to do another one. You know, we're doing one with Fox if she shows up. I don't think she's going to show up. She can't talk. She can read a teleprompter. I'd give her about a 6 on a scale of 10, 6. For talking, I'd give her less than a 1. We need people that can talk. Kamala pledged to give free taxpayer-funded health care to all illegal aliens. How do you like that idea? Which will destroy Social Security. She called for the abolition of ICE. Listen, ICE, I know some people here. 2 of them are really tough guys. They're fighters. They're vicious people. They're good, tough people. They don't want to work for ICE. ICE will go into a pack of MS-13 killers and thugs, and for about 2 minutes, you just see fists flying back and forth, and then they stand up and they win, and they grab them, they throw them in a paddy wagon, they get them the hell out of the country. And she's calling them the equivalent of KKK, okay? And she loves deadly sanctuary cities. By the way, all of the things you're hearing now, she's now denying. But you know, the one good thing about the internet, you press a button and you got it. Although they are trying to delete everything. You know, they changed the picture of me from a couple of weeks ago, and they really radicalized it. They changed it, you know, using AI, they changed it. They had all the people on the stage who were angry, and they were smart and sharp and very brave, and they had them all big smiles on their face. Can you believe that? They put the agents, who I have to tell you, say what you want, those people were brave. They were running to me, and the bullets were flying. The Secret Service, they were very brave. They were very brave, I can say. They were very brave. They were running at me, and they knew the bullets were going right over my head. At that point, the first one was not a good situation. Not a good situation. That was really something incredible. That was from God. That was from God. Because the chances, that was from God. For all of you non-believers, that one was for God, right? Boom. That was a close one. But I just want to say, while I'm here, though, they were very brave. They pounced on me. They pounced on me, and I heard those things whizzing over me. They were whizzing, and I have to say that because, you know, people take abuse, and there were mistakes made. There were mistakes made, pretty bad ones. But the bravery of that moment was incredible. And also that the sniper, the Secret Service, who's a phenomenal, talented shooter, one bullet from hundreds of yards away, if he doesn't hit his target, and he hit his target, boom. But from if he doesn't hit the target, then you have Corey and a lot of other people that are dead. Corey was great. 2 other great gentlemen, warriors, great Trump people. We love them. And they're really, we thought they were going to be gone too. The doctors were incredible. They did a great job, an unbelievable job. But if that sniper, and he had 5 seconds to think. He did not know about it beforehand, by the way. He had 5 seconds. He saw the flash, and he knew what that was. And within 5 seconds, he got off his shot. 1 bullet, think of it, 1 bullet. And that was the end. Otherwise, you would have had many people dead. He did a hell of a job. And that was from a very far distance. That was from basically about triple the distance. It was a much longer shot. So we want to thank him, and we want to thank all of the people in Secret Service for their bravery, because they were very brave. I mean, this was a bad thing. Very brave. But she refuses to even say the words illegal alien or radical Islamic terrorist. She says nope. And the main thing, think of this, she wants to let mass amnesty and citizenship. She wants all illegals to have mass amnesty. Everybody can. Even criminals, because many of them that are coming in are from prisons and jails and mental institutions, insane asylums. They hate when I use Dr. Hannibal Lecter as the late, great Hannibal Lecter. Oh, they go, look at all the media back there. Look at all the fake news. That's a lot of fake news. That's a lot of fake news, Bert. But she doesn't want to get involved. Look, here's a story. When a politician says something young in life, that's where they are. That's what they believe in. Defund the police, all the things that she said, that's where she would go if she ever got the chance. She's never going to get the chance. Our country will be destroyed. She's worse than Biden. She's worse than Bernie Sanders. She's Bernie Sanders, but not as smart. That's the way I view her. I said she's a dumb version of Bernie Sanders, and actually further left than him. She supports mandatory gun confiscation. I'm sure you wouldn't mind that. Would anybody mind if they came into your house and took away your gun or your guns? Oh, I'm shocked. I'm shocked to hear that. She's for taking away all of your guns. The problem is they won't take them away from the bad guy. The bad guy's not giving up the guns. The good guys are going to, oh, well, yes, ma'am, here's my gun, thank you. Now you're totally defenseless in your house. No, you can't do that. She said that a 70 to 80% tax hike is, quote, a bold idea that should be discussed. Oh, that's nice. She co-sponsored the $100 trillion Green New scam. She wants to abolish all oil and coal and natural gas. We want to work on wind. We want to have wind blowing. She vowed to ban fracking. She wants the government to stop people from eating red meat. She wants to get rid of your cows. No more cows. No more cows. Oh, it's serious. You know, in Europe, you smile and you think about it. But in Europe, they're sort of doing it. They don't want any cattle. She wants to get rid of gas-powered cars and replace them with all electric. They don't go far. They cost too much. They're all made in China. Other than that, they're fantastic. And I'm for electric cars. I have to be, because Elon endorsed me very strongly, Elon. So I have no choice. But he knows. No, I am for him. I'm for him for a small slice is a slice. But you want to have gas-propelled cars. You want to have hybrids. You want to have every kind of a car imaginable. They want to go all electric. And there's no way you can ever load them up. They call them loading them. You can't load them. We're going to have to spend $9 trillion in the Middle West. You saw they built chargers. Now, a charger is a gas pump with electricity come through it. Is that good? So it's like for 8 chargers, they spent $9 billion. Is that a good deal? So at that rate, it would be $10 trillion to charge up the country. The whole thing is crazy, right, Mr. Preacher? She wants to get rid of 2 very special words to me. And I came up with this because I noticed when you went into stores, I used to go into stores. Now I wouldn't want to go into stores because they have everything under lock and key. You ever see they have bars up, they have glass up. I don't know how you can do business like that. I'd like to buy a toothpaste, please. Oh, wait till the clerk comes. 25 minutes. They open this heavy glass armored door. How the hell do you make money doing that? It used to be that if somebody robbed your store, you would be very tough about it, right? Now, Kamala started this. Anything under $1,000, you can do whatever you want. In other words, and these guys are sitting out there. You ever see them? They've got paper. Okay, go ahead. Oop, that's over that. Drop that back. Put that. There's no crime if it's less than $1,000. She's the one who started it. She is a lunatic. She wants to get rid of these 2 very special words. You remember I used to bring it up all the time in 2016. By the way, we did much better in 2020 than we did in 2016, but these are minor details. We did much better. They said, what was the difference? I said, well, we got millions of more votes. As you know that too. But we're not going to let that happen again. Ready? The 2 words are Merry Christmas. She doesn't want anybody saying Merry Christmas. Now she's denying it, and then they found the tape last night. She's such a liar. She denies all this stuff. She said, I was not the border czar. She was the New York Times has a headline, border czar. She was the border czar. She was the worst border czar. She was the worst czar in history. Kamala's radical ideas belong in a San Francisco commune filled with far-left freaks. but they do not belong in the White House. They do not belong in the United States of America. This November, Georgia is going to tell Kamala that we will not let her turn America into a communist country. Remember I used to say, we will never be a socialist country. Well, I was right. They skipped socialism. I was right. I was right. It will never be a socialist country. I'd say that. State of the Union, I said, we will not ever allow our country to be a socialist country. I was right. It's gone communist. It skipped socialism. It never stopped. The train never stopped at the socialism world. The world of socialism, not a good one, but the world of communism is many times worse. Now that they've swapped out Biden, is he going to the Democrat convention? This is a big question. I'd like to go to watch Kamala get sworn in as they ripped it away from me. They took away his presidency. What do you think, Mr. Congressman? You had a very good speech. Didn't he make a good speech? What do you think about ripping away their socialism there? What do you think about ripping away the guy's presidency, right? No, it's not democracy. Remember the words they use? They are a threat to democracy. They've been saying that about me for 7 years. I think I got shot because of that, okay? People said, he's a threat to democracy. No, I'm the one that is saving democracy. It's true. They're a threat. Thank you. Wow. That's nice. Thank you, Marjorie. No, we're saving democracy. Wow. I'm going to use that more often. I've never used that before. I'm always hitting them. I should say instead, I'm going to save democracy and get a nice big applause. It is true, though, certain phrases get amazing response, like, I will keep men out of women's sports. Now you find out I'm right. I used to use the barbells. I thought, now all you have to do is look at the boxers. This young girl from Italy, a champion boxer, she got hit so hard she didn't know what the hell hit her. It's a person that transitioned. He was a good male boxer. Yeah. He was a good male boxer. And she didn't even go down. He hit her with 2 jabs, and she said, I'm out. How crazy is it? The weightlifters are great, though, because they put a 1/4 ounce here, a 1/4 ounce here. And she goes, by the way, First Lady of the United States hates when I do this. She says, it's so damn unpresidential. I said, but the people like it. Right, Marjorie? She doesn't like it. She's a very elegant woman. She doesn't like it. Should I do it, Marjorie? So, no, our First Lady, she said, you know, your speech was great, but this weightlifting thing is so unelegant. And please don't imitate him not being able to find stairs, because every time you do it, they say it was you that couldn't find the stairs. Sure. I'm very careful, because the press is among the most dishonest human beings in history. They know. Bruce knows. The great Bruce Lavelle. Stand up, Bruce. He's been with me from before I ran. He was with me in 2014, saying that guy in New York should run. He'll be great president. That was long before I even read. I didn't even know about it. I think you might have convinced me to run. I don't know. Some of these people, you know, some people have been with me long before I ran. They would say, Trump should run. That we had Romney. Remember Romney? And they did polls. Romney and Paul Ryan, what a combination that was. Whoops, there we go off Fox. Fox just won. No, Paul Ryan's on the board of Fox. What a mistake that was. But they had Romney and Paul Ryan. What a team that was. They got clobbered. They got clobbered. The choice of this election could not be more stark. On the one hand, you have a radical left freak. You have a candidate who is fake, fake, fake. On the other hand, you have a president who will fight, fight, fight for America. Fight, fight, fight. I will, I promise. I will. By the way, the fire marshal, I love him. Could the school people allow, there's some seats right up there. They could let him come in. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're doing. Let the people come in. They're standing outside, thousands of them. Let them come in. It's obviously, Marjorie, a very liberal school, I guess, right? I'm not happy with the school. Let them come in. They're standing. It's 95 degrees out. Let them come in. There's some seats. Now they got thousands of people. They won't let them in. A Harris presidency. You know why? Because they don't want to show that we're successful. That's all it is. They don't want to show. She has to go get entertainers. They start leaving as soon as she opens her mouth. Well, Hillary used to do that too. I remember she got Bruce Springsteen. I'm not a fan, I'm not a huge fan. I have a bad trait. I only like people that like me. Does that make sense? And these people like me, Bert, right? These people like me. No, Hillary used to do it all the time. She got the idea from Hillary. Hillary got Bruce Springsteen, I'll never forget. And the place was pretty full. Not full like our places are full. And I don't have a guitar. I don't have a guitar, but our places are bigger. We get more people than anybody. I don't care how many guitars they have. You know, in New Jersey, we had 107,000 people come. Nobody has that. Nobody. In Alabama, we had 68,000 people. In South Carolina, we had 82,000 people that had closed up the whole state. We even did one in the South Bronx in New York. Rough place, but boy, it was love. 25,000 people. It was love. It was love. But I'll never forget that Hillary, and they were all saying, oh, she drew, 25,000 people or something. Then he finished with the concert. She starts speaking, and everyone's leaving. I said, that's not working out so good. That's not working out, right? But I don't know. You have to be real. If people show up, people show up. But to do that, I don't know. There's something pretty phony about it. But she had somebody. Who did she have? Who was the entertainer that she had, Yeah. That's what I think. By the way, the entertainer couldn't fill the place either. Even with the help of the school's trying to get students, please go. This is embarrassing to us. Please go. No. Wasn't Hillary a beauty when I campaigned against her? She said, look at him. Look at him. Just look at those words he uses. He will start wars. No. I had no wars. I got rid of ISIS, 100% of ISIS, but that was already started. I was the one that had no wars, first time in 80 years. In California, Harris was the original Marxist prosecutor. She was in the role of Fannie Willis. Has anybody ever heard of Fannie Willis? You know, Fannie Willis is a good friend of your governor. You know that? Your governor. I'm not a fan of your governor, but she was in the role of Fannie Willis or Larry Krasner, George Gascon, Alvin Bragg of New York. Oh, he goes after me. He goes after me because of the Justice Department. Never happened before. The DA of San Francisco, Harris, shielded illegal alien crack dealers from deportation. She wouldn't let them be deported. She fought like hell. She wouldn't arrest criminals of the worst kind. She wouldn't arrest murderers. She wouldn't arrest anybody. The state has gone to hell. Gavin Newsom is the worst, one of the worst guys. Gavin Newsom. But she was the one that started it. She ruined San Francisco, ruined California. As California Attorney General, she defined and redefined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person raped as nonviolent. These were nonviolent crimes. We shouldn't even prosecute these people. To help spring child predators and dangerous criminals out of prison all over the state. And during the left-wing riots of 2020, you saw that, she urged her followers to donate to bail rapists and murderers out of jail while saying that the violent mobs should not stop. They should not stop. She said she was endorsing to fund the police, and she said, violent mobs, let the violent mobs keep going. Let them keep going. We love what they're doing. We love what they represent. This is the lunatic that the fake news is trying to build up to be the next Margaret Thatcher. You know, 4 months ago, she was considered grossly incompetent by the fake news. Now they're saying, oh, isn't she wonderful? Isn't she wonderful? No, she's not wonderful. So we have to work hard to define her. I don't want to even define her. I just want to say who she is. She's a horror show. She'll destroy our country. For years, she has pushed legislation to strip police officers of any protection. They have no protection. Anything they do, they get sued, they go bankrupt, they lose their house, they lose their family, they lose their pension. They ruin their lives. They want to ruin their lives. She was the worst at ruining police officers. And by the way, I have the endorsement of virtually every police organization in the United States. Almost every. And when I'm president of the United States, again, we will never defund the police. We will only overfund. We're going to overfund the police if we have to. I will always give our law enforcement heroes the protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve. And like other Marxist DAs, and she was the first of them. She was horrible. She was horrible. She had a very good friend named Willie Brown. I liked Willie Brown. He knows more about her than anybody's ever known. He could tell you every single thing about her. Could tell you stories that you're not going to want to hear. Like other Marxist DAs, Kamala supports abolishing cash bail, which means bloodthirsty criminals that just killed somebody can immediately leave custody, go out and kill somebody else, which, by the way, they often do. Under these kinds of woke, radical left policies, Atlanta is like a killing field, and your governor ought to get off his ass and do something about it. Just a few weeks ago, 2 13-year-old boys were murdered and an 11-year-old was shot while sitting outside their house in southwest Atlanta. In June, a 47-year-old man, a 69-year-old woman, and a 70-year-old woman were shot in the middle of the day, shot right through the head in the food court of Peachtree Center. What a nice name. In downtown Atlanta, where you can't even walk anymore. The shooter had been previously arrested 11 times, but they think it was 24 times. He'd gone to prison for assault and armed robbery many times. Since I was president, aggravated assaults in Atlanta are up 17%, and there's a 20% increase in shoplifting and a 90% increase in overall crime. Murders are up massively. Murders, you go to the store, I want to buy a loaf of bread, darling. You come back, ma'am, I'm sorry, but your husband's been killed. He went for bread across the street. He's been shot to death, ma'am. Nationwide, there's been a 43% increase in violent crimes since I left office, including a 58% increase in rape, 89% increase in aggravated assault, and a 56% increase in stone-cold robbery. July 4th weekend in Chicago, 117 people were shot. 100, I'm not talking about I'm talking about shot. Not aimed at and missed, but I can guarantee you that number was big. But 117 people were shot. Of the 117, 17 died. Many are going to be incapacitated. They're going to be working for the rest of their lives just to move. Many are paralyzed. Many of those people are paralyzed right now. Nobody ever talks about that. So 117 people shot, 17 died, many very seriously hurt for the rest of their lives. If Kamala wins, it will be crime, chaos, and death all across our country. We're going to have just the opposite. You know, it's up to the governors and the mayors to run things, but with Minnesota, which was a disaster, Minneapolis, the crimes. Remember the CNN reporter? This is a friendly riot. Oh, please, I'd rather not use the word riot. This is a friendly get-together. And behind him, the whole city is burning down. Remember that? Remember, it was like the flames were going like for miles. And then he got hit on the knee with something. I think it was a hand grenade that didn't go off. Remember him with the shaved head? Ding, 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 shaved his head. How do I look? Great. Then he goes down, a hand grenade hits him. How do I look, darling? Oh, you look great. They call it the summer of love, remember? They took over Seattle, 20%. If I didn't have the soldiers ready to go that morning, that Seattle would still be occupied. They actually took over a large percentage of Seattle. Portland, what they did with Portland, you know, I was in the real estate business. I love storefronts, beautiful bronze. I love bronze and beautiful everything. Storefronts, so beautiful. In Portland, you know they have a storefront? Their storefronts have been so decimated, they use old 2x4s with a wooden door. No glass, no windows. It's the worst looking avenue I've ever seen because, and I spoke to people that have shops there, but they don't have them anymore, they've all fled. But the few people that remain, they have wooden storefronts made out of old lumber. And they said, no, anything we put up, including this, will be knocked down the next time, and it happens on a weekly basis. And nobody does anything about it. If I didn't bring out, they knew the military was coming in the next day in Seattle. If they didn't know that, and they fled, they all said, oh, it's about time to get it. You know, when they were doing monuments in Washington, Marjorie knows this, I got an old bill, because I doubt we could ever get Congress to pass one like this. And they were trying to rip down monuments, and then it was Abraham Lincoln. They were going to rip down the monument to Abraham Lincoln. They were ripping down other monuments. They didn't care who it was. They just wanted to destroy our country. And I took this old bill from 1889. Today, you wouldn't have the guts to sign a thing like that, although they should. They should make it even tougher. And it said, if you desecrate or even touch a monument in any way, shape, or form, you go to jail for 10 years, and there's no shortened sentence. There's no shortened sentence. There's no, like, you get 9 years off for good behavior. No, it's 10 years, and you're not allowed to even do that. No judge is allowed to do it. In fact, it was so old when I had it. I'm saying, this is an old sucker. This thing is old. But I reinstituted it. It was so severe, frankly, that they didn't use it. And then I had a press conference, remember, and I announced anybody, and people were, you know, doing lassos of those gorgeous horses and all the things up there. And yet you saw it the other day. They were doing it again in Washington, D.C. with spray paint into limestone and granite. You know, the limestone, it's a very porous stone. I was very good at this. I was a builder, as you may have heard. And the limestone, that paint goes in there, sucks. In 100 years, you'll see that. There's nothing you can do. It just goes right in. It's very, very porous. It's sand, basically. Beautiful sand, beautiful lions, beautiful monuments, the bells and everything. Desecrated. And I wonder what happened to those people. Probably nothing, right? Probably nothing. What they did tremendous damage. They did tremendous damage. But so I announced this bill, and the bill, I had a press conference to announce it. And I said, 10 years for anybody even touching any of our beautiful monuments. You know what happened? It was a beautiful sight. I saw thousands of asses, only the back, walking out of town. Some were running. They didn't want to do anything. They just wanted to get the hell out of town. And that was the end of the problem. We didn't have any more problem. We had no more problem after that. There was no problem, and that was the end. You didn't hear about it after that, Mr. Congressman, did we? Collins, good speaker he is. He's got a future. Does he have a future, Marjorie? I don't know. Got the look. He's got the hair. Good job. I watched. Good job. We will restore law and order to America. We will bring back public safety to the great state of Georgia, which is doing very badly in that way. And on day one, we will seal the border, stop the invasion, and send the illegal aliens back home, and we'll do it very quickly. For 3.5 years, Border Czar Harris, and again, she refuses to acknowledge that she was the border czar. She was the worst manager we've ever had, ever. And by the way, all of the people in charge of the border, they've all endorsed me. They said he was the greatest president we've ever had. Tom Homan, you know, Brandon Judd, all of those guys, they've all endorsed me. And they said, she's the worst, I mean, it's hard for them to say that, but, you know, they said there's never been anybody so incompetent. For 3.5 years, Border Czar Harris has allowed terrorists and criminals to pour across our wide-open border. And now she's denying it. You can't fall for it. Disinformation. Deny for a year. We'd never done. Nothing happened. We were great. We were so tough. And some people will start to believe it, you know? They used the word brainwash. Did you ever hear the word brainwash? Mitt Romney's father used that word. It wasn't good when he used that word. It destroyed his career. But they were brainwashed. Some people they hear it over and over again, how bad they were, and they say how great a job they did. They did great, they did great. They say it again and again, and all of a sudden people, and don't forget, it's not their main thing. They're accountants, they're lawyers, they're taxi drivers, they're carpenters, they're electricians. They hear it over and over again. All of a sudden they say, she was really great on the border, wasn't she? No, she was a disaster. She has destroyed our country. We're going to bring it back, but she has destroyed our country. She's incompetent. They're coming from South America. They're coming from Asia. They're coming from Africa and the Middle East, from prisons and jails. They're coming from all over the world. They're not just coming from South America. Everyone thinks, oh, South America, they want to vote. It's Spanish, and they're going to like. But by the way, we are doing better with the Hispanic population, I think, now than they are. So that's not working out too well. But they're coming from all over the world, not just South America. They're coming from the Congo in Africa. A lot are coming from the Congo, from prisons. Where do you come from? The Congo. Oh, what's your address? We live in prison. What did you do? Murder. Oh. Welcome to the United States of America. It's lovely to have you. The only good thing is, I say this all the time, these people are so violent and vicious that are being brought into our country. They're so violent, so vicious, that they make our gang members and bad people and criminals look like the nicest people on earth. So when we see an MS-13, some person now, we say, well, they're not that bad. These are the worst people anywhere in the world coming into our country. They're coming in at levels that nobody's ever seen before. There's nothing good about it. There's nothing can be made of it. And they're actually trying to get them to sign up and vote. They don't even speak the language. They don't even know where the hell they are. They want them to sign up and vote. And we have the head of our great Republican Party here, and he is not letting it happen wherever you may be. Right? Wherever you may be. Doing a great job. You know that, right? They're coming in, and they're trying to sign them up. Because I used to say, like, only two reasons this could be happening. They hate our country, or they're stupid. Well, they're not stupid, because anybody that can cheat on elections that good is not stupid. And they do, I really believe they do, to a certain extent, hate our country, because, you know, why? But I never really talked about the third reason, because it's so sinister. But they want to sign these people up to vote. And if they do that, this country is destroyed. We've become a dumping ground for the entire world, and we're not going to take it anymore. Just a few months ago, right here in your state, I met with the devastated family, what a beautiful family, of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student, topper of her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Her family was, I mean, look, they'll never be the same. Incredible family. Kamala Harris let in the savage monster who murdered Laken Riley. He was an illegal alien who was in Border Patrol custody, but under Harris's policies, instead of being deported immediately and fast, he was set free into America. Please enjoy your stay. Laken's blood is on Kamala Harris's hands, and she was in charge of the border. But there are many, many people like that. Laken is not the only one. Kamala is responsible for the death as though she was standing there watching it herself. She was responsible, and for so many more. 3 days after releasing Laken's killer into the United States, Harris went on television and lied to the American people, saying the border is secure. Quote, the border is secure. What kind of a politician lies to Americans about keeping the border open while precious young girls are being assaulted and killed? And Laken is one where the press was, very strong on it, but there are thousands of people that are being killed and being criminalized and victimized by these people that are pouring into our country. I call it migrant crime. We now have migrant crime in our country. It's a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime, and it's vicious, and it's really bad. Kamala Harris should not be asking for your vote. She should be begging Laken Riley's family for forgiveness, and Joe Biden never would mention her name. You remember when Biden wouldn't mention her name, then all of a sudden, because Laken was really, that was a big deal. That was a very horrible, just horrific. And he wouldn't mention her name, and then he finally did it, and he called her the wrong name. Lincoln, right? Called her Lincoln. Good coach, Lincoln Riley, good coach. Maybe that's where it came from, but called her Lincoln. And he was so bad, such a bad precedent. Such a bad president, and precedent was set by having him as a president. He was a disaster for this country. You get angry talking about it because it's almost impossible to believe you can be that bad. You know, people like certain people, and I understand it. They could have different beliefs, different policies. Like Ronald Reagan, he had something special about him. There was an aura, right? I didn't agree with him on trade. I didn't think he was as good on trade as he could have been tougher on trade, but he had something special. They all, but this last group, there's nothing they have nothing. I call him Crooked Joe for a reason. He's crooked. I also call him Sleepy Joe. He's sleepy, he's crooked, he's incompetent, he's dumb. And she's worse. She's worse. If Harris wins, a never-ending stream of illegal alien rapists, MS-13 animals, and child predators will flood into your communities. If I win on day one, we will begin the largest deportation operation in American history. Have no choice. We have no choice. No country can sustain this. We have no choice, and we will immediately expel every single criminal that Baltazar Harris has allowed into our country. No country can sustain it. In a recent CBS poll, 62% of Americans support large-scale deportation, and others are saying it's 83%, 85%, including 53% of Hispanic voters because they see what's happening. By the way, the Hispanic voter and me have like this special relationship. I understand them. They're very entrepreneurial, very smart, but they also understand security better than anybody. And they don't want to have murderers released into our country. They don't want, it's very interesting. When I built, I built massive amounts of the wall. The wall was incredible. We built it, and hundreds of miles of wall, and they wanted it more than anybody because it worked. You know, remember I used to say 2 things work. Everything else is obsolete after 2. You do a new computer, in about 3 weeks it's totally obsolete. Nobody wants it. 2 things have never been obsolete: wheels and walls. Wheels work and walls work. And you have a lot of different things becoming obsolete, but the wheel in the wall, the walls work. Harris wants to be the president for criminals and illegal aliens. I will be the president for law-abiding Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed. And it's no wonder the Democrat Party and their thugs are so desperate to stop us. They know that we are the only ones who can stop them. We're the only ones who are going to be able to stop them. Nobody else is going to be able to stop these lunatics. All of their persecution of me is only happening because I am running for president and leading very big in all of the polls. If I wasn't running for president, I could be vacationing next to one of the many beautiful oceans of the world as the waves come in. Beautiful, but it's boring. I'd rather be with you, figuring out this mess that we've gotten ourselves into. We're going to figure it out. We've got it figured out. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we have two things we have to do. We have to vote, and we have to make sure that we stop them from cheating, because they cheat like dogs. I don't know if you've heard, but the Georgia State Election Board is in a very positive way. This is a very positive thing, Marjorie. They're on fire. They're doing a great job. 3 members, Janice Johnson, Rick Jeffries, and Janelle King. 3 people are all pit bulls fighting for honesty, transparency, and victory. They're fighting. Are they here? Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Thank you. What a job. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. But we have a couple of other members that aren't so good. We have some that aren't so good, but these 3 are really doing the job because they don't want to see this happen. That will destroy our country. They just passed a rule for Georgia elections requiring that 3 people at each precinct independently count the total number of ballots before certification. Who could be against that? Who could be against it? Thank you, Janice, very much. That's really amazing. Thank you all. Thank you all. Those are great people. I'd say brave, but I mean, to you, it's like that you got to do what you have to do, right? It's not like a question of brave. They said I was brave 2 weeks ago. I had to do what I had to do. It's not like brave, right? It's just we do the right thing. Go. Thank you. My courage was contagious. Well, your courage is contagious, too. Thank you. Thank you. Nice. Amazing. People want it. That's what they want. Thank you, Janice. That's great. And those 3 people are incredible. Let me give you the bad news. It's that for whatever reason, Brad Raffensperger and Brian Kemp Raffensperger and Brian Kemp, your governor, who I got elected, by the way. If it wasn't for me, he would not be your governor. I think everybody knows that. He's a very disloyal person, isn't he? Very disloyal. But these 2 are doing everything possible. Plus, your attorney general would like to see him show up and do something. But, I mean, look at the love and adulation and applause, because this is like a poll. This is like a poll. We have thousands of people. That's better than going out and paying $500,000 to have some pollster go out and poll 212 people. Look at this. Look at the love they have for Janice. That's what people want. They want to have honest elections, and they want to have strong borders, you know? Very simple. But your governor, Kemp, and Raffensperger's are doing everything possible to make 2024 difficult for Republicans to win. What are they doing? I don't know. They got something in mind, you know. They got a little something in mind. Kemp is very bad for the Republican Party. He wouldn't do anything. You know, we have Burt Jones over here. We have Burt Jones. All he wanted in the Senate was to have a special resolution passed, and it was all done. Every senator wanted it. Every Republican wanted it. And we have Senator Beach here someplace, too. Where is Senator Beach? Oh, I can't forget him. We can't forget him. A warrior, you know that, and many others in this group. But all they wanted was to have just a special, we want to go over the election. We want to look because there's too many things. And the governor wouldn't sign it. And I knew he would because I got him elected. I sent a young guy over to his office. Would you please have him sign this? And the kid came back. He said, sir, he won't sign. Of course he will. I got him elected. Give me a break. Of course he will. No, he wouldn't. And then I said, well, go back over. Tell him it's for me. It's a good thing, not a bad thing. They want to look into possible election fraud. Wouldn't you say, Senator, that's a good thing, right? They want to look into election fraud. Comes back, sir, I said it was for you. This was a few years later, after I won him the election. Don't forget, I endorsed him, and you had a very good man, Casey Cagle, your lieutenant governor. He was going to win easily. And David Perdue, where's David? I love David, but that was his only mistake. He said, sir, would you endorse a friend of mine, Brian Kemp? I said, who's Brian Kemp? He said, he's a friend of mine, sir. And Sonny came too. This was probably the only mistake of David's life. That was a beauty, David. Thanks, David, I appreciate it. And I endorsed this guy. He was like way down on the list. He was doing terribly. And he immediately, you know, my endorsement means a lot, and I'm very careful with it. And I endorsed him, and he won in a landslide. And then he said, I can't beat Stacey Abrams. I can't beat her. She's going to be too tough. And she felt that too, by the way. She still feels it. You know, she's constantly saying she won the election. She can say it, but I'm not allowed to say it. I'm not allowed to say it. And Michaela, I love you, Michaela. I'm in love with Michaela. Please explain that to Melania. Please explain that to our First Lady. You're fantastic. Now, you are a special person. But I endorsed him, and then she said, I can't beat Stacey Abrams. He said that, and his wife said it too. I said, well, you won the nomination, so let's do some big rallies. And I did them out at an airport, massive rallies, 55,000 and 52,000. There may have even been a third, I don't know. I remember 2 monster rallies. And I said, you're going to win. He said, I don't think so, sir. I said, no, you're going to win. I'm telling you. I can tell the vibe of the people. I'm like, I think, David, 287-0 in the last 12 months with endorsements. People respect my endorsement, and I respect them, and I love them. I love them. But so I did these 2 big rallies, and he won. He did win. He won by like 2%. And his wife looked at me and said, thank you, sir. We'll never, ever be able to repay you for what you did. You got my husband the nomination, and then we beat somebody who was unbeatable. You know, she was, in theory, unbeatable. She was the hottest politician in the country at the time. Democrat politician, I would say I was hotter because I was president. So I was hotter now. I'm only kidding, Marjorie. I'm only kidding. Although maybe I'm not kidding, actually. No, she was like the hottest, certainly the hottest Democrat politician in the country. And she was going wild for years. She's still going wild. She can't even believe it. But I got him by doing massive rallies. And I really worked hard. He's the most disloyal guy I think I've ever seen. But think of the wife. We can never repay you for what you've done, sir. We could have never won. And now she said 2 weeks ago that I will not endorse him because he hasn't earned my endorsement. I haven't earned her endorsement. I have nothing to do with her. Somewhere he went bad. And you know what? Your numbers in Georgia are very average. Your crime numbers, your economic numbers, all of your numbers, you're very average. You can do a lot better, and you'll do a lot better with a better governor. You can do a lot better, just so you understand. But I don't want her endorsement. I don't want his endorsement. I just want them to do their job for Georgia. And you know what? He's the governor. He ought to support his Republican Party, because if he doesn't have his Republican Party, I could tell you where he came from, and it wasn't good. And you have a great leader of the Republican Party right here. Stand up, please. He has done an unbelievable job. And he has to work like hell with a governor that doesn't help him. And Raffensperger ought to make sure that the vote is honest. And they don't want the vote to be honest. In my opinion, they want us to lose. That's actually my opinion. And we can't let that happen. Because if we lose Georgia, we lose the whole thing and our country goes to hell. Because we can't have her be president of the United States. She's grossly incompetent. We can't let that happen. They're the ones, don't forget, who got Fani Willis and her lover boy boyfriend all jazzed up. This guy, the governor, you know what? She's an embarrassment to the state of Georgia. He's the governor of Georgia. He ought to do something. Many, many people, their lives have been, forget about me, many people, I'm used to it. It's true. I'm used to fake crap that goes on with these politicians. But many, many people, their lives have been destroyed because of Fani, F-A-N-I, Fani. You have to pronounce it Fani. It's called Fanny. You have to pronounce Fani. I don't know how she gets. She should add a little U in there someplace if she wants people to call her. No, her and her lover, right? Lover boy Wade. She hired him because of experience. Paid him almost $1 million a year for experience. He's got great experience. He never did a thing like this in his life. He knew nothing about it. The only thing he knew about was something else. He knew about that. That's all he knew about. He didn't know a damn thing. Do you know him? Have you ever met him? Yeah, a couple of times. You ever see the phone records, phone calls being made at 3 o'clock in the morning, like every single night? Phone call from her house. And he said, no, not well. I don't know her well. No. And this governor, I assume, I don't know, he could straighten it out because his state has become a laughingstock over it. And you know what? I love this state. I won this state twice, in my opinion. Once I won, and I did much better the second time. And Bert knows it, and Beach knows it, and everybody else knows it. He could have ended the travesty with a phone call because I did nothing wrong, and neither did all of those good people that are being persecuted. People in their 80s, they signed something, because they see what's going on. I guarantee if I took a vote of this audience, if I said, what do you think? I won't do that. They'll come and indict you if you say that, right? Now, they can say it. Stacey Abrams can say that she won the election, is fine. But if we say we won the election, and we did, that's not fine. We can't do it. Hillary Clinton is still complaining about the election, even though she called me up that night and conceded. But Hillary Clinton is constantly complaining about it. Nothing happens to her. We have two sides of justice, and we can't do it anymore. We have to get back to making America great again. We don't have time for this nonsense. I mean, Fani wanted to indict a certain U.S. senator who had nothing at all. He's saying, why are they calling me? I won't use his name because I don't want to hurt him. But she wanted to indict, and somebody along the way stopped her from doing it. She had many, many more people. She was going to indict almost everybody that came into the state for a visit. But Kemp doesn't want to end it because he's a bad guy, he's a disloyal guy, and he's a very average governor. Little Brian Kemp. Bad guy. But think of it. I got this guy, just think, and then that's it. I got this guy nominated, I then got him elected. Without me, he doesn't get nominated and he doesn't get elected. He had no chance of winning either one, and all he had to do is sign something where the Senate would like to look at election integrity. This is an honest man. That's an honest man. They were all honest. They were looking at something very legitimate. And this bad guy said, I'm sorry, sir. I can't do it. I called him and I said, Brian, they're looking at election integrity. Is there anything you can do? I'm sorry, sir. I can't get involved in that. I said, but Brian, you don't understand. This is a good thing, not a bad thing. I'm sorry, sir. I can't get involved. I've had you up to here, Brian. I've had you up to here. He's a bad guy, and he's not doing this country a good service. People are looking at Georgia with Fani and her lover and all of the other things saying, what the hell is going on in Georgia? What the hell is going on? The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to let them rig the presidential election in 2024. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. I do. Because I'm being indicted for you. You know, my father and mother are looking down. They were great people. They're saying, my son got indicted like 4 times. Al Capone didn't get indicted 4 times. He would kill you if he didn't like your look. If you looked at him in the slightly, that's a nice shirt. Scarface, Al Capone, the most evil man. He didn't get indicted like Trump. I got indicted for what? I'm protesting an election that was rigged. This guy didn't get indicted. My father would say, but Alphonse Capone didn't get indicted. He killed hundreds of people. If he took you out for dinner, even you, see you two guys, would you stand up with the MAGA black, please? Stand up, please. Look at these 2 guys. Who the hell is going to mess? Who's going to mess with that? MAGA black. MAGA black. I love them. I like them better than you, Bruce. Now, those are 2 tough cookies. But if Alphonse Capone didn't like you because you insulted him slightly at dinner, that was the end of you fellas, I have to tell you. And he didn't get like me. Think of it. How crazy is the world? And thank you for being here. You're good-looking guys. Better looking than Bruce, I'll tell you right now. Much. Stand up, Bruce. Never forget, thank you. But never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you. I just happen to be standing in their way. So I want to introduce a few warriors, if I could, please. And they're incredible people. They really are. And, you know, every night I do this where I get in trouble because I'm always leaving somebody out. I'm leaving a congressman out. I'm leaving a guy. It's brutal. So I end up going on the internet and thanking him, and I love him and all the stuff, or her. But, you know, it's always tricky. But I know these are people that are here, and I want to just thank them for joining us. Your great Lieutenant Governor, who's really great, Burt Jones. And his father is here. You know, his father's a legend he's a legend, literally, in Georgia as an incredible politician. And then he left. He didn't lose. He left, and he went into business, and he's been tremendously successful. He really is a legend. His name is Bill Jones. Does anybody know Bill Jones? Bill? Where is Bill? Good. I saw him backstage. He's fantastic. Representative Mike Collins. Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Where is the preacher that was back there talking to me? Where is he? Huh? Because he went with your father. Oh, your father's smart. I always said that. Stays with those preachers. Rick Allen and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Thank you, Rick. Thanks, Rick. Great job, Rick. Thank you, Marjorie. You know, I've known Marjorie from the beginning, and she's an amazing political person. I don't like to say politician. She's beyond that. She's really loved and respected by so many people. And in Washington, when she calls, they get very nervous. Oh, please. She's fantastic. So I thank you both for being here. Appreciate it. And a future congressman, he'll be one of your best. He's been with me for 8 years. And, you know, he always wanted to be a congressman. Then his district opened up, and he said, "Do you think I could do it?" I said, "You have my complete and total endorsement." Brian Jack. Brian Jack. Great guy. He's going to be a great congressman. And it's what he wanted to be. And he's fantastic. You guys are going to love Brian, right, Marjorie? You're gonna... Also, we alluded to him and talked about him, but I'm going to talk about him very positively. He was really a great senator. He was a great man in so many different ways. He was respected more than anybody. I mean, everybody respected him in Washington. Very successful businessman that he ran for office, a little bit like the Trump schedule of events. But he was really a fantastic person in Washington, somebody that I was very close to, David Perdue. David, thank you. Doug Collins, will you stand up? Come on. How good was this guy? That's fantastic. See, I'm glad I spotted him. I would have been in big trouble if I didn't mention him. I'm glad. You know, they give me a few names. Who the hell writes these lists out? These people, somebody's getting me in big trouble. It wasn't that way when I had Brian Jack doing this, I'll tell you. I got lucky. And I see somebody that I know very well, one of the truly great members of the Martin Luther King family, one of the greats. Will you please stand up? I didn't see you. My friend from the beginning, I would have been in such trouble. If I didn't mention you, I would have been in big trouble. Thank you, darling. One of the truly great people. And been with us from the very beginning, I would say, right? Very beginning. Thank you, darling. Boy, am I glad I'm looking over this audience. I don't like this. I'm telling you, this would not have happened if Brian Jack were doing it, which he did for many years. Agriculture Commissioner has done a fantastic job. Tyler Harper. Tyler, thank you very much. Fantastic. Thank you. And John King, Insurance and Safety Fire Commissioner. John, thank you. Great job, John. Labor Commissioner Bruce Thompson. Bruce? Thank you, Bruce. Public Service Commissioners, Bubba. I love Bubba McDonald. I love that name. I want to change my name. And Fitz Johnson. Thank you both. Thank you both. And Alveda. Good. They did have your name down, Alveda. I would have been in trouble if I didn't pick, but I picked it even with. And Richard Wood, Superintendent of Schools, who I hear does a great job. Richard, thank you. Thank you, Richard. Pastor Benny Tate of the Rock Springs Church. Benny, thank you. Bernie Carrick. Does anybody know Bernie Carrick? Where's Bernie? Stand up, Bernie. He's the cleanest man in this room. You know that. Bernie's a great guy. He was a great commissioner in New York. He's a fantastic man. A well-known local artist with a beautiful painting, Art Lanta. Where is Art? Oh, wow. That is beautiful. I wasn't going to bring him up. Then I saw the painting. I said, come on up, because maybe he'll give it to me. Wow. Come on up. That's okay. Is that good? Wow. All right, thank you very much. Wow, that's fantastic. Good. That's a real artist. I brought him up because I thought he was going to give it to me. He didn't give it to me. He just got me to sign it. I got nothing out of that. Hey, Michaela, I know you spoke. Just come up for a second. Come in. This young woman, I walked into, I don't know what the hell restaurant it was, but I walked into this restaurant. And we do it very quietly. We don't announce it. That's for, security reasons, everything. I walked in. She's behind the counter, and she didn't know I was coming. And she goes, "It's President Trump." She looks at me. "It's President Trump. You saved my college." And I said, "How the hell do you know that?" She said, "This one is so smart, so sharp." She grabbed me. She gave me a kiss. I said, "I think I'm never going back home to the First Lady."
You were supposed to keep that quiet.
See, now, for the average politician, that's death. For me, I don't care. I just want to tell you, you are an unbelievable person with a great personality. You lit up the whole room. You lit up the whole room. I said, weeks later, I'd go, "Who is that person that was so incredible?" She knew everything about me. She had no idea I was coming. She knew everything about me. And the historically black colleges and universities, I gave millions and millions, billions of dollars to. They kept coming back, and I said, "Why are you doing this?" And we gave them long-term funding. And she knew that because she said her college, she loved her college. She said it was so great, right? You loved it.
The illustrious CAU.
Yeah, that's right. She loved her college, and she said, "You saved my college." What was your college? Tell them.
The illustrious Clark Atlanta University.
And it was so impressive, and I felt so good because she really did. She really said, I said, "Did you like the college?" She said, "No, I loved that school. I loved that college." And that's what it's all about. But you are an incredible person. I think you have a tremendous future. I really do. And I'll do whatever I can to help you, okay? Thank you, Dad. Thank you very much. Great job. You want to say something else?
I thought I was done. But I do want to add on to some of the remarks that were made by others, and we do need to do our best to get the message out there. The fight is nothing if all we do is talk about it amongst ourselves. So with that being said, since you said you'd help me, shameless plug, if y'all need anybody to knock doors, make phone calls, wave signs, get people out to the polls, call me at Conserve the Culture. Because not only do I mobilize the HBCU students so that they may get this message, but I'm the best person when it comes to black engagement in the black community. And nobody needs this message more than my folks. So do y'all care for real? Are y'all with us for real? ConserveTheCulture.com for any and all inquiries. Y'all can follow me at Miss Kayla, baby. I'm going to give it back to Big T. And last thing, make sure you guys tune in to my podcast dropping soon on the Patriots Prayer Network. Thank you all.
She's great. Thank you. That's a great person, great woman. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. From the moment we take back the White House from Kamala and Crooked Joe, and he's crooked as a $4 bill, I believe we're going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Starting on day one, we will end inflation and make America affordable again. We're going to make it affordable again. Thanks to Kamala Harris's tie-breaking vote here in Atlanta, you suffered the highest inflation of any city in the country last year. Good job, Governor. Great job, Governor. Under Kamala, the typical Georgia family has lost $28,000 in inflation and to inflation hikes. To bring down the prices of all goods, we will stop the Biden-Harris war on American energy. American energy is such a big deal. We will drill, baby, drill. We'll get that number down. We'll bring energy prices down. Everything else will float with it. We will terminate the Green New Scam, and I will end the Biden-Harris electric vehicle mandate right on day one. It will be ended. We will pass massive tax cuts for workers, and that includes no tax on tips, Michaela. To further protect Georgia workers, I will revoke China's most favored nation's trade status. I will pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. If China or any other country makes us pay a 100 or 200% tariff, we will make them pay a reciprocal tariff of 100 or 200% right back. You heard us, we heard you. It's an eye for an eye. We'll take in a fortune, and they'll stop doing it before I even arrive at the Oval Office shortly after we win the presidency. I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled, and I will prevent, and I'm the only one that's going to do it, 100% will prevent World War III, which is very close to happening. I will restore peace through strength, and in my next term, we will build a great Iron Dome missile defense shield over our country, a dome like none other, like nobody has ever seen before, and it will all be made in the USA, and much of it will be made in the great state of Georgia. And I will not cut 1 cent from Social Security or Medicare. I kept that promise 4 years ago, and I will keep it again. And seniors will not pay taxes on Social Security. We are going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope, safety, and beauty better than they have ever been before. We will take over the horribly run capital of our nation in Washington, D.C., and clean it up, renovate it, rebuild our capital city so there's no longer a nightmare of murder and crime. We're going to stop the murder and crime. You go down from your state, you end up getting mugged, murdered in our capital. It'll be run tough and strong by our great police officers, but rather, we will become the most beautiful capital anywhere in the world. I could say again, but it's been so badly run for so long, I almost don't want to say again. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the shoulders of our children. And I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And I will keep men out of women's sports, if that's okay. If Kamala Harris gets in, the travesty that is taking place at the Paris Olympics will come to America when we host the Los Angeles Olympics. And by the way, which I was president, we happened to get it. I was the president. I also got you a thing called the World Cup, which is coming very soon. I might as well say it myself because nobody else will say it. But I got them both, and you're going to have a lot of fun with it, I hope. Harris is a radical trans activist, and she is the candidate of letting men beat up women in the name of tolerance. But you look at what's happening over in Paris. It will never happen here. I will never let it happen. I will get all males off your daughter's soccer teams and volleyball teams and get them out of your locker rooms once and for all. That's going to be cleaned up, and we will fight to make sure that the LA Olympics protects women and protects girls. I will fully uphold the Second Amendment, and we will protect innocent life, and we will restore free speech in our country. We don't have free speech any longer. And very importantly, I will, and this is so, to me, so important, what we've been through in this country, I will secure our elections. Our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots, proof of citizenship, and voter ID. But until then, Republicans must win. We want a landslide that's too big to rig. Too big to rig. If you want to save America, get your friends, get your family, get everyone you know and vote. Vote early, vote absentee, vote on election day. Do whatever you want, but you have to vote. And if you want to help us ensure election integrity, please sign up, protectthevote.com. Protectthevote.com. So, in conclusion, from Marietta to Macon, from Savannah to Columbus, from Augusta to right here in Atlanta. We inherit the legacy of red-blooded American patriots who gave their blood, sweat, and tears to defend our country and defend our freedom. We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed the ocean, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, raised up those great, big, beautiful skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and made America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world. But now we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, lost its willpower, and lost its strength. We are a nation that has lost its way. But we are not going to allow this horror to continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. With our leadership, every disaster Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have created can be fixed, and it will be fixed very quickly. Every problem can be solved, and every wrong can be rectified. By this time next year, America's borders will be strong, sealed, and secure. Inflation will be in full retreat. Our economy will be roaring back. It's going to be roaring back. Optimism will be surging. The American dream will be thriving again for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. Law and justice will reign all throughout our land. Freedom will be restored. The flame of liberty will be burning bright. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, the worst administration in the history of our country, will be a fading memory of the past. And our great silent majority, including the once forgotten men and women of our country, will be the one shaping America's magnificent future when I am the 47th President of the United States. Because we are all Americans, and together we will show November 5th to be the most important day in the history of our country. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God, and together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. We will make America free again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Georgia. God bless you all. Go out and vote. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Another great speech by President Donald Trump here in Atlanta, Georgia. Cracking this one out of the park once again, Titus.
Oh, yeah. Every time. It's always inspiring. You see the people rising up with their applause and their cheers and their excitement. They're so pumped because this is the leader. This is the one who's gonna, take America back and make us free, make us strong. All those things that he says at the end of every speech that inspires everyone so much to see we can already taste the change. We can already taste the freedom just from him letting us know what's gonna happen as soon as he gets back into office. So it was a great speech, as always.
It was a wonderful speech and some great moments there, too, with the artist walking up.
That was awesome.
And then what about Michaela Montgomery, an instant conservative rock star?
Go ahead.
Michaela Montgomery, an instant.
Oh, that was amazing.
Yeah.
You think she was trained for this her whole life? How well spoken she is, and all the things she's trying to do. I was like, shoot, girl, I'm about to go to this website you were talking about. I want to get involved. This is so cool what she's doing.
Yeah.
And it's really important that she does continually change the cultures. People like her and people like me that are going to actually shift black culture's mindset on what the truth is about Donald Trump and this movement. So she's a huge voice, and it's so good to see her out here doing that.
Next up for President Trump, as of right now on the schedule, is Bozeman, Montana for a rally August 9th. I believe that is a Friday. Of course, Right Side Broadcasting Network. That'd be quite the flight out there, too, to Bozeman. Gorgeous area. Big sky country, of course. So we will let you know more details in just a minute, but we want to tell you about Birch Gold Group, of course. I want to thank our sponsors. Text Trump to 989898 for some more information about gold, silver, and precious metals. Also, Tax Network USA, always good to have someone there to help you along the way when it comes to filing back taxes, that kind of thing.
Definitely.
So, Tax Network USA. Next up, the wellness company, MakeCareGreatAgain.com. That emergency kit is needed.
Yes, 100%. Make care great again. We need to make sure that we are taking care of our health.
Exactly. So use that promo code RSBN for 15% off. The free Trump book, always good because it's going to re-educate, as you said earlier.
Re-educate.
A lot of people out there, especially the youth, that would maybe some teachers have indoctrinated students about Donald Trump. Well, why not at least have the truth? And you can have that in that book. So it's freetrumpbook.com. Finally, Angel Paste out of Spring, Texas. Awesome group there as well. A great product. They also hire veterans. So great patriotic companies right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. And let's just give a shout out to the man, Mike Lindell, as well. Using a promo code RSBN at the MyPillow store. Always great products there with Mike Lindell. So what are some of your thoughts in closing here, Titus, on today's event in Atlanta?
It was amazing. It was great to see all these people having all these conversations, interviewing all these amazing people from the various backgrounds, inspired by Donald Trump and the message that he's promoting, the things he wants to do for our country. Seeing JD Vance, seeing Marjorie Taylor Greene, seeing all these people just being so unapologetic and their drive and their strive to see America change for the better. It's amazing. I love it.
So we will be live in Bozeman, Montana. If there's any more rallies or events that come up, obviously Right Side Broadcasting will be there for that. And I'm hearing about Angel Paste once again. Angel Paste out of Spring, Texas. Again, this company, they hire veterans for this great product. So a number of great products here at Right Side Broadcasting. You see that information right there on your screen. Go ahead and give them a try as well. So for all of us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, Titus, Ellis Smith, what an awesome day this has been, man.
It's been awesome. Thank you so much for having me. It was a blast.
If you guys want to see some of the interviews, all you have to do is scrub back on Rumble or YouTube. Some great interviews from people from around the world outside. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thank you guys so much for watching. Have a great night.
Yeah.
I'm excited to announce my all-new mattress topper. In the times we're in, I wanted to bring you the best affordable mattress topper ever. So I took my two best technologies and combined them to make the ultimate mattress topper. And now you can get it for as low as $69.98. Queen size only $99.98. It all starts with my famous MyPillow foam that provides you that overall full body support. Second is the individual comfort supports that give you an amazing custom sleep sleep experience. It's like it's made specifically for you. The queen size alone has over 14,000 comfort supports. This is the perfect mattress topper to improve any bed. New bed, old bed, your guest beds. Get them for every bedroom in your house. Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the all-new My Mattress Topper for as low as $69.98. Queen size only $99.98. Don't delay, order today.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
You ask and we listen. We're finally bringing the most requested offer ever. Get the queen size premium MyPillow, now only $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. It helps keep your neck aligned and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep of your life. But that's not all. Get our 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets, only $25. Our brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. Get our famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25 and so much more. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products, including the premium queen size MyPillow, only $19.98. That's the lowest price ever. Don't delay, order today. From all of us here at MyPillow, thanks America!
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk. Don't forget to catch the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show right here on RSBN. That's right, RSBN. Now that's Right Side Broadcasting Network. Okay? See y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.